What is up, everyone? It is your favorite EMEA European streamer, Miss Chim Chim. Hello, everyone. Hope y'all are having a great day today. I am here in Europe right now, broadcasting live. We ain't no Europe, right? Come on now. I don't know why they put I was in EMEA, bro. I do not know why. But you know, it's Gucci, it's chill, we chilling, bro. I'm not stressing it at all. You know what I am stressing though? MSI. There we go. MSI. Who is Zod? And he kind of, yeah, they messed up. They said that like they just forgot to change it to NA because they wanted representation of NA on the front. And they were like, put Miss Chim Chim up there. And I was like, yeah, put her up there. Yeah, do it. So it's all good. I'm not moving to NA, y'all, or I'm not moving to EU, y'all. It was just a mess up on their part.
2025. To be back in Canada. Here
Yo,
in
low key, I kind of want, oh, Levi. That's such a pretty signature. What the heck? I kind of want Furia to win, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. I really liked them yesterday. I really liked them yesterday. I think I want them to win.
It was quite a different experience for both of these teams. For Furia, they had a nail biter of a series.
They did. Yeah, they're kind of a vibe. Yeah, OD. Absolutely not. But we are competing in a tournament, an ARAM tournament, and the more points I get, the more skin codes y'all get. I'm supposed to be playing for some Spirit Blossom skin codes, so I gotta clock in on that today and tomorrow. There's just a lot going on, y'all. We got MSI, we got the tournament, we got Lizzo concert tonight. Like, we just came home from New York. All right, OD, have fun. Who do y'all want to win today?
One of the big things that I think really stood out from GAM was just their limited objective.
Turn off the music.
We saw it from them throughout their split as well. But
who are we wanting to win today, y'all?
A huge amount of focus on these early objectives, and at this level of competition,
we are booked and busy.
Detriment, because then you kind of always find yourself forced into these fights when you don't necessarily want.
Y'all can hear the broadcast all right, right? Everybody good?
Absolutely agree with you. I mean,
yo, does anybody else love cauliflower?
They weren't prioritizing those.
Like, I saw it on sale today, and I was like, yeah, I'll just munch on some.
They do like to play towards.
I hate a broccoli.
To me, you know, is really the standout player on the team right now. Levi and him are able to make those miracles happen in the later stages of the game, but we can still see TF remaining on the ban page quite a lot.
Yes, Cupcake.
And the Vietnamese team's really well known.
Okay,
for
let's get this full screen.
Days, that still does remain true. As we saw, you know, a number of Vietnamese teams bring out the Nocturne and have a lot of success in their playoffs.
Certainly true. Yone is something that Furia do not want to experience again, something they ban a lot domestically, but also against Caps yesterday they had a tough time. The first pick, Talia, going to come through very quickly for Emo, who we should know is starting in game one. We got to see Eris come through yesterday with his RE performance, but this time around we're going to get the Talia locked in. For Levi, I'm wondering if we will see something like the Xinjiao paired up alongside it, or if they want something a little bit more aggressive. Crucial to note that Pantheon is in fact open, which both sides have shown a preference towards.
Exactly, that's what I was going to point out. You know, Pantheon plus Talia, one of those really popular combos. I do think Poppy Talia also an incredible combo. So really,
I'm just kind of tired of seeing Talia in game. Are y'all not? Are we not over Talia?
Towards that common Vi pairing, but Pantheon going to be locked in as a response on the other side.
Ooh, limited salt. What does microwaving it do? Does it make it like softer?
many consider has
I'm
to
not
be
opposed to
pick
trying
ban-worthy.
that.
You either take it away from him or you just deny it from being played at all. So the fact that he's insta-locked it, I think, is a big confidence play for him. Pairing it alongside Tatu, one of the young prodigies on the roster, I'm very excited to see how they match up, because when we think about Furia, I think a lot of what happens on the map
These
is driven
picks
by
are a
their
little
mid-jungle
lame.
combo. But Kiaya responding with the Rumble. He did get the solo kill onto Bin yesterday, and we know that you were saying it just a few moments ago, GAM is a team that does like to traditionally play through their top side.
Absolutely, and just look at the power picks really here for GAM. These are some of the most highly prized picks right now in the game. Two of the most popular solo laners paired with a really strong ganking jungler.
Who we getting for ADC?
Is going to be grabbed there, and it will be the Galio.
We have Misfortune and Varus banned.
Going to be bringing this into Rumble. We'll be interested to see.
I know they're going to try a little Kalista and an Ashe at some point.
There are some different approaches to how you play this matchup, but both obviously with their kind of clear strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, and he's no stranger to the champion either, something that we have seen come out from Gigo as a response. Right now, though, both compositions looking very solid and well-rounded.
You bake it in the oven and coat it with the sauce.
Feels like that when we think about how Furia want to engage on these fights, it is very straightforward in terms of they have a lot of pick potential. There's great follow-up on the engage. Once the Zinjang comes in, the Galio follows through. So now we're thinking about what bot lanes pair up nicely with this. Things like Kai'Sa could be a possibility on the side of Furia. If GAM wants to go a little bit more teamfight orientated, potentially risk averse against the dive, there's things like Xayah Rakan that could be a possibility. Rel, of course, kind of the prized engaged support that we have on the current meta, I think could fit into both compositions quite comfortably. Right now, Furia looking to remove Kalista, just a very staple and strong AD carry in the current meta.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I'm not moving to Europe. There was League of Legends posted on like their official League of Legends account that I am EMEA instead of NA, and so now it's just a joke that I have to move to Europe.
It is something that we have actually seen a fair bit from Artemis.
Good morning, Holy. Or good evening, good afternoon.
What is the direction there we're going?
How are you doing?
Bound suggests that GAM is thinking about wanting to get some hard engage on the roster.
It's GAM time.
Things like Kai'Sa Nautilus, we already talked about the Kai'Sa a little bit.
I'll be going to Lizzo after stream.
Well. Perhaps they're expecting a Rel to come through. If they're not, they're gonna look to try and grab it for themselves. But Rel right now seems to be the prized choice, as we would come to expect when it comes to the current support meta.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You know, when you ban Renata here with Kalista already being banned away, to me that's really showcasing that you want to commit heavily to dive. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Kai'Sa that you had mentioned earlier. You know, if you want to go full all in, be looking for a complete dive comp here. I do think it would make sense. Rel's going to come through, so it does really fit the bill of what we're talking about, where they are looking to kind of have this Rel as the delivery system.
Holy, you're
diving into
EST,
that back
right?
Alongside this Zinzao,
Go
trying to assassinate some of these targets.
I'm wondering if they're now thinking about a Xayah Rakan for the bot lane of GAM, if they want to have something a little bit more defensive, but also solid follow-up when the Pantheon decides to engage, or if they want to go for something a little bit more aggressive in the Leona. Seems like that Xayah Rakan is going to be the direction, and I think it's not only comfort for this bottom lane, but also it just responds well to the potential dive that's coming through from Furia. We talked about the Kai'Sa. I think it could fit quite nicely to round out Furia's composition, but of course the AD carry pool is still very deep this early on in the best of 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of different options on where you can go, but Kai'Sa does feel like it fits the bill as far as what they are drafting for. Smolder, obviously a very slow early game, but can assist with dive.
I'm really
with
just eating a
in the
whole
later stages, of course. And so they are going to try to secure themselves some scaling here for IU, so they are going to grab that Smolder. It will be weaker early on, but the scaling obviously very, very powerful, as everyone knows. 225 stacks, you get the execute. But the ultimate can sometimes be overlooked as one of those dive tools. It is quite powerful.
So I will say that, like, looking at this, my immediate thought is I'd be worried for the Furia bot lane. Like, GAM have very easy tools to threaten dives early on the bot side of the map. Perhaps because they recognize GAM as a more topside focused team, they don't expect that bot level play. But we saw yesterday that Artemis and Elio, they're a bot lane that likes to scrap. They are not afraid to get in your face, and they will challenge you in the 2 versus 2. So I feel like that GAM, they have the tools to really punish this Smolder pick on the bot side of the map. And it becomes a question of how well can Furia control this mid-wave. Talia versus Ahri, a matchup we've seen
low-key, I want Furia to win, but I also want GAM to win. Like, they're such cute teams. I'm doing great, Jay. How are you doing?
Look to try and roam and impact the map. And that roam presence is going to be crucial in this early game.
Absolutely is. If you get the push, you can make that first move.
There should have been G2 here instead.
Makes all the difference here. Non-subscribers, we'll see you in 30
Don't worry, they'll be there tomorrow.
We are heading on to some G2 fans.
Don't you worry, Pookie
We'll see
Poo.
if they can
They're gonna be there tomorrow.
Today. They're gonna have to, I think, against BLG.
You don't even gotta worry about it.
Very scary. G2, of course, going to be playing BLG.
You do not even have to worry about it.
This is going to be day 2 of MSI 2025. We are in the lower bracket of the play-ins. These two teams fighting for their lives. Furia going up
for their
against
lives.
the GAM. Brazil looking to really kind of upset some expectations here. Furia already really impressing people on day 1.
All right, let's see it, bro. I want to see some good GAM, play.
Really get the chance to prove that not only can they compete in
I want to see some good gameplay, bro.
Now this is the, from my understanding,
and some good
best
gameplay.
of 5 between Vietnam and Brazil. Historically, we've seen a number of best of 3s and best of 1s between the two regions. Loud and GAM actually holding a lot of the history between the two regions, but the record is actually 5-4 in favor of Brazil. Very close, 2-2 in series overall, but it's very competitive between the two regions. And I think that having this best of 5 is going to be a great opportunity for both sides to cement themselves on the international
stage. What's going on, Not Bogler? How are you doing? Just enjoying some streaming from Ray. I feel you. I feel you. Thank you for being here today, y'all.
So you talked about,
honestly, Artemis was kind of, he was trying to win yesterday. He really was. I'm kind of sad that he wasn't able to pop off. Obviously, in the way that he wanted to, you could tell that that man was trying in every aspect to carry yesterday. But sometimes it just doesn't work out. I mean, they were going up against freaking.
I think that Elio and Artemis are going to have something to say about that.
Oh, I completely agree with you. Zyra Khan can be such a terrifying lane
BLG,
to play into,
bro.
and I think that Smolder just doesn't have the same tools that a Zyra does in the early laning phase to really fight. And so while Rel does have some great setup, it's going to be very important to keep track of these junglers. And as I say that, our observers highlight the pathing that we're seeing on the map right now. Yesterday, we saw a lot of pathing from Levi towards the top side of the map. He's starting top side, pathing towards
the thing is, after watching pro play, you kind of learn like why they choose the champions that they choose. Like, it's not just like, oh, they feel like playing Rel or Rel is really good right now. They really do try to round out their entire team. Like, they're trying to get set up for the carries on the side of Furia. That's why they've got Rel. It's to enable the rest of their team. On the side of GAM, they have Rakan for that. Like, you can kind of see like why they're choosing the champions that they're choosing. It's not just like Rakan's OP right now. Lock in Rakan.
You always have to respond to the plays.
You can really see like their thought process based on their drafting. And that's why when we say people are drafting poorly, it's because they don't have a well-rounded out team. They didn't like really polish the champions that they were picking.
Level 3 comes through. Quick knock up, quick trade.
Yep, JoJo going back in with the crash down. IU does get pushed out very
heavily. I think today's games could go either way, except for in the case of BLG. I think BLG will definitely be 3-0ing G2 today, especially after seeing how G2 struggled against Furia. And that's not to say that Furia is bad. That's to say that
clearly an idea of where
Furia is definitely
spotting out the jungler there onto Levi. So
that's to say that
you could tell how hesitant
BLG
getting that kind of a trade. Immediately the jungler's like,
did not make many mistakes yesterday, but Furia played well. G2 played poorly, and it just they're just not up to a certain standard.
From the Pantheon, you know, 3 wards placed up there on that top side by Furia, knowing that Levi could look for something early and not wanting to fall prey to it.
Especially given that Gigo did get that early push in the 1v1 on the top side of the map, but so far small advantages being built in both mid and bot just because of the pressure that they do have in their
BLG is a cut above the 3 other teams. Yeah,
bases have now come absolutely for both mid laners with the TPs being expended as the junglers making their way back out onto
absolutely the map, would say that
their second clear. So a very timid and safe early game, something that we've come to expect from GAM. Based on Furia's series yesterday though, they're a team that I think are both willing to play the fast and the slow start.
Now this is what I'm talking about. It can be a bit risky as you overheat there, but he's close enough to his tower. Did go in for that Justice Punch, gets a decent trade, but Kiaya could not chase him down. No lane swaps coming through here early as Artemis just heads straight back down towards that bottom lane. And of course, Elio tried to look to see if there was something mid, couldn't find it. Now
are we going in?
If he can catch IU here, does force the flash as he used the flap early, and then was not able to actually avoid that grand entrance coming through.
Now Xayah does scale, but I don't think anybody's scaling like Smolder.
Flash, not going to, as Emo plays very respectfully. Early flash, I think it was needed in that case. Don't hold on to it and take
They will have to literally kill Smolder first, or he's going to annihilate their whole entire team.
Nice little punish. Now look at Levi once again, setting his sights on the bot lane with no flash. I mean, look at all the wards in the mid lane. You were talking about that vision coverage. They're hyper aware of the potential roam from Emo. They do not want this Taliyah to be roaming bot, but Levi has snuck his way in, and here comes the dive.
Yeah, has not been spotted. IU does have his cleanse. We'll see how they're going to try to pull this off. They will be looking for IU. There's the aggro pulled by Elio. They're on to IU, and IU is knocked down for first blood. Artemis the one to grab it, but Toots is on the roam here. So it's coming down.
He's on the roam, but it's still a 3v2.
Levi has got to try
and Taliyah is on the way as well.
Flash comes out from Elio, turning the damage around.
They have to get a kill now, or they're not getting one. Yeah.
Land from Toots. Can't find it on the Ahri.
They were killing.
Bot lane survives the
they were mad killing.
As the mid lane roam can't find anything for Furia.
We talked about it from the
Pantheon falls off early. Rumble will get stronger. Taliyah will. I mean, she's just a control mage. Like she can just zone off. As long as you don't get caught by her. But it's going to make team fights hard. But the thing is, if Taliyah is looking for a team fight and isn't getting picked, Smolder is also looking for team fights. So it's like, I just really think that Furia is going to end up winning this game based off draft.
Watching on there. Going to be very
and Pebbles be hitting, yes, but like if you think of it in a team fight sense, who has the stronger team fight?
How they can move this forward.
Yes, Taliyah can be a control mage. Yes, Rumble has that big ulti for damage, and yes, you've got Rakan ulti and you've got Xayah pumping out feathers. But I think on the other side of it, Rel's got that CC. And then you've got Smolder pumping out damage. You've got Ahri pumping out damage. You've got Xin Zhao pumping out damage. Like, do you hear the damage that I'm talking about? And then you've got Galio Peel as well. They're going to have so much, like, heal and just, like, front line in comparison to what Gam has.
To more plays. Levi with the level 6, pathing back towards bot. And the problem is with the
That's
early
how I feel like
that we saw from Tatu is he always finds himself on the opposite side of the map whenever these plays are coming through from Levi. Their pathing are on opposite sides. The vision coverage in this early game continues to be strong. They're doing their best to try
bought some
Emo on his roams, but when it comes to
they're
Levi,
actually pretty banger.
Still able to find these angles.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is problematic, and Levi is.
They don't look like regular carries.
Clear out a couple here, though. As a fight
they
breaks
look
out
like
on the bot
mini
side. IU going to
peaches.
get hit by the feather pull. He's getting incredibly low here, and they're going to go for the kill, and it's a 2v2 straight up kill.
I mean,
in comes Levi,
as Smolder early game, like you just gotta be respectful, bro.
He wanted to make sure he was there to cover.
You just gotta be respectful.
They're heading to the dragon, and Gam gonna grab one of their first early dragons here of this event.
I mean, the early games
You're not respectful, that's going to happen every time.
In games 1 and games 2, they were able to find these advantages, but Tatu wants to try and contest this dragon. I don't think they can do this.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to get in there. Levi has the Q Smite charged. Those were the early games against BLG, so kept it close. Toots looking for the charm. Levi's able to avoid it. In comes the ultimate from Tatu. He flashes in on Artemis. Artemis does not have an ultimate of his own, but he's going to get him with the feather.
You're so silly.
Roots him up, trying to cut him out. Flashes to
oh, look at Tatu! Okay, I was about to say, no way he lives.
In trouble as well.
Okay. Okay, so we've got a 2-for-1 there. We've got a 2-for-1. So that means we're up 300 gold on the side of Furia. But they got the dragon. But they got the dragon. So in terms of that fight, I do think Gam is a little bit happier.
As in this situation, it looked like it was just going to be a dragon, quickly converted into another kill for Gam. But Furia navigated beautifully. We look back
I think Furia is happy with that
as well, though. Set their sights on the JoJo, and Toots finds a good
I'm rooting for Gam because that's who I picked for my Pick'ems moon. But I really like Furia.
Try and help him, but now Gam is split up. It ends up being a 2 versus 4, and there's little that Gam can do to escape from that situation. So Furia pick up 2 kills.
Yeah, at the very least, Levi able to throw a spear over the wall,
gets
Tatu down with that common spear, so they were able to finish off that kill. And we're back to live, and Gam gets all 3 of those grubs. So
See,
both those early objectives
Gams
going the
has
way
this
here
like pace.
Gam, and now they're only one
This
objective away
objectives.
from actually grabbing the feats of strength. Going to be able to try to get those upgraded boots. They are looking really
their
good
tempo right now is
levels,
on point.
Of course,
They're getting these ganks off bot. They're getting these kills on their ADC. They're getting these kills on Pantheon. They're getting the objectives. They've got the tempo right now.
For IU, that is where I think the big problem is for this Furia team. I mean, he is down over 20 CS. He's going to be down experience. He's going to be down gold. And the Smolder needs a lot of time already.
Amen.
And sometimes when you get really put behind the curve, it can be very difficult to kind of catch back up, as he's only at 53 stacks right now at 10 minutes. So definitely a very slow stacking game so far for the Smolder.
Completely agree. Furia are going to have to stall things out, but ultimately not the worst position for them to be in. Tatu shadowing Gigo right now.
Oh, Gigo was trying to actually bait Kiaya, and he did chase
Yeah.
spots Tatu.
I'm going to say that every time they say his name.
Of course, he
I'm
would have been
sorry.
able to win that 1v1, but it was not a 1v1. It is now a 1v3 as
Oh,
Toots
you
is
like
down
me,
here.
huh?
No one's really in the area to cover, so Kiaya might
Thank
just
y'all
have
for
to
liking
ult
the
the next
live.
wave, but
Y'all
even
already
with
at
that
2K
wave
likes, and we
gonna be
just
taken
started.
down, I don't know if he's going to be able
We
to
started
survive
10 minutes
here.
ago.
Tatu is basing, but they do cancel it. They're going to go for it. Toots is looking. They're going to be able to go in with the
Okay,
ulti.
some good retaliation. I like that.
They get an easy kill
I like
in
that.
the 3v1. Kiaya at least kills the wave, so the tower won't be pushed. And Emo is going to get some pressure down in mid lane while he looks
eating some
potentially
cherries.
towards a play on top.
Levi seemed indecisive as
Aren't
to
they
whether he
pretty?
wanted to support. When the Rumble ultimate came out, I think the communication was, I'm
I
fine.
decided to
And I
get some
genuinely think that
snackies
Kiaya
for
thought that
today's
he could outplay
stream.
that situation. The part that threw him off was that Galio ultimate providing the resistances that it did. He landed a nice slow onto Toots, but it wasn't enough to keep
Don't
him
they look
underneath the
like
tower,
peaches?
and so Furia execute upon the dive. Now, Tatu, aware of the possibility of this Pantheon being on the top side of the map, moves to cover. And Gam have full information of this. They will spot him moving into the wave. Let's see if Gam can find a way to punish this. Keep your eyes on the mini-map. Emo moving into the topside river. The Talia looking to try and
Y'all, they
contest.
send in
Levi's
4.
coming as well, and Levi does have the ultimate up and available, so they're going to try to bait. And
Talia's going to block them off.
Comes in, so does the teleport. Here comes
This is
Levi.
not good for
arriving.
Furia.
They're focusing down Tatu, but he has the ultimate up and available, and Ayu's trying to kite out on the other side. Gigo has arrived as well, and it's looking like it's a good fight for Furia. Toots is on his way. Furia trying to just buy time for the Ahri to arrive, as Levi's trying to take down
Tatu down.
Gigo goes in with a Justice Punch, connecting in onto Levi.
IU trying to get these Qs off.
Stun, but it doesn't even matter.
I don't know, man. That's a 2 for 2.
He is on a killing spree. Levi trying to actually base in the brush, is going to get spotted, does land the stun. Does he have his E up and available?
Why was he trying to base in the brush? Can anybody raise their hand and tell me that?
Forces the flash.
Because that gives Smolder shutdown gold. You do not want that Smolder to get any kills. You do not want that Smolder to get any more stacks than what he's trying to get.
A bloodbath in the top side of the map. Gam recognized that they were in a 4 versus 5, as Kiaya was just left isolated on this bot side of the map. No TP available to get involved in the fight. But the idea here is that Gam want to try and get a quick kill, knowing that they can collapse first. But their target focus is a bit off.
Okay, Galio TP'd up. So it was a 4v4.
He has to focus on dealing with both Tatu and Jojo, who gets a nice counter engage. We're back into the action.
Like some skirmishing here happening around mid.
But I think the biggest problem for Gam was just that, the target selection. It felt like that every single member was focusing on a different person.
A Gam
and so
W.
it bought a lot of time for Gigo to
That should have been a Gam W.
And for Toots to arrive from the mid lane into the top lane play. As I said, it was a 4v5, and the fact that it ended up being equal in kills is still good news for Gam. But yeah, a very scary situation for Gam to play in.
Absolutely. Kiaya, though, farming plates in that bot side, so going to be pretty happy about that. Close now to getting that first tower. That would obviously claim them the feats of strength as well. And this next dragon that is up and available now, if Gam gets it, that's going to be the feats of strength for them too. So very close gold-wise. A lot of the advantage here for Furia is all on this Ahri. The Smolder very far behind at this point, and is going to struggle.
Well, I mean, he just caught up a little bit.
Toots, though, looking for a fight here on the top side, gets an easy solo onto Emo.
I see you with the Ahri.
That may just be Furious Dragon.
This is a champion that Toots is well known for, and he finds impact in the side lane. Instead of pushing top, he quickly rotates towards mid. Looks like that his main goal is, I want to be there for the team to help secure this dragon, but once they realize that Gam is in no position to contest, he moves back towards the top side of the map. Easy objective pickup for Furia. As we look back at this 1 versus 1. All the skills already used. Toots is able to get past the the E there on the ground, and I mean, that's just easily played there by Toots, isn't it?
Honestly.
Yeah. Just gets point blank, nails the charm.
Speaking specifically to you, Holy, like
not only is it a solo kill,
every time I see Emo, bro,
that is denying feats of strength, denying the possibility of that next dragon.
Every time I see Emo on my screen, bro,
in that 4v5,
and this is for the past 365.
And so now Furia is tied up as far as the dragons
every
are concerned.
time I see him on my screen, this man low-key in-team, bro.
Right back to the objectives, looking for the feats of strength here once more. Going to be trying to finish off this Herald, but Tatu and Jojo are in the area. You can see Gigo quickly running up the river, trying to get here. It's going to be
no, that's what I'm saying, Holy. Like, don't they have another mid laner?
Burst out immediately. As Furia tried to
do it for the Americas, Death Ray.
Looking here, the equalizer is going to land right down onto Toots. He's got to get out of there. He's got to protect that bounty. Jojo, though, in a lot of trouble, and Kiaya coming in from behind. The rest of the team all is here from Gam, and it's a 5v1.
They're going to die. Yeah.
Nowhere to go. Can he even get one back?
He was sticking around a little bit too long.
As Furia overforce at the Herald, they lose.
You let him play one game yesterday and decided you saw enough, but you're starting him in your elimination series. That part.
Ambitious contest from Furia as they try to.
I wonder if he performs domestically.
When they just didn't have the numbers. Gam
I might take a look at their their games.
Very quick to punish. Collapsing onto Tatu, converting it into a
what I don't like
kills, a huge advantage
about this game.
And look at how the gold swings. Just short of 3K.
Yeah, the gold swings or these fights, they're so back and forth. There's a lot of overstaying, as we're seeing right now. There's a lot of like fights that, like, when we think of them going up against a LCK team or an OPL team, like this would not fly. This would not fly.
Numbers. In comes Gigo. Down goes Artemis. It's a shutdown for Toots. The charm flash will not connect onto Elio, but they will get the 2 kills. Gam overstays their welcome on the top side, and Furia makes sure that they know it.
I mean, they even converted into 3. Furia are fearless. They recognized that the fight wasn't good before, so they said, you know what? Let's try it again.
They stayed too long, Moon.
Was just about to come off cooldown. And this is the second half of the fight. Gam, of
course,
overstayed. This is a 3 versus 3.
Dare I say they greeted.
You noticed it in the fight. The 3-man talk.
Dare I say they greeted.
Good damage down. And Gam realized we have to disengage because the TP is coming through from the Ahri. Toots arrives on the flank, and you think at this point there's a bit of a stalemate. Gam could surely walk out of this, but a charm is going to connect onto Emo. The Talia is going to fall, and with the arrival of Ayu, it's just a cleanup.
And it's great for Ayu to be able to grab that kill. He got a shutdown. He gets double buffs. You know, the Smolder has been the one who has
I just don't like seeing
game, so getting a little injection of gold
fights like this or games like this because
he is still very low on stacks. So we're at 18 minutes. He's at 140 stacks. So
sets
he's
them
going to be quite
up
far off that 225
for the later
games.
At
least have a couple items here now through. You can see Vietnam versus Brazil very close internationally. You touched on it earlier. It is
you like me, huh?
And
what's up, Jamal? TikTok, thank y'all for liking the live.
Nowhere to go with the justice punch.
If you agree,
grabs another kill. It is a bloodbath, Betty. 10-10.
Hello, Chim Chim. Hello.
These teams just don't want to concede any ground, and they respond to the aggression with their aggression of their own. Toots, you could tell that he was fishing for a pick there. Decided against it, moves back towards the top side of the map.
How you doing, fam?
The biggest thing is that Kiaya has largely just been left uncontested.
How's y'all weekend been?
Gigo has been grouping a lot with his team. Kiaya has been securing plates. He secured a tower. He's been getting a lot of free farm, and you can see that's resulted in about a 750 gold lead in isolation.
Of course.
And while Toots is becoming this monster
I'm all for the silly Billy moments.
Everywhere else in favor of Gam.
Absolutely. Ayu, though, does now have his Infinity Edge completed, so he's got the Essence Reaver IE. He's not going
You woke up an hour ago.
Kind of like spellcastery thing where people sometimes go Essence Reaver Shojin or Essence Reaver Rapid Fire Shojin.
It is 12:30
This build does so much damage, but you are very squishy, especially once you get to the Rapid Fire.
You have a late night last night?
That's what I am expecting. The Q poke becomes really difficult to deal with. It really can force engages from your opponents.
That being said, engages
are pretty good when it is for
I thought they were interesting because they look like little peaches.
You are very squishy on that Smolder.
But they're cherries.
The biggest thing is that Ayu's actually taken over Artemis in experience as well. The fact that he was put so far behind, he was a full level down. They've done a good job of getting him back into the game. We'll get to see
you
some
slept
of
at
that
3 or
late game
4.
Price, as you rightly said, those stacks still quite a ways away.
I hope you got some good sleep, fam.
But In terms of itemization, at the very least, he's in a good spot. We turn our attention to the minimap once more. In terms of map control, Gam is in a great position because they are 4 towers up to 1. This means that they can push these waves in deeper.
Exactly,
and with that mid control they have, they'll convert it into another dragon. Furia deciding to give this one away, as they know that they're not in the best position to fight right now. But as long as they continue to play around Tuts, he is their main win condition. We've talked about it a lot, about how this is a big pick for him.
Oh, Jojo going in here. That was, I think, his real flash. He expends it onto Elio. Elio just dodging
I'm just trying
back
not
and
to
forth.
swallow the pit.
A couple ultimates there. Was that a Hex Flash or an actual flash? I'm not 100% sure, but it looked like it might have been his real one. As that's a pretty heavy commitment just for Elio, and they do just trade his ult.
Yeah, I guess if they find that pick, they can consider turning it into an Otacon and maybe a bigger fight. But even then, it's a scary thing to do against a Rumble. In any case, Ari's ultimate going to be on cooldown for a bit. There's a few moments here where Gam could look to capitalize, but the truth is, there's not really much to play for on the map. Really, at this point in the game, you're looking for pushing on these waves, getting control over those side lanes, and then starting to get that deeper vision into the enemy jungle. This is where information is key. You want to keep track of exactly where your opponents are on the map so that you can maybe punish. Start off that Otacon when Furia couldn't respond, because right now Tadu's on the bot side of the map. They have the jungle at the top side, and that deep vision can be valuable in being able to find out that information.
Yeah, absolutely. Elio getting some wards over the wall, but Jojo going to reveal his position to clear this out. Average time to 225 in pro is 2250, so is going to be quite behind that mark if everything continues going on this pace. So IU will be put down quite a lot, but his gold not
y'all ever get a text message but you can't respond at the current moment,
to really try to
and so you're like, okay, I'll respond when I XYZ
like this to try to help,
and then you forget to respond, and then the next day you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't respond, and now they hate me. I just did one of that. I did that.
A lot of action so far in this game, as you highlighted, 10 to 10 to kills. The tower advantage heavily in favor of Gam.
I feel currently so bad. I was on a plane yesterday. I was coming home from New York.
About 3 minutes and potentially the Baron in 3 minutes as well,
one of my friends messaged me and they were like, "Who are you rooting for today?"
Looking to force anything.
When they were talking about MSI, and like I couldn't respond on the plane because there was something wrong with the Wi-Fi.
That I think
so
both teams are currently
I was like, okay, I'll just respond when I land. Mind you, this is a 6-hour flight.
Obviously, it's very strong to get a little bit more damage out. It's good in the 1v1.
I totally forgot, because as soon as I touched down in LA, I'm like, okay, I gotta get home and I gotta start stream immediately, because I got to LA at like 10:30. It's like an hour ride from the airport to get to my house. And then at that point, it's 11:30. I gotta start stream as soon as I get home.
I think that's also a big reason.
And then just now I was thinking,
knockup comes through from Elio.
I don't know how I was thinking about him
clearing out these wards here as Furia staying in the
but
area.
I was like, oh, I wonder how he's doing.
This is risky. They could actually.
And I was like, wait, he messaged me yesterday
in the area here, so clearly could be looking for it.
Like I feel like it's too late. You're gonna be like, bro, don't talk to me.
On wave right now. And
you're gonna be like, don't.
That he was around mid lane. Tatu moving out from base. They're just trying to reclaim vision as much as they can. Do spend that.
Me when my homegirl asked me to fight with her.
Saying, you know what?
Fight with her.
Last little tool to check easily. They are already on it here. Artemis has to be careful. He's not taking damage from that needlessly. As Furia are wrapping around. They will be spotted now as they walk by the Baron pip. This is getting incredibly low. And Emo's just going to try to block off Tatu. Tatu does have his flash though. He's just going to walk around. It didn't quite actually pincer him. And now it's Furia on the Otacon here. And it's Jojo just buying time. Furia takes it. And in comes the Galio ultimate from the top ring.
Me personally, I'm taking Emo out after this game.
Punch. In goes Levi though, does get a double kill as it's actually Gam winning the fight, even though they lose the Otacon. Can they chase
That's
for more?
Also like,
what an odd exchange.
How is that
Gam
possible?
Effectively leashing the
how does Gam leash for Furia? They steal the Otacon. Emo flubs his ulti.
The Rumble so far away from the team, Furia can just walk towards Gam, force them away. They get the objective, but they overforce the fight. IU struggles to have impact outside of his ultimate because of a well-placed ulti from Kiaya. He can't get involved. Tuts also zoned away, which means that Gigo commits without any proper follow-up. That means that the front line just disappears from Furia, and while the objective was lost, Gam get themselves 2 kills.
Absolutely. I mean, that equalizer was so well placed from Kiaya, even though he was late, like you said. Yes, we see this big engage from Jojo
boys are
and Gigo,
cooked.
but everyone else from the Furia side was completely zoned out. They couldn't walk past
but,
the equalizer.
like, it doesn't even matter. Even though they lost the objective, they won the fight.
GAM that they did lose the Otacon, so obviously that's not going to really show up on the scoreboard as far as the gold is concerned, but there is still quite a bit of combat power, experience, additional adaptive force as well. And so the game still goes on.
How many
very
stacks?
close right now. Third dragon going to be spawning here. GAM wanting to be looking for it, and they do find.
Oh, Smolder's on execute now, right? Is it 220 or 225?
Up to survive for now, and does have his teleport if he feels he needs to heal up. So it's
he's got 220 stacks right now
with the charm, trying to maintain.
It's 225,
over
bro.
This mid lane here as now
he just gotta hit one person,
will get poked away on,
or hit the whole team with a W, and he Gucci.
This positioning is very awkward from GAM. It looks like that they were very committed to holding on to this mid wave. The dragon is alive, and rather than start the objective off, they've just ceded all control. Furia have gained access into the river, but Furia, okay, now they're going to start off this objective.
Is it best of one? It's best of 5. This is an elimination match, so whoever loses this goes home.
It feels like
this is day 2 of MSI, by the way.
They want to or not.
Whoever loses this game goes home.
Though, with the Weaver's wall, and in comes Levi from the top. Can't actually get into any of the carries. It's a great engage from Jojo. The Galio ultimate going to get interrupted, unfortunately, though, and Galio is going to get knocked down. Tatu trying to run. Levi and Artemis piling through, knocking them down.
Even though Furia is getting these objectives, they're losing the fights afterwards every time.
Because they crush them as they're trying to take it.
They've taken out the jungler, so that means that Baron might be an option. Levi, very healthy. Ayu, he's
Yo, Toad, thank you so much for the 23 months to almost 2 years of support. I hope you're having a good day today. Yeah, Smolder's on execute now.
They do, but Artemis looking to punish, gets the first kill. Is he going to be able to chase down and take out Ayu? The feathers fly, and it forces the flash there from Ayu. Does get 1 kill, but it's a 1-for-1 there in the exchange. They lost their jungler for the mid laner Toots.
W
and Ayu loses both of his summoners.
I will say, a bit of a missed opportunity there for GAM. I think they really could have looked to force that.
I won't go to League Tournaments IRL.
Instead,
take
they
that
wanted
spawn.
to try and punish Ayu
I love you.
Take
Takes on that vid. Thank you.
Spells, which will be very valuable in the upcoming fight. But when we take stock of the last fight, GAM's front to back is just melting through Furia. One of the things you highlighted earlier, Azael, was this lack of armor on Gigo. And I really
thought it was going to be the other way around during this game.
Destroyed by Artemis whenever he looks.
I really thought it was going to be Furia was just going to be dominating these team fights.
They do secure the dragon. The engage, I think, comes through a little late as Tatu focuses down that objective.
Granted, Smolder just got on execute though, so
fantastic engage connects onto 5, but then he just disappears. And while it looks like a promising fight, the reality is that it's
is it not working on TikTok? Let me see.
And Furia just can't quite clean up any of the kills on the back end.
Yeah, I mean, Jojo keeps getting these multi-man engages, but they're not really in a position to actually follow up. This time, Gigo goes for the ultimate, immediately gets charmed up by Elio on the other side. Couldn't even get it, and now it's going to be another engage here, and it's going to be a quick kill for Kiaya as they knock down Jojo over by the Baron. I think this could trigger them to just look for a start. So it is on the side, and he might have been spotted.
Yeah, no, for sure. And thank you for letting me know.
There was a ward over the wall, and so now they are going to know that he was in that tri-brush. They clear out the ward. As Tatu is going to be fighting over on the other side.
All right, we've got a Baron
in the jungle. The Baron is started here, and
we gonna be flipping. We gonna be flipping.
Looking to try to section them off with the Weaver's Wall. This time the Weaver's Wall will come in between. Tatu cannot get in.
It wasn't even
the Baron going to be secured here by GAM. It's actually claimed by Artemis.
It wasn't even.
Combination of the feathers.
Not it was claimed by Artemis.
GAM now.
Levi, you good,
Bessie? In game 1. With a 5k gold lead in Artemis.
Oh, they're looking for the play here, trying to get aggressive. Elio in some trouble, does jump back to Artemis, will be able to get out of there. But a good bit of pressure from Furia, just not there in time over by the Baron. GAM played around the vision well, just kept pushing back Furia.
I want to play that smite challenge
and look for a proper
where basically
steal.
You're like,
Gigo though going to be spotted out with the blue on the side. Looks like they want to try to potentially force
you got to see how quickly you can smite an objective.
Onto Levi, the equalizer, good onto Jojo, will force them to retreat. This Furia is going to have to just walk out.
Truly, Jamal.
Okay, well, my concern for GAM is that they've committed a lot of resources just to defend this mid tower. I think this late into the game, you can afford to lose it. but they really don't want to. And in fact, Gamma looking for a fight.
He's going to flash forward. He's right in onto Toots. Here comes the Galio ultimate. They're trying to turn it around.
This does not look good.
Through, and they're going to grab the first kill. This time, Tatu takes down Elio. As Artemis is in trouble, the feathers fly. Can he actually get back? The feather pull not stopping much. Artemis forced to flash out of there as Emo now arrives. Furia just try and try and try again.
I'm glad Emo arrived after the fight was done.
I have to question GAM's game plan here, though. They have Baron. They should be setting their sights on these tier 2s, but instead they're looking for a fight without their mid laner. He wasn't available. Emo had gone back to base. This was a 4v5 that they tried to force, and Furia is like, we will happily take this. Miraculously, 30 minutes in, the mid tower stays alive. So GAM have accomplished their objective of defending their structures.
Are going to be able to keep that alive, and Artemis here with his build, and we did go for LDR even though there wasn't any armor being built up, but of course it is still going to be valuable. Then he goes into BT because now he's starting to have to deal with some of this smolder poke. It does mean that his IE is going to be very late. His IE is going to be his last item of the game here, assuming it will be built up. On the other side, you can see Shield Bow just now got completed for IU, so he's
that's what I'm saying though, Holy, is like
he's now crested 300 stacks.
Yeah, so they're winning the fights. They obviously didn't win that one, but like
and he is going to become a real
the decision making.
The game has been about Toots. At this stage, it starts to become
showing that
it
is clearly hard for them to close a game out. And against upper teams,
the game has gone
that's never gonna fly. That will never fly. Versus a T1, a BLG, a Genji. That'll never fly, man.
They also have Emo's ulti. I love
when you've got a lead like that, when you're winning, when you're up, when you've got Baron, you can't make mistakes like this. Because you give them an inch, they take a mile.
In trouble now as Kiaya is going to have to go to the stasis. Tatu is running. Levi trying to chase after in 1v2. The top side here from Furia, but he is put low and will have to retrieve back. Toots now looking.
JT.
Nice dodge out there from Elio on the charm. Does avoid it and keeps himself alive.
I agree, Jamal.
Get one kill and gain themselves access to this dragon. This game is just bloody back and forth fighting over and over again.
I mean,
it's so back and forth.
I don't really think GAM got much value out of the Baron aside from removing it from the Rift. They do get a winning team fight and they do convert it into a dragon. They now find themselves on
They did not want to lose that mid tower at all.
These teams are just grouping up and they are just fighting to the death.
Yeah, I think they probably played a couple of matches or like did an ARAM or something to warm up.
And as long as he's able to get the damage down, this Smolder is going to be a real problem for GAM.
Absolutely is, and these are the live stats here for Furia's IU. You can see where he was, how much damage he has now done at this point in the game, 24,000 that he has racked up. The early deficit no longer matters.
Yeah.
You know, he has been given the time to catch up and really get to a very strong point of the game. Smolder is going to be a problem for this team, but damage ramping up really all around. You can see the death cap's been
He's
done
on
for
4 items.
Seeker's arm guard now coming in here for
I think he's gonna get a bloodthirster for that last item.
Pure armor at this point when you're this far behind and the black
because he built a BF sword
done is not going to do much. So I do think the playmaking of going towards Azonias makes more sense. That's going to give you more survivability than pure armor will at this stage of the game.
Why is Artemis sitting on 2 pink wards?
Baron is in about a minute and a half. This will likely be the next objective that both these teams will fight for. They need to get these side waves under control. Trying to secure level 16 for a few members ahead of that big fight is going to be important. 33 minutes in, it's been an intense back and forth, a ton of team fighting between the two teams. And ultimately, as you highlight, I feel like this is going to be a game of the 80 carries. I feel like GAM has just been winning in the front to backs. Jojo and Gigo.
Do y'all think it'll go to a game 5 or a 3-0 or a 3-1?
Has been lacking from the side of Furia.
I feel like this game could go to game 5 just based off of how they're both playing right now. Like nobody looks like a clear winner.
2, maximum 3 kills. They haven't really just completely wiped Furia
I mean, I guess I do see GAM winning this game, but Smolder is coming online now, so I think it's only a matter of time. Artemis,
I feel like they've been able to
who did display true skill yesterday, even though they lost. Maybe he can carry it. But I don't think this game is going to have the discrepancy in skill the way that BLG versus G2 will. I think
Absolutely
BLG versus G2 is going to be an obvious 3-0, a quick 3-0 even.
When Jojo and Gigo
but I think that this game, it's very likely that we go to game 5. But I'll predict a 3-1. I'll predict a 3-1.
And that is 1 Q from Smolder. Just about losing a quarter of your health there is Artemis. Is that rapid fire Q plus the true damage burn really
I
does
kind of
become a
wish I
problem.
voted
This
for
is why
Furia
Artemis
to win
built
this
PT.
game.
He'll get access to that mid wave and he'll right back up.
Now Furia did a good job. They instead prioritized the mid wave in order to gain access.
Also, y'all, speaking of MSI, y'all know PSG, right? The way that people would call them the NA killers. Well, PSG had a pop-up house here. Oh, hold on, we gotta fight.
And it's IU down incredibly low. It's IU getting killed off to start the fight. But on the other side, Artemis is in trouble. Gigo shuts him down.
Smolder's dead. They have. This is Gam.
Toots barely survives, and now we're into a 3v4. Gam looking for more, trying to get the flick back. They do land the flick back on the Gigo. He's incredibly low. He's running for the hills here, but Tatu is there to save him. Gigo and Toots limp out of the fight with such low
it's a 2-for-1 though.
They do survive.
A quick engage.
But if they can kill that Smolder every time, I don't think Gam's gonna or Furia is gonna be able to hit back. I think G2 Rot Day will do good today and go 2-3. Really?
Thanks to the ultimate. This engage from Jojo was fantastic.
You think they'll take BLG to game 5?
Connects from the Smolder and the ultimate, which means that Artemis just melts on the back line. Levi can't get the final hit onto Toots, resulting in
I think it's good for Furia.
No objective gained.
Yeah, no objective gained, but it is just back and forth fights. You can see the stress on the coaches' faces, on the players' faces, as this one is really down to the wire. It's going to be one fight, one player that steps up in a moment that decides the game.
It just
really
needs to be one. It just needs to be one.
Difference has stayed pretty steadily in Gam's favor. But the lead not really that relevant at this point in the game. We're 10 seconds away here from this Mountain Dragon spawning. That would be Soul if Gam can claim it. They would love to do so, but a Mountain Soul not going to guarantee you a win at this point.
I think the biggest thing is just the lack of summoner spells for IU. He doesn't have a way to escape. In the last fight, we saw how dangerous that can be for this Smolder.
Does have the QSS he just purchased though, so that can help him somewhat. Doesn't obviously fix the missing flash, but can fill in for the cleanse.
Ultimate now available for Levi.
Ben was not performing yesterday. I would have to say G2 will stomp their cheeks. Oh, come on, JP. Oh, come on.
In goes Elio to try to finish him off, but they don't have the damage until just now. They get the kill, but in comes Toots. He's trying to turn around. Artemis, though, still firing, still standing. Kiaya flashing in with the overheat, trying to take down Tatu. Artemis is trying to get enraged, but he just can't finish him off until just now, as there's a double grab by Kiaya. They want Gigo as well. He's going to go into the stasis. Kiaya tanking up the tower as the feather pill will
Artemis.
Another Gam win the fight. They take down 4. It's
JT, you telling me
he's going to try to cut the minion wave to prevent any sort of an end, but this should be
telling me that Ben is going to lose to the, what was it, 1-9 Broken Blade that we saw yesterday? Is that what you're saying?
We saw an insane engage come through from Levi.
Is that what you're saying currently?
Get a look at the priceless MasterCard moment of the game as
listen,
the Soul
if BLG had a 7-man roster like Gam, he would be benched too.
These death timers are still quite high. Will they be bold enough to try and start the Baron? It looks like they're going to do it.
They are going to do a nice Aegis Assault there.
Agree.
Is able to immune that charm damage as they are overheating and they are bursting this one down. It is already down well below half. Jojo is on the way, but it's going to be too little. It's going to be too late. Very likely. He goes and he steals it. You're kidding me. Toots refuses to lose. The Ari makes the play and keeps Furia in the game.
Yo, Levi, come here. No, we gotta have a huddle. Come here, bring it in. Hey, Gam, bring it in.
Furia in it by finding another. The Baron
hey, ref.
fall. He's gonna pick up
ref.
the Vegi's.
We need to have a huddle. Bring it in.
Comes through under Levi.
Bring it in. What the frick is going on?
Staying alive means that in the extended exchange, having an AD carry versus not having one is what ultimately leads to Gam's success. It starts with a 2-for-2, but then
Moon, I agree. I think BLG will be 3-0.
Let's get an ultra slow-mo of this one. The HP gets low. They have the feathers. An early smite comes through.
I mean, it was 25 health points.
His smite was not perfectly timed with his Q. So what happens is the Comet Spear comes through, the smite lands, the Comet Spear is supposed to finish it, but it was desynced. There was a tiny gap.
Yeah, that was 25 health points, y'all.
That is insane. And as we come back to live,
I can't be too mad at that. Now you should be using your abilities before the smite,
you can see Artemis and Kiaya getting so much work done, but even though IU was focused down, he did the most.
Levi playing like pure shit right now, but no, like he really is. That's his second miss smite. Because if you remember, Baron #1, Artemis got it.
Artemis, he just bought a GA, so no Infinity Edge in the full build. So that is going to mean his DPS is a lot lower, but he is clearly just emphasizing survival. He is saying, you know what, if I don't get burst down, I don't need to maximize my DPS with the IE. I just need to be able to survive, utilize the BT and the shield bow to do that.
No, don't leave, jerks.
Thank you for leaving.
Game is playing like they don't want it.
We find ourselves 40 minutes in game 1. We were expecting a back and forth, but I don't think we were quite expecting this. 36 kills.
Yeah, even though it's 23-16, it really is very much back and forth, dude.
This is going to be an easy tower secured. Levi split pushing.
Thou shalt not smite. Umptilations. 6-2. Cupcake.
Another objective.
I don't know. I don't really.
This has to come down to
I don't really agree with that. I don't think it's thou shalt not smite. I think it's thou shalt not smite. Correct.
Go again, and we'll see though. I mean, if Fury can pull off a dive here, this could be a game-ending
push. I think you left out like a word or something, bro.
Remember, he already used the Seeker's arm guard, so he doesn't have that. Now he has no flash. Emo is going to be incredibly vulnerable.
Thou shalt not smite on time.
Sonya's off, but not sure he's going to have the gold to do it.
I'm excited for this next fight. We've seen so many great engages from both supports. I feel in this game.
If we think about it, bro, if you think about it.
I feel like IU has definitely got the worst of it, but they're still both 4-4 in
It was Pyoshik.
But this Smolder is having a really tough
and
time
then it was Umpty.
He doesn't have a huge amount
they
of
were both Team Liquid junglers.
And the Rakan flying at your face, there is little
is Team Liquid cursed?
He does have the Merc Scimitar though, and he has Cleanse and Flash now, so he's gonna have all of his tools up and available. But likewise, Artemis is even harder to take down. He's got Cleanse,
I guess
Flash,
we'll see with this new jungler, dude. We'll see if the new jungler's got the snipe. The calculus is calculating.
Seeing, will someone come and claim
this?
No.
We need to ask Yuji what's up.
To measures this late into the game. I feel like
JT, you are a messy.
No, he revealed. He got created for the wave, and now we'll see if
maybe it's because they were both Korean junglers, so they were used to playing on lower ping.
May make the big play earlier, but this time he is probably going to be punished. He's trying to run out. Everyone from Gamma is coming, but the rest of Fury is actually pushing mid lane right now. He's going to run into Kiaya, does land the charm, so it's trying to make something happen, but it's just going to be a bit of time bot.
They have their own servers when they play competitively.
For the wave and does get punished big time.
They have their own servers.
The Magi's gone. It's an instant sell, and he is working now towards that Void Staff.
I mean, it was something that he was not expecting.
So I don't think that's
was moving through the river in the fog of war to actually threaten a class.
What's up, True Granted? How are you doing?
That he was there, and they successfully find the pick. The good news for Furia is that Tuts will be back alive.
I'm not saying they're bad. I just think
until the Elder
that
spawns. While the pressure is favorable for
missed
Furia,
a lot of smites. That's all I'm saying. I am not saying that they are bad.
The fact that they did try and push. They pushed in mid, they pushed in bots, made it harder for Gam to really play off any waves. The tier 2 tower still alive in mid. It's a tense one.
It's just an Elder fight to decide the game. It really feels like.
I think there should be like a category when they're scouting. Can this player smite well?
Just coming down to these objective fights and who can execute better in the 5v5s. Gam, very slight lead, 600 gold. Really, it's just the Mountain Soul that does matter as far as their advantages are concerned. The carries are pretty much fully kitted out at this point. Itemization not really going to make any difference. It's just so even on both sides.
It's crazy. It's crazy to think about. I just now made that like correlation.
Levi's going for the red buff right now. Wants to get the global red buff for his team before this fight does happen.
I mean,
it does mean he's
available yet.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a weird position, and this give again means Furia gets the inside track towards the objective. Elder's not one you want to try to fight for after the objective goes down, though. It is going to be terrifying if that does happen. Gam, though, trying to move in here. Levi's just going to send
here we go, guys.
He flashes in, the cleanse comes out.
Elder reset.
Galio flashing in comes the Galio ultimate to try to peel. Ayu is still alive. Ayu pops the ultimate, and he is firing.
Toots fighting for his life. Ayu fighting for his life. Good Galio taunt. Galio's really out here peeling, but he is out there in the trenches by himself. If anybody could have followed that man up, that possibly could have been an Elder Dragon going over to Furia, but Galio was really out there by himself. Okay, Emo. Hey, no shade. They ate that.
Make magic happen once again. Levi,
yeah, they did it that time. They did it that time. Yeah, they just needed damage right there. Galio was trying, bro. Galio was trying with all his might, but nobody, his damage doers were not there. Toots was running for his life. Jojo, or not Jojo, Ayu running for his life. Galio was in the front lines.
But I don't know if Gam's gonna allow them to do it. It's up to Toots and it's up to Tatu. Toots trying to kite for his life here, but Tatu's down incredibly low, and he's gonna get burst down by the Elder. Toots cannot make it happen here. Jojo respawns, but that's not gonna matter. Kiaya goes golden just to flex on him on the Nexus. It's gonna be Gam and an absolute banger. 45 minutes in, 30 kills to their name. They take game number 1.
They take, all right.
A crazy back and forth.
They won it. Good job. Good job, Gam. Can we talk about that game should not have been 45 minutes long.
This is just a taster of what we can
like, yes, that was a victory, but it should not have lasted that long. That should have been a 32-minute game.
Doesn't get much closer.
A 32-minute game maximum.
All about the team fights, all about the execution here. Toots with some heroics, stealing that bear.
It should not have been
incredible individual performance, but at the end of the day, Gam committed to their plan, and that was taking down.
Are they wearing Air Force Ones?
They were able to do it. Let's head on over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Yo, you know what I want to see?
I don't know how much more there is to say. There's a perfect breakdown.
You know what I want to see? Oh my gosh, did y'all see him on the side?
It's weird to talk about anything other than those final moments, but it's important to remember a little bit of how we got there. Because Gam did come out.
This man was on the side with a sign that said it's Gam time, bro. I'm
say it's Gam time, which I really appreciate.
That man is funny.
But yeah, they definitely.
That man is funny. Okay, talk to me, y'all. Talk to me. Oh, this is what I was gonna say. I was like, what do I want to talk about? I think there should be a League of Legends team, preferably one that wins a lot, who in their uniform they wear black Air Force Ones. I would nominate Gen G or T1 for this. Personally, I think that's what they should do. They gotta have black in their team colors. They got to. Cause you know what the black Air Force Ones mean, right? You know what that means, right? I think I'm gonna have to get in contact with one of them. I'm gonna be like, hey, hear me out. If you wear this shoe, okay, if you don't know what black Air Force Ones mean, if you don't know what black Air Force Ones means, people who wear black Air Force Ones are true, wow, how do I even describe this type of individual? They don't care. They don't care about anything. Psychopaths. They are on some devious timing, menaces to society, truly. They are crazy. If Jinx was male and existed in real life, she would wear black Air Force Ones. She would. True crackheads. Okay. And they're known for just being stupid, but they're strong. They can hit. If you are ever hopefully you're never, if you are ever to get into a fight and you see that the enemy team, if you see that the enemy or the other person you about to fight has black Air Force Ones on, do not fight that individual. Do not fight that individual. Somehow you will end up dead. I don't know what it is. They're not going to use just their hands. You will die. Okay. Okay. If they got on black Air Force Ones, best believe you will not walk away from that fight. You are not safe. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Okay. So with that being said, if a League of Legends team wore black Air Force Ones and they walk in, yo, you know they not playing with you. You know they got hands IRL and in game. And so personally, I just think that if we got a team to incorporate black Air Forces into their uniform, bro, like they would be the team that is feared. So I might reach out to Genji. I might reach out to T1. I might reach out to them and be like, hey, I know you guys love to win and I've got just the shoe for you. I do. Maybe we'll see throughout MSI a team that looks like they are worthy of the black Air Force Ones. I noticed a lot of people are wearing the nose strips. Can they not breathe
for the star from yesterday
in there?
Maybe. I mean, I am looking more at their map play, right? Because I do think there were times in this game where GAM did get punished.
What's the score? It's 1-0 in favor of GAM.
Not going for an objective
exactly,
and chasing onto a member of Furia.
What's up, Boomer? Yo, bitch, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 5 months of support. Hope you're having a good day today. Yeah, that's why I was asking, like, can they not breathe? Because I know it's supposed to, like, open up your airways so you can breathe, but
which I don't think they should have got to, given how big the mid-game lead the GAM was able to get got. But additionally, even when they did get there, I just don't feel like a full-on try and protect the carry position with the tools that they had there was really going to work out. And I don't know if leaning into that is the right call. Maybe just
how old is Levi League of Legends?
Earlier, I think were consistently better than GAM's.
And interestingly, is the team who lost.
Oh, come on, 97.
They've chosen red side.
Okay,
day one,
so he's 27.
Had picked blue. It felt like the more
he is like the backbone
what is the
of GAM.
Of red side indicate maybe for what
I wonder what that feels like. Like the pressure is on him.
R5 top lane counter pick. Let's go.
Really? Schwaz. That sounds so lit. No, he looks like he's just a fun time to be around. I'm not even gonna lie.
As high as what Levi was able to get done for GAM. We might see it.
Get a good matchup.
I was born in 97 as well.
Game one. I think
my birthday is this week. Oh my gosh, my birthday is this week.
And it's funny because Giga also had the counter pick.
Yo, I gotta plan something.
Wasn't really about him. It was more so about the team comp plus the fact that it neutralizes the Rumble matchup. But I want to see that man with real carry potential because that was a large part of what made the series against G2 yesterday so competitive.
All eyes on the top lane seems to be the story here at the analyst desk. We'll see if it comes true in game 2. In the meantime, though, we're gonna head to a quick break. When we return, can Furia fire back, or will GAM move on to match point?
Dun dun dun. Hey, hey, hey. So we have a 24-hour birthday subathon coming, right? The thing is, like, I do want to stream, but I will definitely be going out. But I don't know how I feel about these club streams, bro. Like, whenever I stream in the club, I'm like, bro, I wanna turn up, but then I'm like, I'm on camera. I don't want to act a fool, but I want to act a fool on my birthday, bro. I want to act a freaking fool.
I get it now.
Panthers United. Okay. When's your birthday? Let's see. Girl, you've been acting a fool here. Slick. Slick. You're not wrong. happy early birthday, Dreamin'. Wear them black Air Force Ones and get lit on stream in the club. Do you think if I wore black Air Force Ones, they would let me in the club? I don't even think they would let me in. They'd look at me, they'd look down, and they'd look back up, and they'd be like, nah, shawty. They'd be like, absolutely not. Watch me win, and watch me do it again. Boop up a bip up a bam. Super whoop up bip up a bam. They would let you in fear. That's the only way I'm getting in. Do y'all think the CEO of GAM plays the legend? My thing is, like, I know he's there for like support and all of that, but like, can he offer any advice in these huddles? I wonder if he does. I wonder if he plays at all. But what if the bouncer was watches the stream and is in the know? Be funny. Oh my gosh, we're the same exact day. All right, you know what we should do? Let's ruin our entire day with one website. Let's ruin our entire day. All right. I'm feeling Jinx. All right, so it's a girl who's chemically altered or human. But they're not from Zon. I'm gonna assume they're human. So a girl who's human who doesn't use mana, not from Zon. I'm gonna say Akali. Ooh, we were close. We were close. Okay, they came out earlier than Akali, but they don't use energy. They're chemically, or they're human, and they're melee. Shyvana? Oh, they're a mid laner. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. They're a mid laner not from Demacia, Ionia, or Zon, and came out before Akali. Katarina? Katarina's from Demacia, no? Is Katarina not from Demacia?
And in comes Levi from the top. Can't actually get into any of the carries. It's a great
oh, she's from Noxus. Her boyfriend is from. I saw. Very well done. All right. A Vastayan Feather is a kingly gift. Zaya or Rakan? Which one?
It's gonna be too late. Very likely. He goes and he steals it. You're kidding me.
This gives Rakan. I don't think that Zaya would say a kingly gift. Lord have mercy. Oh, God. I'm tired of this.
Welcome back to MSI 2025.
Is this Heimerdinger?
In Vancouver, Canada. Day 2, lower bracket of the play-ins. GAM just took game number 1 over Furia. But it was anyone's game. It was back and forth. It was close. It was team fight after team fight after team fight.
Okay, we kind of.
In the end, it was just GAM performing better in those 5v5s that made the difference.
Dang,
46
we gotta eat this one up. We gotta eat this one up.
Perfect.
It felt like that every team fight was simply an opportunity to reset, ready for another team fight. Like, the teams were bloodthirsty. They were ready for violence, and we got a banger game 1. We'll see how things change moving into game 2, because naturally
I don't know what that is. That Death Sworn?
What won't change is I'm hoping the violence. I'm hoping that we still get a lot of these big fights around these neutral objectives.
All right.
I'm hoping for another close game. because
I did not know he had a high noon skin, dude.
The slight
wow, good job, y'all.
I think IU.
Good job.
He was just unable to play the team.
Isn't there like a Smite League of Legends tester?
He was able to get the ult out, but then that was pretty much it. And while that was scary, it wasn't enough.
Smite Stealer Simulator. Here we go.
So much of a difference in the 5v5s with the
All right, place your mouse over the dragon.
The Gam had just felt too much to
wait,
deal with. So
I didn't read the Smite with D or F at the right moment. All right, y'all ready?
Nocturne still.
Playoffs a couple times, so they are giving some respect over to that bot lane Yasuo.
Dang,
not wanting to have to deal with it.
LP.
Some of these globals obviously still.
Hold on, run that hell back, run that hell back, run that hell back. Oh wait, my Smite is 850, not
non-stop in their series yesterday.
Dude, it's 850. I'm thinking of 1300. I'm thinking of 1300, y'all. This is not my fault. All right, we have 720. Oh my God.
Now, we saw this yesterday from BLG, taking the Wukong away from Levi, one of his big comfort picks. Pairing it up with something like an Aurora would give you a very powerful mid-jungle duo in terms of...
760. What the frick is Kenan doing? Why are you going all over the map? Oh my God!
Yep,
bro, this...
For the anti-Wukong. Will we just get the...
Honestly, it's not even me, it's the game.
It's not
even me. Okay, 720. Look! Hey, tight beat. I smited solely on that one. I don't even know how that. I don't even know how I got that one. I don't even know how I got that one. All right, 540. When is Smite ever 540?
How good he was.
Yo,
a bunch of different
this
games.
gonna piss me off.
Is one of these things.
All right, 800. I smited at like 300, bro.
For Fury. Not that he can't be a flexible player. We saw him have a good silent performance yesterday. We know that
Stop inting. I'm trying.
Putting him on the chest.
What's going on, team? How you doing? 600, y'all. 600. I got that one. I smited at like 500.
We were talking about yesterday. When that pinch gets pulled, when that pull
I smited at 500.
It's really
all right, I'm on Lucy. Sis, hit the freaking dragon.
I do not think that either of these teams are concerned about these bans coming through. Kalista Renata, not something that Fury want to have to deal with.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see the Renata being that ban, because generally, at least in NA, oftentimes when you ban the Kalista, that is kind of like banning out the Renata, because that is the pairing that people really like to play with it. I do think Renata can be very effective against dive comps, even outside of just that one pairing, but largely, at least in our region, it's kind of considered like a double ban.
I mean, Varus is the other Renata thing, but they also banned the Varus.
Yeah, exactly.
But clearly they just say, we don't like Renata.
We don't like your pairings, and we don't like you either.
Yeah, exactly. Alistar going to be taken away. Interesting that GAM have done this twice in a row now, really limiting the engaged supports. Corki
thank you so much for the rose.
Like a big pickup for Furia.
You.
Kai'Sa Nautilus could very well just be the response from GAM. Lucian being the hover, though, I do quite like the Lucian.
Him saying Kai'Sa Nautilus? I really thought he was saying Kai'Sa Nat.
For him, but also just because it gives you, I think it synergizes nicely with the sort of mid-game power spike that GAM has started to develop their composition with.
Enigma, thank you so much for the 34 months of support. Thank you so much for resubscribing, and hello. Hope you're having a good day today. Moon, thank you so much for the 2 year awesomes. I appreciate you.
Both Jin and Kai'Sa, I think, kind of facilitate dives in different ways. I mean, obviously Kai'Sa becomes part of the dive, whereas Jhin is just kind of creating chaos with the ultimate, opening up as everyone is piling in to really make it difficult for you. Again, really high prio for GAM on these snap engage tools. Last time it was the Rakan and the Pantheon. This time it is the Phi and the Nautilus, as well as the Aurora that can really start fights out. So it is going to be pretty frightening for IU. It feels like when you're looking at this,
no, they really do need to play Samira. I think once we get into like the regular double elimination form of the bracket, that we might see Samira because they buffed her twice. There's no way we don't see her.
There is counter engage, but it feels like GAM's going to have their eyes on him in every fight.
It's funny because, I mean, we've been playing League a long time, right, Azel? And
that's true.
And when I see Aurora, to me, she's the modern-day version of Annie. They both just kind of drop their spells once they're done.
They both have red hair.
Yeah, they both have red hair. And the whole idea is just you drop the combo and then you kind of just, you don't
really
heart
you fakers, same.
That's not to say that you still can't do damage, of course, but your whole purpose is to just do that giant burst of damage, ideally on a crucial target, and then someone can either finish it off or you are doing that damage to finish someone off.
They should make it a thing, if they hover someone, it should be locked automatically and can't pick another chance.
Also, the thing is, the reason why I call Aurora the modern day is she has stealth, she can move around, she can blink, whereas Annie's just got a little shield that reflects stuff, you know?
I press my E and walk quickly towards you.
Now, the one thing I will say about Annie, though, is her passive. That ability to stun is the big difference maker, and that's kind of why, on paper, I do quite like more what we've got from Furia. I think that their just teamfighting prowess is way easier to execute. Leona, Wukong, Annie as a trio is so straightforward in how you execute the fights. I think about Jax into Gwen on the side lanes, and I do give that small advantage to the Jax just because of how the laning phase and the potential scaling. And so on paper, I am leaning towards Furia's composition, but in the fights, Levi's demonstrated to me that there is nothing that man is afraid of. Because if his goal is, I will lock down the AD carry, he will go through
locked down.
Whether his team is behind him or not is another debate.
Oh,
we've reconnected.
We're good. Don't worry, guys. The client never has issues.
Never.
Never. If it does, it's all in your mind.
Gigo establishing his authority.
Yeah, definitely asserting dominance there. Gets the bone plating off. As that can be relevant. You know, the bone plating won't be on cooldown. You know, will be on cooldown as that lane does start out. But I tend to agree with you. And Furia definitely has the ease of execution on their side.
Oh, you like me, huh?
Tools for GAM,
TikTok, thank y'all for liking the live.
Is very, very powerful from Furia. So it's, you know, if GAM is diving in and full sending it onto IU, well, yes, you might kill him, but the rest of your team might also get cooked for that because you're diving into Tibbers, you're diving into Cyclone, you're diving into a Counter-Strike Jax, who are going to be punishing that follow-up very, very heavily.
Regardless of what things look like on paper, I think the reality is that both compositions are set up to fight. And we couldn't really ask for anything else.
Both teams too.
Yes. So in game one, we saw Artemis and Elio get the better of Furia's bot lane. Not only did they kill them in the 2 versus 2, they set up beautifully for an early dive, which they executed on flawlessly. We see junglers now taking opposite paths to their game one decision making, with Tatu starting on his top side, pathing towards bot. Conversely, Levi starting on his bot side as Gigo already getting some nice trades. The Conqueror fully stacked here. Ooh, and a nice response from Kiaya.
Yeah, it was going very well for Gigo early on, but the Conqueror is stacking, and if you get hit by that true damage in the center of the snip, it is a ridiculous amount of damage that you are going to be taking. IU and JoJo clearly with full control here in the early waves are going to be able to get level 2 and push this forward. Artemis and Elio clearly respecting that. Will's just going to stand back and accept the wave at their tower.
And they're going to have to play safe because Levi will be pathing away from them. Emo is going to get some information now on Tatu. Recognize that, hey, jungler is here. And that means that he's going to be pathing towards the bot side of the map. So the risk of a dive is something that Artemis
the regions have like changed.
And even the risk of the bounce, right? Because
the regions have changed a bunch.
Tower, so it's going to bounce and push towards their opponents.
They've condensed them. They've moved them around. And they've condensed them even more this year. Yeah, now there's just 5 regions.
Just going right at it is Kiaya getting Gigo
and
incredibly
GAM is
low
from
here.
LCP.
Does not want to go for a flash or anything. Needs to wait for the snip cooldown. But is not up, and Gigo's just going to have to go back to base very early on here on only 9
I'm low-key excited to see CFO perform.
It's a glowing moat and a health potion, and I feel like glowing moat has got to be the saddest buy in the entire game. Like when I go back to base, I'm like, really? That's what I have to buy? It is, it's tough.
Certainly is. I mean, the good news for him is
why is JoJo's name Fur JoJo?
Already stacked towards him. He will likely lose a few minions.
His name wasn't always like that, was it?
He's gonna have a nice juicy wave.
Y'all see that?
He's gonna have that TP.
His name is Fur JoJo.
Response, though, no, he does miss the cannon. So never mind. It's disaster.
Yeah,
everything I just said is completely redundant. His lane is over.
Ask if they can remake it Null Jag.
Of course, I do exaggerate, but in terms of the early laning phase, good advantage gained for Kiaya in the 1 versus 1.
It's got his name twice.
By Tatu to recognize that the Raptors are gone.
When we look at Leona
as well, considering how much pressure.
No, like literally, show us the bot lane, bro.
He's doing a good job in the farm department.
I've got to say, Furia's early warding, they are very aggressive at tracking through the river. Both last game and
his name wasn't like that yesterday.
Just kind of this whole line along that bottom river. As Elio again, equal to the challenge there.
That looks very silly.
His hook, and as soon as the Zenith Blade comes out, he throws out the hook, so it kind of interrupts the travel time there, procs his Aftershock, and that is a key part of this matchup. You need to have your Aftershock proc for when you get stunned, if you get stunned by that.
No, I don't think it was.
Yeah, you'll notice when he does it
must be a bug.
A small gap gets created, which means that JoJo is actually just slightly out of range to connect the Q as well, which means that he's able to sidestep any more follow-up that IU could potentially throw down. But a very quiet early game, somewhat similar to what we saw in the previous game. Of course, the biggest difference from game 1 to game 2 is Artemis and Elio were really driving for that winning matchup, and they were making good advantages in the isolated lane.
Okay, so whose comp do we like more this
real
game?
Advantage we see in this game is Kiaya building his lead even more now with a 10 CS lead. Of course, a few minions here for Gigo to catch.
I like them both low-key. I don't like quirky. I never will be a quirky enjoyer.
Coming into today were that, well,
you burnt your finger in the stove. Are you okay?
Bluntly, and Kiaya, I will say, I think has got.
We need to get you some oven mitts, fam.
Of course, we are only in game 2, and there's still a lot of this game left.
Yeah, no, auto mod is wild for blocking that out.
Kiaya had done really well, was excellent on the Rumble, and now on another one of the picks he is really well known for. Yes, I do think the Jax, it is a good matchup for him, and I do think he outscales, but not if you fall too far behind.
You prefer Gams a little more?
When you're taking in consideration the Conqueror over for Kiaya,
I'm not
that
too
is
much
going to
of
scale
a
a lot better than the Grass
quirky
does
lover.
in these 1v1s. But
I do like the Jax, I do like the Annie, I do like the Leona, and I do like the...
He's on that top side, not going to be contesting this whatsoever.
I do like the... I think I like all of Gam's team. But I just don't like the quirky on Furia's side.
But we will from Furia.
Oh, they're going to look for the dive. They actually connect, and the needlework did tag him as well. Levi did interrupt that. Gigo trying to be supported here by JoJo, and in comes IU as well. Levi's going to flash out, and Levi, does he have the ball breaker? Gets over the wall, but the Zenith Blade follows, and IU is there. Flash to follow. The Ignite is ticking. IU wants this first blood, and he's going to get it.
The swap is well timed from Furia. Their main goal was to get Gigo out of this matchup because he has been struggling. And Levi was not expecting it. He wasn't prepared for the support.
I'm surprised they did not kill Gigo.
So it's Furia that draw first blood here in game 2.
Really well played by JoJo. Also connecting the Zenith Blade to follow him over the wall. Sets up to be able to chase down and get that kill. And unfortunately for them, yes, Artemis wasn't matched on the swap, but he couldn't push in the wave fast enough to deny.
Yeah, and that's exactly it. That if the wave was underneath the tower, they could have gotten a dive, and at the very least, it would have been a 1-for-1. But
that's tough.
With no minion wave to play off, Levi is just forced to retreat. You can see that Elio was in the area to potentially assist, but he
the only ability that gives quirky vision is his W.
Lose my jungler's life, and
the one where he can throw down things in a circle.
Artemis gonna get jumped
that
on there.
offers vision. I don't think anything else does.
Artemis realizes, you know what? I don't really want to do anything with that.
That's cute.
Definitely gonna have to stay away as he does take a pretty big chunk of damage.
I thought its Q was when he fires out the bullets.
Up on the top side.
And you can still move around.
Be in a bit of a difficult spot. Obviously, a lot easier for Gigo in that 1v1 for now. But the swap is going to be matched. You can see that both the Nautilus and this Jhin are heading out towards mid lane. And they are going to actually move Emo down towards bot lane. So pretty interesting. They're just kind of rearranging.
Can you tell I love playing
the lane assignments.
I love playing quirky. I overfilled this
I would imagine that Emo's been sent bot because his TP is going to be up sooner. But to have Kiaya continue to play in this 1 versus 2, I feel like just goes against his best interests. Even if he's not really at risk of being killed,
I guess it's just all about Grubs, right? They want to keep him on top side because he has no TP, and they really want to fight for Grubs. So GAM are going to move their bot lane towards mid, have the duo there, send Emo down towards bot, and they are going to look for a pick now. Tatu could
what I was
be in
saying
some
earlier
trouble.
was
Cyclone uses the clone
every time I
to
try
build
to
some
talk,
space as he's cutting back towards Jojo and IU, and in comes Toots. Levi's on the wrong side of town here. The Jin gonna open up to try to assist him, but there's nowhere for Levi to go.
Levi,
he can delay, but I'm not even sure that's beneficial.
Last time you were on my screen, you were dead.
Eventually, Tatu is gonna.
Second time you're on my screen, you are dead.
Another plate going the way of Gigo as Furia looking very strong in these early couple.
Y'all must be 12 million master
of Levi once again
like,
being punished by the bot lane of Furia. The decision making, I have to
played
imagine,
him once in ARAM and saw why he was so broken on crit and can one-shot people with his true damage work.
And so he thinks that if he moves into the jungle, he can buy some time.
I'm not a fan of that.
The hook goes wide by Elio, not connecting onto Tatu. Grub's not going to be started off as a TP now comes through.
He gives me Graves vibes.
Do not want to give this up.
His Graves used to be an ADC,
on this. Levi's running out from base.
but then he got put into mid lane, and Corky used to be ADC, but then he got put into mid lane.
Day one. The hook now from Elio coming in here onto
and for Graves, by mid lane, I mean jungle, of course.
Not connect onto Emo. Levi dueling against IU on the top side, but he's losing out on that one. Levi's going to be knocked down. Cam try to force their hand.
Yo, Levi.
It's not a good fight for them. They lose Kiaya and
Levi.
Things are just quickly falling apart for Cam. A lot of the fights that they're trying to take just don't make any sense. And Furia is more than happy to punish them.
Yeah, I miss old.
A fight that they tried to force around the Grubs.
But like I was saying, so y'all know how PSG used to be called the NA killers. Well, PSG had a pop-up in NA. They like rented out a spot in NA, and they invited me to come tour their little house. And they had a bunch of merch, and they had like some parties and a bunch of activities. And on the last day, they threw a big party, and they gave me this PSG Stanley Cup. They had a bunch of different colors, but the red is like obviously popping. And I was like, yo, maybe PSG is all right, man.
There's not really much of a fight. Cam is just immediately on the retreat. So the fact that it's very easily played by Furia.
Maybe they're not that bad.
Completely whiffed. They didn't even need it to secure.
But they were so nice.
So they get 2 grubs.
So
they got
chill.
2 kills.
It was a nice vibe.
Spot. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. The bot lane has now moved. Well, they've moved the Corki into mid lane so that he can contest the wave, and they've now got the Leona covering for the Annie in the bot side of the map. So they're nicely set up for the Dragon spawning.
Not them buying you out. Nah. They just treated me with some good old, French hospitality.
Has been put quite a bit behind. You can see the Triforce going to be done very soon for Tatu, and Levi still working towards his Sundered Sky. Obviously, you will always have the ability to try to still start these fights out, but if you fall too far behind in the Vi, we have all seen these games. It can very quickly turn into just ult into dead over and over and over. The champion doesn't really have any fallback plan. You have to be that engaged. You have to throw yourself in there.
75% of his team's deaths.
But thankfully, at least for him, he's kept up his farm really well, so he does have a decent amount of gold still.
That's honestly surprising. The fact that he can keep up his farm with being off of the map so much. He's only down a camp and a half.
Lock him down, but IU is able to just valk back over the wall. He uses the flash as well.
So nice advantage game.
Levi is not having a good time. Yo, I don't know why. I am randomly craving some good old honey toast, dude.
Facing Gigo once again means
toast with a little bit of butter, a little bit of honey on top. Oh.
Gigo, he's gotten himself a kill. He has a lot of experience. I mean, it was Gigo that ended up finding that kill onto Kiai in the last fight. So he's got to be feeling more confident as Jojo's just here to offer that extra bit of assistance.
Hey, dude, thank you so much for the 16 months of support. Thank you so much for supporting the stream.
Jin is rotated from bot up towards mid at the threat of a dive.
I'm gonna have to start starting stream earlier, because, bro, like, I want to play freaking League, bro. I haven't played League in so long.
Relevant for the Grubs fight.
We're gonna have to start starting stream earlier.
Now just become very evident as even the support as a 400.
Tomorrow we won't have to, because there's only one best of 5 tomorrow, and I think it starts at 5.
Now Gigo even gonna get a free plate up on top side, so things looking really good for
tomorrow
Furia.
It starts at 5, so I can start at regular time.
Has been trying to stay grooved, trying to find fights, but if you go for those and you don't actually execute on them and get the kills, well, your opponents are just pushing
you
the
can
map.
put MSI in the corner really small.
Further ahead, and that's what's happened so far this game. As Furia now up over 2,000 gold.
My dad made agua chiles,
2 of the 3
which
grubs.
is cold shrimp drenched and marinated with lemon and chili sauce.
Emo is going to look as Toots did spell, uses spells on the wave there, and Emo gets a little bit of damage down, but mostly blocked there by Toots and traded back really well.
Kind of waiting for the next neutral objective to spawn with the Herald in about a minute and a half. Gam, of course.
That moved me.
Off to a good start in game 1. It was really in the team fighting where we saw Furia finding ways to answer back. They found some great kills around the Durangles in particular. But right now it feels like that the main goal is to... Well, now that the first items have been completed, I feel like both teams should think about how confident they are when it comes to the fight. The triple Trinity Force spike, I should say.
No, literally.
The Wukong,
the way I am so easily influenced by food.
You would think. What I can tell you is that when it comes to mid-game spikes, it's a nice one. Kiaya in some danger.
Yeah, Kiaya in a lot of danger. Jojo gonna flash forward, does lock him down. In comes the counter-strike as well. That's the 3rd stun in a row, and Kiaya's got nowhere to go. Emo
that man was locked
to turn things around.
up.
Levi trying to get in range.
They won't let him out.
To lock him down, and
they won't let him out. He locked up. They won't let him out. They were CCing that man.
Now, Cyclone going to be popped there by Tatu as he's going in. It's him and Ayu against the world right now, but Elio is quite low. Artemis taking a lot of damage as he tries to retreat. Jojo looking forces the flash out of Emo. Again, Furia come out on top.
I mean, Furia just getting everything that they want. They pushed in the top wave.
Oh, Toots now looking. Emo in some trouble. Tiver's going to be dropped. Does proc the electrocute. Won't have the damage to knock him down, but they are in full control, it feels like.
They certainly are. They pushed in the top wave so that it started bouncing back, which means that Gigo, after pushing in that bot wave, can now actually path towards the top side of the map, catch that wave. They also, while it's not ideal that they committed the TP from Toots, they get the flash out from Emo, and they find themselves another kill. So tower secured, kill secured, 4K gold lead in their favor. This is a very one-sided game.
Get you some
so food,
dude.
It really is. It's going to be up to the engage tools that GAM have to try to find picks, to try to turn things around as they are looking at Gigo up on that top side, who now has a very big advantage. Going to pop a counter-strike, looking to walk back. Deadly Flourish does connect from Artemis. Is able to root him up, but not going to mean much of anything.
Yeah, Annie has been in pro play a lot recently. Oh, you like me, huh? He's been in LCK, she's been in LTA, everybody's been playing her. TikTok, thank y'all for liking the live.
But Levi's getting locked down, and he is getting knocked down by Ayu. Another kill going to go their way as they kill
no, y'all, this is looking like a Furia dub.
He wants it, and he's going to get it. He's on a killing spree now, and trying to corral
this is looking
Emo
like
under
a
this
Furia
tower. Will they push it
dub.
and even look for the dive? Gigo going back in as Emo's going to go between worlds, and Gigo may have bit off more than he could chew. It's a shutdown there for Emo as GAM finally gets something back.
4-4. Gigo's aggression gives one back, but it was still 4 kills in favor of Furia. The fights are just so one-sided. It feels like that the front line of GAM is just too squishy. We'll see the collapse that comes through from GAM. Levi takes the long way around to create this flank. Ayu chipping away at the front line. Kiaya sets his sights onto Tatu. But when you see Ayu locked up, you think that it's bad, but he just Valkyries away. The Leona ultimate comes through. He tanks up a huge amount thanks to his W. And then it just becomes this chase down where Furia picks apart the rest of GAM. And they walk away more than happy, winning a massive fight.
And there's just no one in position to even follow up there. You know, Levi was trying to go for a sneaky flank, but then he ran into Annie, so he kind of had to really go early. He flashes, he gets the Q on Ayu, but he has no ult available.
Why did I think GAM is better than Furia? My pickums. Well, GAM won game 1. So, you know, I just think that these teams are very evenly matched. That's what it's looking like.
One side of the map. This is all they have left. It feels like at this point is just trying to force fights on one side where they have the extra man. But Jojo has been reading them, it feels like, this whole game.
I completely agree.
He's been playing an incredible game, involved in 8 of the 9 kills, always in the right place at the right time to shut down Levi's plays.
I mean, you look at the bot side of the map as well.
So basically for pick'ems, you put the teams in order of which ones you think will advance and which ones you think will get eliminated, but you put them in order of what you think they're...
Steals it away, gets the objective bounty. There was 3 members
he stole it. Wait. Okay, Levi, he been playing the Smite Simulator.
More. The hook is going to connect as well. Emo goes between worlds, and I think they're going to get Tatu. It's another shutdown.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying. Like,
going into the
they're so evenly
there
matched.
Emo, as all of a sudden, a big surge in gold as they steal the dragon, get the objective bounty,
so you put them in order of what you think their score is going to be. So if you put BLG on top, which if you didn't, you're low-key trolling. If you put BLG on top, that means you think that they are going to lose 0 games in play-ins. So they're going to go up perfect, 2-0. And then the next person will go 2-1. And then the next person will go 1-2. And then the next person will go 0-2.
And then they actually convert it into a pick as well. And I think this is a demonstration of Furia just spreading their resources a little too thin. They had good control over the bot side of the map. They needed another member. I mean, at least they do make a good choice in just committing to the top side and securing another tower. They still hold on to a very healthy gold lead.
Because not everybody will play 3 games. Only the people who...
You see in the Coinbase gold grind, this is where Gigo has gotten all of his gold throughout the game, as we're going to see Levi getting locked down, knocked down once again.
Have to play a second
Who
game.
else but JoJo helping to set up the kill for Gigo, who is getting so far ahead. 2.2k individual gold lead now. This is more what we were expecting from him after his incredible performance against Broken Blade.
I mean, JoJo, he's 0-0-9. He's been involved in 9 of the 10 kills that Furia have been able to find. Herald's going to be dropped on the bot tier 2 tower.
Oh, here comes the engage. The stun does land. Emo goes between worlds and does try to kite back. Elio trying to make something happen here as in comes Kiaya. Can Kiaya get to the back line? He's trying to knock down Toots. He's going to flash over the wall to follow. The needlework is connecting, but Toots is just not dying. He's low, but is he low enough? He's looking for it. Can't find the final one to take him down as Emo's going to get knocked down by Tatu. And Gigo in the side lane again, just shoving that wave, pushing it in, keeping that gold lead bigger and bigger and bigger.
I mean, this is quickly turning into a stomp. 20 minutes in, a 7.3k gold.
I mean, it's kind of been a stomp, no?
It feels like that they can do no wrong, as Gam desperately trying to get something back, just lack the damage, lack the resources needed to at the very least get a kill onto Furia. 2-11 is the scoreline. 2.5 minutes until the next dragon spawns. But you can see that Gam's base is just in pieces.
2-11 and a 7k gold lead.
To the last game, where last game was all about team fights, all about 5v5.
It's been a stomp since Levi died 3 times.
It's been about Furia
in
making
like
smart map movements,
the
punishing
time
the
span of
plays
3 minutes.
that Gam are going for. JoJo roaming and anticipating the moves that Levi is going to make. Has been fantastic to see them play the map, and they're here onto the Otacon. This is a risky
I predicted a 3-1, so
we're on. A lot of throws over by Otacon.
We're on
Gam, I think, is aware
the right
of it. They
path
spotted
for
out
that.
now with the blue trinket. Will they be able to find the approach? Toot's gonna get spotted on the side. JoJo going for the engage. He's just trying to
I will
lock
say
down
Levi normally
and
looks
sure
like pretty
50-50.
solid.
It's gonna be taken there by
It hasn't
Furia,
been.
but is there a fight to be had afterwards?
It hasn't
JoJo
been his
just flashing
series
out.
for
Ayu
sure.
getting aggressive, does step forward, takes a chunk of damage, but Gam can't make the fight continue. Furia walk out, losing a flash, but gaining the Otacon.
I think they made a wise choice. After JoJo had to flash away to safety, there was no need for Furia to force the fight. They'd already secured the objective. If they tried to force it anymore, they would have just put themselves in an awkward position. So they don't take the gamble. They choose to retreat. But now a trap lies in wait.
But who's it a trap for? Toots is here, but so is Elio. The entire Furia squad pounces and bites him in half. Kiaya is down already, and Emo is coming in.
I saw the
peeps,
but dude, I didn't know their whole freaking team was there.
The focus is onto Gigo, but Gigo is healing. Gigo is standing. The locket comes in through to keep him alive.
Yo,
arrives as well, and he's back onto the back line with Artemis. Artemis gonna get knocked down. Furia crushing the fight. They can't even get Gigo.
Literally
Furia were so ready for that play coming out of Gam.
Y'all just got freaking sweat.
The collapse was quick. Gam
this man dancing! Did y'all see that? He was down there dancing, bro. IRL. He hit an IRL shimmy, bro. I'm freaking dead. There's no way he dances mid-game IRL, bro.
And he thinks that he can convert it into something because Levi is here as well, but they just don't quite have the damage. The target selection again. Once JoJo arrives to the party,
Emo is insane mid-game.
Levi on the back line.
Insane mid-game on stage.
And the happy faces of Furia mean that they get a one-sided ace. and they're looking to secure their third dragon of the game.
Yeah, you gotta love it. He's dancing on him, man, and he said,
"Yo, no, they can't FF. They actually get fined if they FF."
We're gonna see it here today.
I have seen a rule book that says they are not allowed to FF.
For the game, how excited they get on stage, how much
no, I'm regretting my pick'ems too. I really do wish I put Furia as they were going to beat Gam.
Tatu, a player that always brings the energy, a young player. He's been fighting to make a name for himself.
And Artemis is going to mess around and find out. Artemis has to run for the hills already. Levi is here, though. Can they turn around? Artemis has to cancel his ult because he's just dying to Tibbers. But inside the base,
no, I've been saying this all day, though. Like, I think Furia versus G2, like, I really enjoyed their energy.
But it's a continued dive. It's
Bro,
Emo trying to defend the base, and it's Emo dying. Both the solo
I'm not over this man emoting IRL, bro. I get emoting in game, but this man emoted IRL, dude.
Tuts bought so much time for Furia to make this play.
Oh my
and in exchange, the base will go the way of Furia. A second inhibitor is soon to fall. They have the minions in the bot wave. I think trying to end this game is quite ambitious. And I think they'll make the wise choice to disengage. Furia gets so much in exchange for their mid laner.
Do you think it'll go to game 5?
Gold lead.
I hope it doesn't. I think it'll go to game 4 if
anything.
Just
playing it out so well. They know all Gam can do is overload one side of the map, look for a pick. So Furia are just constantly pushing up all of the waves. So if you go for a 3-man play topside, well, guess what? We are going to punish you on the bot side. They dive, they kill off the inhibitor tower, they kill off both of the soul laners, they take double inhib. It's just beautiful to see.
We look back at the dive, and it's really been the story of this game. Jojo and Gigo have been working together so much to find these plays on the side lane, funnel
dude,
Gigo,
I'm about to be a LTA South fan, dude.
Duelist.
I love their energy, man.
Seems to have no answer.
I love their energy.
2025 is
I just might be LTA South.
Apparently. We got Jojo Pyun winning in
I might have to start watching
Jojo
it, bro.
Winning in LTA South. As Tatu will be spotted here, but Levi may not have a way out. Cyclone going to be popped immediately as Ayu, Gigo, everyone coming in here to try to knock down their jungler. They'll get the kill. Gigo goes onto a rampage, and Gam do not have great wave clear whatsoever. They get the
Levi's score and it real life says 0-7, like I might lose my mind, bro.
Grab this pretty easily.
Yeah, there's no smite, which means that this is an uncontested.
Which means that the mid laner is going to steal it.
There's no freaking way, bro.
Pressures on Emo. He's in the bot lane, so I think the likelihood of him stealing that
to be a very long two-fold.
Oh, it certainly is.
Yeah.
Furia gonna secure this objective, and then they can just turn their attention to top lane. They've just come off the back of a reset. I don't think they necessarily have to base right now if they don't want to. They can just keep up with the aggression. The TP should be available, but all right, they'll play it safe. They'll likely concede the bot tower, and objective bounty will go the way of Gam, but with the gold difference like this, really, you're just thinking about game 3. This will likely equalize the series. We turn from a best of 5 into a best of 3. Both sides have shown their strengths, their weaknesses. And it's going to be interesting because the pool will continue to be more limited. And Gam will have to find a way to bounce back in the rest of the series.
Absolutely. And we've seen especially, well, really from both sides, but I think especially from Gam.
Nah, I think there is no way they take Levi out. There's no way they take Levi out.
Be able to have that aggression. And there's only so many champions at the top level that are really excelling at doing that. So it's going to be interesting to see where they go in this next game as Furia now closing the trap here onto Gam, trying to look for those final moments of the fight. It's going to be Elio looking for the engage here onto Ayu, but Ayu is not bothered by it whatsoever. He just backs up, and now Tatu is going to try to go for an engage of his own, but he's taking up the tower. Tatu pops the Cyclone, trying to make it happen here. Has to flash over the wall, goes between worlds, and is going to be able to get the kill as Emo secures him on the other side, but now Gigo has arrived, and he's big man on campus, going in, knocking down one, knocking down two, looking for more, as Gam retreat to the fountain. Furia will make no doubt about this one. Game 1 was back
what I'll say, what we can take away from this game, when Gam was winning, when Gam was winning,
the thumbs up comes through from Tatu.
They took 40 minutes to close out the game. When Furia was winning, when Furia got a lead, they ended that game in 27 minutes.
Back and forth
That's the real tea.
That really went down to the wire.
That's the real tea.
Furia looked calm, composed, calculated.
They did.
They controlled the map well. That
they did.
Swamp is where they really started to build those
calm, cool,
Levi,
collected, and
like
they very easily, closed out that game. Gam was struggling even with the lead.
That man was not allowed to play.
Not at all.
And from behind, they struggled even harder
to break that one down.
Well said, gentlemen. Most certainly not allowed to play the game. As we take a look at the post-game breakdown, powered by AWS, you can see that this is the kind of dominance we might have expected after that series versus G2 yesterday. A much, much better performance from Furia overall. And a lot of the things that we talked about being important in draft really coming to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, we were thinking, okay, this counter pick, they're going to end up saving it for Gigo. It didn't end up coming R5. They didn't have to because they locked in Gwen.
Thank you for the follow, Ghostface.
Gam, rather, locked in Gwen on blue side initially to start. But this Jax from Gigo was
dang, I wanted to look up something. What was I going to look up?
Throughout this game. Once he got ahead.
All right, lock in, y'all. Lock in. Lock in. 760. It's moving so freaking much. I can't even see the numbers. I can't even freaking see the numbers. It was moving so much. That wasn't my fault. Bro! They started using their ultis on the freaking Baron, bro. How am I supposed to predict that?
Execution. We got the geek goat himself here. Game 1, game 2.
Dude, I promise you, in game, I smite better than this. Like, there's just no way, bro. People just attacking like crazy. 950, 950. That's me right there. 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 I want to get 3 in a row. I want to get 3 in a row. 680. 680. That's me right there. 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 All right, 760.
Because he is going to end up, as we start rolling the clip through, he's going to end up getting.
I ain't even smite. I ain't even smite that. 540, 540. I need smite at 1300. 540, 540, 540, 540. Frick! Yo, Bad 8, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and the 7 months of support. I hope you're having a good day today. I gotta get 3 in a row. 850, 850, 850, 850, 850, 850. That's me right there. No! I smited right on time! Nah, that's toxic. 800, 800, 800, 800.
To be able to go in, kind of like the fight that we set up at the beginning, there's already a trap set.
Nah, this is fine. This is fine. 3 in a row. 3 in a row. 800, 800, 800, 800. Nah, bro, I'm pressing it. I'm pressing it. Nah. Something's bugged. I gotta refresh the browser, bro. I gotta refresh the browser. I was pressing it, bro. I was pressing it. I'm gonna zoom in too. I'm gonna zoom in. I was pressing it, dude. Nah. I was pressing it. It was bugged. It was bugged. 600, 600. We getting 3 in a row. 3 in a row and we can stop. 600, 600. That's me right there. That's me right there. That's me right there. That reaction time was insane though. That reaction time was absolutely donkey. All right, 850, 850. Yo, somebody hit the Baron. 850, 850, 850. Why does it move so freaking much? That's me right there. That's me right there. That's me right there. All right, one more. Let's go. 38 LP on the track. 800, 800. That's me. That's me. Alright. That's me right there. You know what? I'm gonna do one more just for fun. One more just for fun. 8 pity, 8 pity, 8 pity, 8 pity. That was some cheeks. I'm not gonna lie, but I got it. That was some cheeks. I won't lie. Can we get 5 in a row? Can we get 5 in a row? That was a little bit too early. I'm not gonna lie. That was, but it's okay. We met our goal. We met our goal, and that's all that matters. We got what we wanted. That's all that matters. All right, y'all. Lock in. Lock in real quick.
Emo kind of takes a bit more of a backseat, but he works sometimes better with the team because
lock in real quick. Yeah, it was the wind. Yo, why is it such a long word?
I'm expecting maybe a standard draft with a rest on something that he can potentially play make on. I think for both of these.
Yeah, I noticed that as well, Derek. I don't know why his name is Fur Jojo. Okay, attitude, nice. It
really falls apart for them, so I think for GAM they're going to be looking for something that they can get ahead early on.
And secondly, for me, in both matchups, whichever jungler start falling behind really struggles. Obviously, this
okay, tatted.
Explosive because the way that the early fights played out. When Levi was struggling, the entirety of GAM wasn't able to keep up, and Tatu in game 1 also had a tough time trying to get the impact that he found yesterday early on. So I'm gonna be looking at the jungle matchup and who gets the edge.
Keeping our eyes on early game, and we're keeping our eyes on the jungle position specifically.
Nice audit. Okay.
We're gonna head to a quick break, but when we return, time to see who's moving on to match point and who's gonna have just a little bit more pressure in this elimination match.
Nice. We have Tide. We do have Tide.
All right, guys. I just landed in China. Let's go.
I don't know. Oh. Oh, somebody already got do it. Oh, we met our goal. Okay, we chilling. Yeah, I ain't got no more. JT put in work that round. JT gonna be at the top of that one. Yeah, I figured JT be on top of that one. All right, round 2. No, JT! I got it a split second after you put it in. Dang it. Oh my gosh. So freaking close. Let's see. Oh dang, y'all going fast. We already got more. Okay, Cobra. She said Megan Thee Stallion. Dang, we can't do carb? Lame. Bronc. What else? Nice. Only one more word. I really wanted one day to have the option to show what words you miss. All right, round three. Dang it, it's chicken. Yep, everybody got that. Dang, y'all nice with it. One of the words is auto-modded. Oh. There you go. Got you. Ain't no way you just got 110 stars, bro. Oh, no, this is general. Okay, this is the round. This is, okay. Okay, I'm in third. All right. That's what I like to see.
Dominated game number 2, had a really back and forth game number 1, and the question is how will
Dang, I need an A
from that devastating loss in the last one.
Yeah, who's going to push us to match point? I feel like that the energy from both sides is still very positive. Of course, we've equalized things up. I don't think either side.
Oh my gosh.
The pressure just
no.
As the series continues, those pools continue to get pinched.
Okay.
We've already seen a lot of the big power picks removed from
somebody already got slow.
Like the Rumble, the Gwen, the Jax, top laners that we've seen be very contested, already removed from the pool. We've also seen the Wukong, the Xin, the Pantheon, the Vi, all taken out of the roster. So it feels like that we're going to be getting much deeper into these champion pools, and I wonder, for these junglers, Sejuani, Maokai, is the type that they kind of prefer and prioritize? Because we've definitely seen them play them before, but is it really going to fit into the style that they're looking for?
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, they might have to completely change up their drafting plan if they want to go for that, because I do think, you know, especially for Levi, he really does prefer bringing the damage as we head on into Champion Select, powered by Omen and HyperX for game number 3 here. You can see all the Fearless bands there in the center of your screen. You touched on it, Betty. 4 of these physical damage junglers already going to be banned out, as Varus will...
Nice, Wolves. Good job.
Ban list, as will MF.
All right, we're in Chim Select. Let's go one more, real quick, like.
How will Fury respond? What direction do they consider problematic? Nocturne is something we've seen consistently removed from play. They do not want to give it over towards Levi, and it's going to remain on the ban table. Of course, Maokai and Sejuani, 2 junglers were keeping...
One of these letters is fake. F-R-O-T-H. One of those letters are fake. Because froth should definitely be a word.
Well, I said that it showed up in the second phase, but something that could be prioritized.
Swag.
He certainly does.
Yeah. We could never. We couldn't pull that off.
Never could I ever pull off a color scheme like that. I promise you, Azale.
Alright, well, waiting for the 3rd ban here from Gam. It is going to be Rise, so it hasn't really been a theme, I feel like, through these first 2 days.
Okay, F is fake. F is fake. F is a fake letter.
Taking them away.
F is a fake letter.
That's where I was going to go. The fact that it still is up for Fury, it feels like conspicuously absent from the ban list, and now they have to make the decision: do we want to ban it out, or do we not think that Eris, who it looks like has subbed in, is going to play it.
Ooh, well, this is the thing.
Or has he? Because isn't that Toots right there? I think it is.
Dang.
Eris on the side of Gam.
Oh, yes, of course.
When they had emo,
So the hidden letter is an S. Fake letter is F. Hidden letter is S.
Yet to be locked in. Gam taking their time thinking about it. Do they want to lock in jungle? They want the Kalista. Something that we talked about has kind of moved to the second phase of bans a lot in this series. AD carries have kind of fallen to the
Dang it, man.
priority on getting
I'm
to
so
the top
slow.
side. The Trusted Fate now being available.
I get the word right after it's gotten.
We've been hearing all about how strong it is on the current patch.
Yeah, definitely really powerful champion right now. Can play the map incredibly well. And
All right, at least we passed.
And once you get to the later stages and you have the rapid fire, just fishing with rapid fire gold cards is really tough to deal with.
Nice, BK.
I'm going to say Ashe up and available as well. To me, that is one of the strongest answers into the Kalista. When you just pick range into Kalista and you're harassing.
Dang, I got overtook.
Like a Nico or
I trolled that round. Oh, y'all, we're getting Seraphine.
For Artemis to deal with on the
We're getting Seraphine. This is our second time seeing her. Move cam, please. Oh. Oh, were you not able to see like the score? You can see it.
With Ashe, thanks to how her E works and with the slow already being applied, the potential root can come through. The Nico being hovered right now, Gam just hovering it as they.
Oh, it was over the words. Ah, my bad, my bad, my bad.
Available to them. The beauty of the Nico is that it can, of course, be.
Yeah, they played Seraphine Ashe yesterday.
And the mid lane position is where we conventionally see them.
You just got Seraphine on ARAM? Yo, let's go Brazy with the Seraphine.
Jungle is kind of my expectation right now for Gam. Question is, what direction are they thinking about?
Actually, it was Furia who played it yesterday, right?
Safe. Do they want to go a little bit more scaling? Or are they going to completely ignore what I'm saying and instead lock in an Aatrox?
So Aatrox going to get locked in here for Kiaya. It does feel like.
Ooh, they took out Emo, y'all. They took out Emo. Yeah, Derek. You're right.
And have that be your
Didn't they lose with it though? I thought they won with it. Am I tripping? Yo, it's an ARAM player.
Buying hats. Must be full build.
This man buying Kappa juice, bro.
Stacking them up. Either that or he's a troll and he's just not buying
an excellent demonstration of.
Wait, no, I gotta clip that. That's funny.
Impressive. As we do have the answer coming through here from Gigo. Is going to grab the Ambessa. So both sides still will be needing their mid laner, presumably, as well as their jungler. Of course, Nico could be going mid, and Seraphine, in theory, can be going mid, but we are expecting these to be supports.
Now, Fury is in a position where they.
How many of y'all been watching Love is Blind? And don't say any spoilers, because I haven't caught up on the past 2 episodes.
For jungle, right? So
any of y'all been watching?
Feel they need to prioritize. There's a lot of flexibility with the direction. It seems like jungle is the direction that they're going. With the Trundle ban, immediately alarm bells start to ring. Sejuani, potentially even a Yone alongside it. Of course, with that, they would have very limited AP on the side of Fury.
No, what is that? Oh, it's a show on Peacock. And basically all of Twitter has been talking about it.
If Levi's not able to grab a tank or something, honestly, you don't really care if you're.
It really is, George. It really is. It really is. I've been really impressed with Furia and MSI so far as well, Derek. I kind of hope that they advance, even though my pick'ems would be wrong. I kind of hope that they advance.
Skarner would be one of those tanks that you could answer with, you know, if they did go towards something like the Yone that you're talking about.
Jarvan. Oh wow, a lot of junglers have been removed from the pool.
Jarvan and Skarner. So yeah, all the tank junglers, the prime tank junglers are all getting banned out as well.
Yo, put Levi on Lee Sin, bro.
The Skarner all removed.
Fantastic into Kalista. Just those champions that leverage their mobility.
Put Levi on Lee Sin, bro.
I've got to say, it feels like it was something that I didn't immediately think of, and I feel like Gam kind of forgot about it too. Because when you're looking at both the Aatrox and the Kalista, like that is so difficult to deal with.
100%.
It really does fit the bill for everything. That
Seraphine is saving this game from being boring. Ooh, Kajix.
I do not believe that we're going to get an 80 assassin into the Poppy. I think that would be really tough. Okay, so he is actually going Kha'Zix. This is kind of crazy.
I don't know if it's good, but I like it. Kha'Zix being locked in.
But I like it. Same, bro. Me as well.
Pick potential that becomes available, the side lane plays that become an option.
Oh, my bad, y'all. We not in full screen.
Composition from Gam.
It is really exciting.
What's up, Kayla? How you doing?
As the final 2 picks here, it does feel like you are very committed to, getting flanks, to finding picks, because if you're just trying to walk straight through a Poppy and a Seraphine ult, like, it is going to be almost impossible here. I think Silas is also a great pick because you can match the roams of the TF with the stolen ultimate. You have things like the Pop Blossom to steal as well. So I do think it really works. It's also not really one of these champions that you want to like hard focus in a fight, right? Because you can get relatively.
Can I change my pick'ems, bro?
Knocked down. And so it does.
I want to change my pick'ems.
For this GAM lineup to fight through what Furia has drafted and try to get to that.
Oh yeah, I turned it down during words on stream.
Always feels like IU was kind of like
so that it wouldn't
It's one of those matchups in mid lane where
it wouldn't like distract.
Showmaker's Twisted Fate back in the day.
I'll turn it up.
How oppressive he was on the TF in this matchup in particular, that is just burned so clearly into my mind that I know how much damage a TF is capable of doing in this matchup and how difficult it can be for the Silas. We'll see how Toots manages the pressure, or if he really experiences that much, because if you're willing to fight in the mid lane, it can get pretty crazy. This Kha'Zix, though, I mean, there's a lot of dash champions.
TF used to be played a lot in pro play, but it was ADTF.
I mean, that's what I always tell myself, too.
I don't think we've seen much of APTF, believe it or not,
she can.
Recently.
If you all dash at the same time while the thing is up, then yes, you can actually block them all. But in reality, that's not normally how the fight plays out. What I will say, though, is just Poppy.
Dang, I wish I put GAM in
Forest,
dude.
It makes you second guess. It always adds that extra thing that you have to play around.
Derek, that was so insane yesterday. I mean, literally
then
popped.
It becomes very easy to play around.
Literally
and the mobility champions aren't punished that hard, but some interesting drafts. Kind of what we've come to expect with Fearless as you get deeper in.
Be right back. I need to go pee.
Jumping into game 3.
I won't say that I expected the Kha'Zix into the Poppy, though, in a game 3. There still are, a lot of options, but Levi throwing it down, and Kha'Zix definitely is a feast or famine champion. It is very difficult to make work at the professional level where people are so aware of where you could be coming from, so good at actually peeling and interrupting you looking for these plays. The bot lane as well, I think, is going to be difficult for GAM. You are definitely very heavily outranged by this Seraphine Ashe when you're playing the Callista, so it's going to be a tough draft to execute on, but if they can make it work, it would be extremely exciting. We saw Inspired even playing the Kha'Zix in Game 5 of our finals. We're able to make that work, but it's definitely tough.
I think back as well to Canyon picking the Kha'Zix, often using it as a matchup into things like the Xin Zhao in particular, just because of your strong dueling prowess. And I think that's often the idea that Kha'Zix is a very good duelist. In the 1v1, especially a champion like Poppy early on, you struggle to win out on the isolated matchup. But in order to leverage that, you need control of your lanes.
What did I miss?
So you already highlighted the bot side of the map. It's not going to go that favorably. It's going to be made even worse now that the map has been split. And the bot lane of GAM is
every time I move,
isolated from support from their jungle.
And we saw what happened yesterday against BLG when that bot lane got isolated. They were able to get dove early on. It just became an absolute disaster. As this is the difficulty when you are heavily outranged. They're going to go for it. They're going to be looking for this poke. Kiaya, though, he could be that pressure on the top side that they need. He is a player who has showed up big for them so many times. And him and Levi can really get Kiaya ahead, put him into a place where he's very difficult to take down on that Aatrox, then that could be the difference maker. As Tatu, again, just trying to clear down towards his bot side. Kiaya taking a nice trade onto Gigo. But the problem is Artemis and Elio still level 1 here. You can see Artemis has even missed a lot of the experience. He's actually behind where Elio is, so wasn't even in range for a lot of this XP. And he needs to get level 2, but they took away enough of those Krugs that Tatu didn't get level 3 on his 3-camp clear. So that's actually really, really big. That Elio was able to do that, stealing away some of those, and now he gets level 3 as he actually soaks in that experience. So we'll be able to potentially look for the dive, and I think they're going to go for it here. Elio wants to be the main target because Artemis is still level 1. Great route. The Tangle Bard's locking up Jojo, gets him low, but now the redive is going to come in. Artemis isn't even here. He's got no help whatsoever. Elio has nowhere to go. It's an easy first blood there for IU.
Voted for Furia.
As Artemis wasn't even involved. It's 17-3 CS. It feels like game 3 against BLG just yesterday.
Artemis was completely denied from experience, which means that there was nothing he could offer to Elio in that dive. It was effectively a 1 versus 3. Levi, though, aware of the dive being invested. Tatu hasn't had time to clear his side of the jungle, which means that Levi wants to use this window to move in and steal away what camps he can. He's foregone his blue buff and his wolves. He's stealing away the wolves right now. And this is a type of matchup that he's looking for, but Jojo and Aya.
This is kind of spooky, though. He could actually get spotted here. Oh, just barely. I mean, if Tatu got up the steadfast presence there, he could have actually interrupted him on that, and then the collapse potentially could have come through. Kiaya and Gigo trading very heavily. Nice Tangle Barbs does land, try to get some damage down onto Jojo, but Artemis has not even gotten to base and buy. And you can see the itemization much better, therefore Ayu. As the chain's gonna connect, Kiaya's
okay, Kiaya!
And Kiaya's gonna get it just when they need it most. The Gam top laner comes up big time.
Oh, he would be dripped out. JT, if there's a way I can find
getting a
small black Air Force Ones,
chipping away at Gigo's health bar,
I may purchase 2 pairs.
He just gets the better of him. I feel like in the lane, we've been seeing that consistently throughout today. Kiaya getting himself a solo kill. I might have to do some research. Getting Gam on the board.
Because there's got to be black Air Force Ones for like babies.
How do you keep Artemis relevant in this game? He's got nearly half the CS of his opponent. Yes, there
I feel like Build-A-Bear shoes, yes, but Build-A-Bear will not have black Air Force Ones.
Where the ward could be. Now Artemis looking for a fight here. Jojo going to be rooted up. Elio has been on point.
I could go to Build-A-Bear though and get him a fit.
It's Ayu flashing to follow and getting the kill. Levi should be able to run him down. Does get one back as Eris fighting heavily here against Toots in the mid lane, taking the better end of that trade.
I like that, Quacko.
The trade of flashes did have to spend the cleanse as well, though, for Artemis. And again, he goes down.
All right, Derek,
and it's going to be in this awkward position where he's just not getting any of this income. The kill went to the Kazakhs. Ayu is 800 gold ahead in this individual matchup. And Artemis barely even has 800 gold of combat stats.
It's a very awkward situation that the bot lane finds themselves in. And this is where the responsibility of the other GAM members just raises. They're going to need to have to support their AD carry as much as possible. And they're going to have to get him through what is a rough early laning phase. Fury was able to do it in game 1.
Here comes the collapse from Kiaya. Tatu could be in some trouble. He does have the flash and is going to have to spend it. Kiaya just got to level 6. Is he going to pop the ulti? Yes, of course he is. In comes Twisted Fate.
Oh my gosh,
Gigo's going to get locked down by that gold card. There's the Tangle Barbs to follow it up. And it's another kill for Gam.
From Levi with the laugh.
And he gets punished.
Eris and the Twisted Fate, the ability to quickly collapse,
maybe that wasn't Levi,
demonstrates how scary these situations can be and how effective the Twisted Fate ultimate can be in these situations as well.
Dang,
I've also got to highlight, Tatu had not
thirsty.
even based before going for that invade. So he was just on his jungle item, where you look over on the other side, Levi had a good 1,500 plus gold worth of combat stats that he had actually purchased up. So when you invade on a play like that without having spent any gold, you were stuck in a position where you can't actually take the fight. You just are hoping to steal the camp and then get out of there. But unfortunately, it's Gigo that pays for the sins of his jungler there.
I'm hoping that we can get a replay of that last fight while we are sitting in the pause, just to kind of break down, exactly what went through in that play. Because as you highlighted, there are a number of steps, and often when it comes to an invade, you've got to make sure that you're doing the proper prio, and things like Twisted Fate, your ability to collapse is so quick. We've seen it with Talia as well. When utilizing the wall, you can just cut off the enemy mid from being able to roam over and assist the jungle. And even if you do have that push, that doesn't necessarily mean much. If Twisted Fate can literally teleport on your face until that stun card providing so much value in these early skirmishes. The top side of the map still going very well for Gam.
Really well.
Even though Artemis finds himself in a very difficult position right now,
spread all them little germs.
The fact that the top side has the advantages that they do means that they're in a good position to, at the very least, bring him back into the game.
Absolutely, and we will update you as soon as we know what is going on here with this pause. We are going to try to get that replay in while we do wait, but it is a very even game overall.
Have you met Guigo? I have not met
for one side, heavily in the favor of Furia, and then the top side definitely going the way of Gam. Kiaya grabbing that early solo kill,
that's
Levi being able to pick up a kill, and then even the Twisted Fate
not
getting involved there.
IRL
At least he was the one who actually
in-game.
claimed that third kill for the Feat of Warfare. So Gam going to be happy about what they've gotten going on the top side, and as long as those members are strong, they can be the ones to put the pressure on Ayu and make his job very, very difficult.
100%. The thing about Ashe Seraphine, though, is it's quite a defensive bot lane. You have the ultimate available on the Seraphine. The amount of CCs and slows that you have in conjunction with both the Ashe and the Seraphine makes it a difficult bot lane to get onto. Flanks,
but that's not Guigo.
Talked a lot about the my
man's Kiaya locked in.
Execute as they have no true engage. I say
Kiaya is locked in, bro.
They want.
Absolutely. So just quick update, and what we have been told is that there is hardware issues that are being reported on the Furia side. So they are having that investigated. They will get that sorted out and fixed up as soon as possible. As our IT team will be, diligently working on stage to get everything up to snuff.
Ideally, you want your hardware to work.
Yes.
I would say that is
Are they mad that they just died?
I would agree.
Chim Chim Lux ADC is a thing? Yes.
Quite even so far in this third game. Of course, this is an elimination match. Lower bracket here in the play-ins. Whoever loses will be done at MSI. The first team to exit. Of course, not a situation that anyone wants to be in.
No way they roll back. No
both of them would like to win, and the winner here would then play the loser of the next match, which is BLG versus G2. That'll be the series coming up right after this.
I mean, MSI has always been the tournament of champions, in a sense. They just kind of only invite the best of the best, and it's...
That's why NA only needed one team.
Exactly. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And I think it's in the sense that the competition is tough. The format is also ruthless. You know, you lose 2 and you're out, and winning it only makes the competition harder. So it's definitely a super fun tournament. It's always been one of my favorites throughout the year, just because of how competitive it is.
All right,
so this is the replay. We are not back into game. This is the replay of the invade for Tatu. Again, you can see he had not purchased any items whatsoever. Levi on the other side had spent quite a lot of gold.
But you can see that the logic is, well, I've got 3 members here. It should be a relatively safe invade with Jojo at my back. I feel relatively safe. However, the ability of the Twisted Fate to just abandon the mid-wave, ulti into the play,
that was Nico. That was Nico. That was Nico.
In their favor was, I think, the biggest difference maker, and it was a situation where Furia thought that they had more control than they did. The response from GAM was good, and it ends up
they saw the emo and said, pause. They said, we're not doing this.
Towards the Twisted Fate as well. We already know his gold passive helps just generate more resources. Once he's being left alone, if you give him a kill as well, that gold really starts to stack very quickly, and that Twisted Fate gets very out of control.
Yeah, exactly. You get ahead, you get pushed in the wave, and then all of a sudden you can attack that top lane where Kiaya is already winning. Gigo is quite behind. You know, we saw that Kiaya was already level 6 for that fight. Gigo was not, so was able to pop that ulti, chase him down, you know, help to get that kill. And I do think that is clearly going to be the avenue for attack. You know, continue to go towards your strength, look towards that top lane, try to play through side lanes where TF Kha'Zix plus the Aatrox, that is a scary potential dive. You know, as Gigo, you're under your tower as Ambessa. There's not much outplaying the gold card.
It's a very terrifying pick comp. Like, one moment, you're in your lane, having a great time. The next, an invisible bug with giant sides for hands shows up, and then you've also got a man throwing cards at your face. And that just appears in an instant. Twisted Fate ultimate, the stealth from the Kha'Zix, it can very quickly turn into a 3 versus 1 situation that you're not prepared for. And so the things you've got to be mindful of when you're playing is that invisible threat, the ability of a team to collapse on you. So every time you make a play, anything that you do can quickly be punished.
Absolutely, got to track where they could be on the map. Update, we are getting the ready checks for the players, so the issues have been solved. As the players will do their ready checks, we'll hopefully be heading on into game here pretty quickly. It looks like we are
CJ.
back and ready for the
this
continuation
is MSI.
Here of game number 3.
So it's the mid-season invitational of all the region's
gold
top
lead, but
2
IU still maintaining
teams.
a great advantage down on this bot side between the 80 carries.
I mean, credit to Artemis, as far as I can tell. He's been able to close the CS gap. Artemis has a level lead now. So while Jojo is off roaming, rather than keeping that pressure up in the bot side of the map, he has just been doing a good job of farming up and, at the very least, doing his best to get back into this game.
How many years have you been watching pro play? I think it's been 3 years.
See if he would actually jump forward. If he would have had a nasty surprise with Levi waiting.
I didn't start watching or like getting into pro play until my second year of streaming.
Over the last 2 splits.
Well, they're going to pop the ghost. They're just trying to run them down. Tangle Barbs does not connect. Tatu is here. Maybe a bit of an overforce there.
That
now the
not
stolen
reaching
TF ult
is kind of crazy from the Seraphine.
They popped quite a bit there. Like the ghost is going to be used. They used the stolen ulti. They can't really find anything. I think they needed a bit more patience on the play, as now Eris is going to get to shove this in for free and take an easy reset.
Yeah,
look
Silas
at the advantage that Eris now has. 12 CS lead, 700 gold, facilitated by both the passive and the kill that he was able to find. Eris is really being set up for success, and for those that don't know, GAM are very free-flowing with how they interchange their mid laners. Eris is the type of player that's a lot more resource demanding. He's the type of player that wants to have that jungle attention, wants to have a few more resources funneled into him, and when he's given to them, he's often the bigger carry for the team, in contrast to Emo, who's a little bit more reserved and more of a team player. And right now, he is really being set up for success. He is being set up to be that carry for the team. And we'll see how that translates as we get closer to the mid-game. First Dragon is, of course, still available. Neither side have put a priority on it. But with the Grub spawning soon, it looks like right now, GAM have no interest in contesting it.
Yeah, and GAM is actually going to go between the waves here to try to make it so Gigo can't actually get back
Does
to
watching
that tower.
pro play help you in ranked? I think it does. Because I think you end up like subconsciously picking up on habits that you see the pro players do, and end up replicating them in your own games.
As the tower's just denying minion after minion after minion. GAM really getting the better of this, as you see on the top side.
did lose yesterday, but today is their elimination match. So this is the series that matters. Whoever loses this series goes home.
They've lost the spot tower as well as potential plates.
Hello. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're having a good day today. Thank you for the raid. How are your games? Are the games going well? Is my teacher ready to teach me how to play Yone on Monday?
They're going to look for a dive here. Hexflash coming
in. Y'all, Tempest said he's going to teach me how to play Yone ADC on Monday. So make sure y'all are here for that. That's going to be super duper freaking fun. Okay, GAM's fighting back.
And Kiaya gets the instant response.
Now you learning Yone on your birthday. We will be learning Yone on Monday.
Talking about it, Azale. Every play you make,
this camp stinks, but I won most.
Of a man with a deck of magic playing cards showing
I thought last time I talked to you, you said he was OP. We gotta pick one, fam.
And the Silas even roamed up to try and respond as well. And what is the result?
Maybe learn that guy instead. Honestly, Yasuo ADC could be a vibe.
Onto this tower.
And I mean, Gigo never got back to that bot lane tower, by the way.
He was OP like 1 week ago, not anymore.
That died to this
Did they nerf him?
In a row. That is a massive amount of experience and gold that has been lost. You can see Kiaya is about to hit level 9.
Sure he's
Gigo's
not
7.5.
Do you drink on stream,
That is that difference of everything that he's missed out on.
Did they nerf Yone?
And that is a really big deal, as Gigo was already behind. And now he's 30
Just
plus
my
CS
brain.
behind. He's over a full level behind, and he is going to really struggle.
Do you not know how to play Yasuo at all? Are they not like the same champ? Loki, I thought they were the same champ.
In terms of the gold, it's
this one looks taller than the other.
The itemization is pretty much identical.
One's in the spirit realm.
Going to be coming out very soon for Artemis. I mean, he's just completed his base, so
no. Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. D&D. Hear me out. Both have Qs, right?
50 gold lead over his counter matchup.
Both have Qs
as well.
Both Qs, you have to hit 2 times, and then you can knock up someone.
Things are looking good.
That sounds like the same champion to me.
Really good. You're gonna get that stacking up.
Both have dashes.
Here. And Gigo just is not going to be able to interact whatsoever.
Both have dashes.
You see the one-item power spike.
Both have
the jungle there for
a
Levi.
knock-up
early ghost blade,
for their ulti
is going to be going for a pretty
and do
aggressive
extra
build
damage
in this game, as you would expect on the Kha'Zix.
That's the same exact champion,
he's already
bro.
been the point of conversation, I will admit. We were a bit skeptical.
They're literally the same person. Have you ever seen Yasuo and Yone in the same game?
How do they really start fights? Like, they've got to be quite clever with their execution and approach to the team fights. As Kiaya gets a massive trade in the top lane once again. Because they're going to rely on flanks, rely on picks, rely on creative ways.
I think it's the same person.
If your main engage is literally just throwing your Nico into the enemy team and hoping that it sticks, it might work, but you're going to need
Wait,
good
yeah, I did. I lost to 2 of them. There's no way.
Easy access onto IU, which
don't compare my king to that ugly.
And I will say, though, a lot of those problems are solved by being ahead, because then obviously you get the push, you show up to the objective.
Have you ever been to Dave's Hot Chicken? I have not. There's a lot in LA, but I've never been.
And the fact is, well,
have you been?
Is it valid? Play the side lanes very well with this TF. I always think when you have a split push comp,
I need to put it on my list.
Dragons, because it buys you time then. 100%. You're not drawn to that potential soul fight. They got the first
I've got a better chicken place to go to besides Dave's Hot Chicken.
Harris has the gold card prepped and ready, and Gigo's gonna get
it makes you better at Yone. Facts. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, Tempest, is before you teach me how to play Yone, I'm going to do Dave's Hot Chicken. and I will
wanted to
eat
see
it
Gam
while
play this
we're
composition.
here.
They've been reactive with the TF
Wait, you're in
ultimate.
LA?
They've been
Never mind, don't go to
proactive
Dave's.
with the TF ultimate. It feels like that whenever Eris has the
Wait,
TF ultimate available,
is it
they're
only
looking
good
to
in
make
one
a play.
place?
Exactly. I mean, we're 12 minutes in. He's had 3 successful ults.
Do you honestly
He had
think
the
Yone is
counter dive
easy?
on
Yes.
top lane, this dive now, as well as the TF ult to actually
I
catch Tatu on the
literally
invade.
locked. Okay, hear me out, bro. Hear me out,
Everything
Reflex.
he is doing is working
I
really well.
was inting one day.
As well.
All of my games were going bad. I'm an ADC main. All my games were going bad. But this was around the time of Worlds last year, and I was like, you know, Yone seemed pretty OP during Worlds. I should lock him in first time ever in ranked as ADC.
They are aware of the vision made by Furia, but it feels like Furia are just kind of running out of options. Poppy needs setup.
I won.
In the lane
I think I was on like a 17-game loss streak.
Lane, they have it.
First time.
Mid lane, Silas has some
Yone.
as well. But on the top side of the map,
In
there's
ranked.
very little that they can do for Gigo.
There really is, and Levi is here and waiting as Toots is going to get the bad news, steals the Kha'Zix ult. We'll be able to use that to go and Viz and just back it up. So well played there by Toots in the response, but that is the play that they were looking for earlier.
No, but you probably have
waiting with Levi behind him.
Better
If you
places.
ever jump in there, you're going to get hit.
If you're ever in LA, I got the chicken
in
spots
these
for you,
melee
bro.
versus range matchups. Well, guess what? You get slowly
I agree with her.
whittled down,
Yone
you get
is
pushed
OP
in.
and easy.
So it is kind of that lose-lose scenario if you don't have eyes on Levi.
Medusa!
Now, the deficit doesn't even matter.
Hello,
Because
Pete, how
even
are
in
you?
the farm, this horrible bot lane scenario that they were in early on has been completely mitigated.
How would you rate Yone in terms of like
They've been able to get all 4 plates from it. They're going to secure this tower.
like on a scale of 1 to 10?
Look at the farm
Where
up
does
here.
he fall in terms of difficulty?
That's a problem.
And now the gold is all blue.
Yone was doomed from a design perspective when they wanted him to be similar to Yasuo.
It is
Same
the
camp.
opposite story of what we saw in Game 2. Furia were
Skill ceiling or just difficulty to understand his
They
kit?
needed him to come in and have a carry performance, and he has done just
difficulty
that.
to play well.
We'll see if Furia can turn
Like,
around,
to
because I still
be
think
a
their
good
5v5 is
Yone
very good compositionally.
on a scale
but
of
this
1
far
to 10.
behind, it is really tough to make it work. You know, game 1,
Damn,
like I said,
Medusa.
very back and forth. Game 2 was a stomp
6
for
out of
Furia.
10?
Game 3 is looking like GAM are crushing right now. You can see the additional plate gold that they have grabbed has been massive.
So
and I feel like
leaning
everything
more
kind
on
of
the
went wrong
harder
off of
side.
that lane swap from Furia. It would be really interesting to hear, you know, the Death's opinion on that, you know, when they do break this game down, because I felt like with Artemis and Elio, how much they were able to
Yone
keep
considered
Gigo
an
away from that bot lane
assassin?
tower really changed the game. Like, he lost 4 to 5 full minion waves, and they farmed all the plates in the meantime.
I've never thought of
Look
Yone
at how
as
much
an
gold Eris has gotten
assassin.
from his passive. Like, that is just so much from the TF passive.
That's crazy.
It's such a strong passive, and it's just like, it is a win
I think that's
more
passive
passive.
gold.
I've never
yes,
considered
so
him
maybe
an
the
assassin.
other was actually
'Cause I don't
Other
consider
like,
Yone
you
an
got the passive
assassin.
gold and
Yeah,
bounties
yeah.
and stuff, because I was like, wait a
Yeah,
second.
I just
that
think
was
of him
right
as
too
like a
much.
That's a
skirmisher.
good call.
Or a fighter,
right,
yeah.
That was a lot of gold.
That would be a lot of gold. I was like, really? It's that good? But definitely, you can check that out in the Coinbase.
Assassin
gold grind
gives
graphic.
me,
It is
like,
interesting to see
the
you know, the
split
breakdown
second
of
you go
the gold
in,
and where
like,
it's all
they're
coming from
dead.
when someone has a lot of kills versus, you know, if they're getting a ton from towers
Like
and plates and things like
LeBlanc,
that, which would
Zed,
be included, I assume,
Talon.
in the other as well. So definitely cool to
Those
see.
give me assassins.
Herald was just secured. Eris has been sent towards the top side of the map.
They want Gigo again, I think. They are moving up towards this
I
top
see.
side, and Eris has the ulti ready. They're trying to get
Ask
vision in the
Riot.
jungle, make sure that
Sometimes
there's
I
no
feel
sort
like
of
Riot don't
response
even
that
know.
could be coming here from Furia. We do see some Furia members moving up
Sometimes
here, but
Riot
will they be
figuring it
too
out for
little? Will
themselves
they
as
be
well.
too late? Eris pushing this in. Gigo definitely trying to clear out the wave as best he possibly can. I think he's just going to have to back off now, as this next wave would be incredibly dangerous to stay for.
I'd love to see GAM use the Herald mid. I feel like this top tower is a foregone conclusion. It's going to be too difficult for
I want to
Fury
see
really
some
keep it alive.
scraps,
Eris
brother. Come
slowly
on,
chipping
let's
away at its
fight.
HP bar. Guigo gets
Funny
nice
of you to
trades down
assume that
still.
Riot actually
Death Stance
learns.
first for Gigo.
I think
really
in
love to see
recent
that
times
on
they
the-
have been listening to the
Ambessa.
community.
I mean, I think, it's
there's
basically
only
the early lane
one.
went so bad for him,
Yeah.
and it's
One
mostly physical
thing they
damage.
have
I mean,
not
physical
learned
damage,
from.
jungle, and top. So he's saying, you know what?
And that is
If
the
we're gonna win this game,
exalted
it's not going to be about
skins.
me.
100%,
I just need to not die. I need to try to be a bit more tanky. You know, make sure that I'm giving up the minimum. But they have done a really good job of pushing this
I think
forward,
they've
and I
been
think that's
figuring it
also
out.
why they moved Eris
Making
up to lane.
100
It's like,
Lux
great,
skins,
you built
maybe?
this armor. Guess who doesn't care about it? Our Twisted Fate.
You're
Lich Bait
funny.
now finished for Eris.
You're funny,
Like 7
Reflex.
stacks.
At
Once we get to about 20
Not even
minutes,
17 minutes. He has 2 items.
once we get to about 20 minutes, he will also get that
100 of
extra
them
level
levels.
come through from the Rod of Ages.
That's because the exalted skins work.
Is looking terrifying.
Do they?
Dragon in about a minute and
I mean,
a half.
yeah, I guess we can't see the data of like sales.
Actually, they may just keep the TF top side. It's pretty safe up there. A lot of Furia's resources.
I do feel like a lot of the community is upset at exalted skins.
Looks like they are just going to concede this tower, which I think makes a ton of sense.
People complain, but still buy. Correct.
And I love this map movement we're seeing right now. Both Levi and Eris moving towards the mid lane, knowing that they have the numbers advantage here. Open up mid.
The only way to make a statement is to hurt their pockets.
To siege onto the tier 2 as well.
Tatu is coming though. They're going to TP. They want to try to force a fight here. Furia is going to look, but Levi has spotted the teleport coming through. Will the rejection work this time? Elio is going to interrupt it with the pop blossom. Eris arrives with the ulti, and Tatu is the target, but over on the other side.
Okay, that was a one-man ulti.
Can he actually pop his ult, try to heal back up? He has the ulti, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh my gosh, 700 gold shut down on that Aatrox.
Is running Levi, trying to find some sort of
Gam fights back, so both top laners dead. But that's a net positive. That's a net positive for Furia.
To get that 1-for-1.
Yeah,
because Guigo is worth maybe 0.25 cents, and Aatrox was worth 700 gold. So that's a net positive for Furia.
Who do they want to lock down? And it felt like that because Furia was grouped up in this situation, Gam was attacking from multiple sides. They had different priorities on who they actually wanted to lock down, and that kind of left Kiai in a very awkward spot in the middle of Furia.
Doesn't the assist reset his gold? Does it? I thought it was only kills reset the gold.
How weak and squishy he ultimately is in these fights, being level 11. And it ends up just being a 1-for-1.
Only
the
kills
good news of both
reset
sides,
the gold.
no objectives ended up going either way. Top side has been pushed in. Gam in a better position now as they make their way towards the dragon.
And this would be their third dragon if they can grab it. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. Artemis playing through mid. They want to get Prio there. We do see that Gigo
looking
is
at competitive TFs to solo queue TFs makes me
in the last
tweak.
one. And now the teleport is going to be spent here. Gigo going to be coming in very deep as they are already on the dragon. We got to get eyes on that and see how it's looking. Levi trying to get rejected here by Tatu, but he is going to be able to find
Levi's out. That's a free Furia dragon. That was such a good weight on the Poppy ult. Holy moly. Dude, I'm telling you, I think Furia deserves to advance.
The positioning of Gam once more.
I think Furia deserves to advance.
Is indecisive around their approach to the dragon. Furia fully sent their attention onto the dragon. They knew that Levi was isolated on the objective. They remove him from the equation and they turn their attention to the raid boss that is Kiaya. They're helping close that experience gap between Gigo and Kiaya. They find themselves another kill, and Gam, the momentum is slowly shifting the way of Fury.
That was good, dude.
Yeah, Fury, a couple good plays back to back. We can watch this again.
Kiaya kind of committing very hard onto Tuts. Gigo TPs from a nice angle, and that means that when Tatu gets the ultimate onto Levi, it creates this massive numbers advantage in the pit, and the rest of Gam are hesitant to approach with the arrival of IU as well. That means that the dragon goes uncontested, Levi is forced to disengage, and they deny soul point from Gam.
Really well played, honestly, by Tatu. He held that Poppy ult for so
long.
He
did.
And I think, we saw that this three-man squad of Artemis, Elio, and Eris were really kind of nervous to walk in because they didn't want to walk in and then get three-man rejected. But what ended up happening is they put no pressure on the Poppy. He doesn't get interrupted on the ult. He finds Levi, so they win out the fight in a different way. And the fact that Kiaya had no ult from the previous fight, had no flash from the previous fight, man, it's just a win there for Furia. Stopping that soul stack, definitely very nice, but they are trying to control vision up around this Otacon. And we'll see if they can look towards that. The evolved spike racks are in here for Levi, so he's going to have more poke, a lot more slow and control now in these
Professors, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today.
And Otacon getting low.
Okay, we got Otacon.
By the blue orb, it's down to half HP. Tatu again threatening. Can he find the ejection? This time it's not going to be on anyone.
Ulted the clone, bro. Oh my gosh, amazing pop blossom. Okay, another amazing pop blossom.
Artemis trying to cut out, trying to take down Tuts, can't quite do it. And on the other side, Tatu gets another. Furia out of nowhere.
4 for none?
Gam
4 for none, even though they got the Otacon?
But it's a 4 for 0.
The front to back just goes so favorably for Furia. The way that Tuts steals away the Nico
4 for
ultimate
none,
and
even
says,
though they got the
okay,
Otacon?
that's a nice engage. Let me show you how
I don't think anybody thinks that's worth.
So much damage was done underneath the Otacon. Keep your eyes on Tuts. Dives into the back line, gets a massive ultimate off,
three-man pop blossom from Tuts,
and that
dude.
really just sets up Furia to clean up the fight. Gam is once again forced to split up. They're forced to disengage.
Would I be toxic to say
And you could see it was showing that Toots had
you know
the
what?
Kha'Zix ult. So I was kind of blindsided
Not even gonna
when
say
he
it.
actually
I'm gonna
did
go
have
pee
the
real quick.
Nico ult that he stole there. Was able to find such a good engage.
Medic has run into this problem before. It's because he was
shaped with his Kha'Zix, exactly.
And so when you steal it, yes.
So I wonder, you know, if Gam was at all kind of juked out by that as well, because you know when the Nico is shifted into the Kha'Zix and you steal the ult, it shows that you stole the Kha'Zix ult even though you have the Nico ult. So it is kind of one of those weird interactions. And let's be honest, there's a lot of them with Nico and with Silas. So was a huge ult, able to turn that around. Now the gold lead is completely gone. They were 5,000 gold up, and they've just lost basically 3 engages back to back to back. The game is slipping away from them, and now despite all of the work that they did early on, it's going to be tough because compositionally, I think Furia in the 5v5 is just that much stronger, and it felt like they needed that lead. They needed the soul. They needed all these things that they were working towards, and now it just hasn't really paid off.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the scaling because of the Ashe Seraphine, also Toots. He just has some great ultimates that he's able to steal, with the Nico being the biggest one when it comes to the straight-up 5v5. And when it comes to engage, Gam, not only is their engage not the most reliable, but also the fact that there's a Poppy on the other side makes it even harder. So, okay, this Nico comes in, I'll just pop him right back out. So it feels like Furia.
Why is Kha'Zix building Umbral? Doesn't that give you lethality?
Furia should have the advantage.
And reveal
that's why we put
wards?
so much stress on Gam finding flanks, finding creative ways to find picks. You can't just play the traditional teamfight style with a composition like this. And remember, Gam found themselves with a 4K gold lead. Everything was going their way, and now that gold lead is evaporating.
It's completely gone. And we'll see what they can make happen here, as they do still have a pretty strong top side. They can still rely on Kiaya potentially in these side lanes to make things happen, but the pressure definitely is mounting as Furia has been able to create so much space, you know, with the stolen Poppy ults, or with the Poppy ults, with the stolen Silas ults. They've been looking really, really good, and Seraphine is just such a problem as you get into the later stages of the game. The amount of healing and shielding that you're putting out, the ultimate CC is incredible. Even grabbed an early Mikhails.
I like the idea of opportunity.
Gold card picks that are coming through as Eris is building towards that expected rapid fire.
I noticed Eris playing on the side lane, and I love to see this. Twisted Fate just has that inbuilt split pushing power that I think is an advantage that Gam can look to play through.
Furia's just on the dragon again. Gam always seems to be a bit late to show up to these setups. We'll see if they can find the fight now. Tatu going to look for the rejection. Does knock Levi out.
I think it was a little bit.
Toots threatening on the side, gets the stolen ult. He's going to
actually,
look for the
right on time. That was a tough Seraphine ult. You only hit one
Trades
person.
it back and forth. Kiaya trying to life steal drain in the middle of everyone. Can't do it. Artemis down incredibly low. He's on the run now. Also, IU looking for him. So is Tatu. Tatu flashes forward, knocks him down.
Levi's going to die. Y'all see him at the top right-hand corner.
Is about to spawn. They just killed off 2. Levi trying to survive here. We'll see if he can get out. Gigo going to flash the wall. Does spot him. Okay, maybe you get the execute, but it doesn't even matter because they're on the Baron. Furia are running away with it.
Furia get what they want. They get the one team fight. They take out the jungler. And
Furia
they will secure
knows
the
how
Baron
to
on
press
spawn.
a lead.
Furia keep playing
That's what I like to see. I do want to see. It's official. I don't care about my pick'ems. I want to see Furia advance. I'm officially rooting for Furia.
And Furia
Forget my pick'ems, bro.
Point in this best of 5.
I mean, the gold graph is going to be an absolute cliff as it has swung so heavily back towards
Forget my
Furia.
pick'ems, bro.
They're playing it out so well. Every time it feels like Tatu is getting really good value with the Poppy ult. And again, we had that stolen ultimate from Toots, able to turn things around. They just couldn't burst anyone down.
So you can see that the ultimates basically get used in exchange, but IU is just untouched. He is given so much freedom and space to hit whatever target is in front of him. And when it's just this brawl of people throwing skills at one another, it's always going to be Furia that comes out on top because their champions are just better at winning in those front-to-back fights.
I mean, Seraphine stacked up on everyone, you know, putting out all of this shielding, all of this healing. There's so much CC coming through. Gam basically made the call. We're going to try to just one-shot Toots as he's coming in on the side.
You on the community leaderboard too? I am. I'm trying to stay at the top.
JoJo.
But Furia deserves this
Everyone is there to back
dude.
him up. And when Gam commit that heavily to him and don't get the kill, the fight is cooked.
I mean, you're completely right. Like, Gam's comp just has so much single target damage that if you don't kill the single target, there's no way that you're going to win out on the fight.
Absolutely. Gam, though, pushing for this tier 2 top, going to try to trade on the other side. They feel like they can't defend the inhibitor, so they're going to just keep pushing here for the base. Levi needs to get out of there as Toots is going to be looking, won't be able to find him with the absconded duck, but the base is going to be cracked here on the top side. The arrow does connect, but it's going to be actually Furia that's having to kind of back potentially to, no, they do cancel it as they see that Gam is going to back off themselves, and meanwhile in the base, Touch
Are we
just
having a
killed off
base
Gam
race?
in this split screen, got the kill onto Levi. They're now taking the inhibitor. Now they're just going to try to end the game here.
Oh, it's actually a base
as they have
race.
minions in the base. It's going to be up to Gam in the 4v5 to try to defend. We'll see
Here
if they
was
can
like,
do it. The raid clear
actually,
is
y'all are not
that
gonna do
strong.
this.
Furia pushing, poking down Kiaya, looking for the root, won't quite find it. The first Nexus tower down incredibly low. Eris does find the gold card. Toots getting down to about half HP, but he still has a stolen ultimate here, and Elio's gonna look for it. Goes in with the pop blossom, connects on multiple members, but Kiaya is being focused down on the other side.
That's
Eris
it.
trying to do what he can, but Artemis is already
That's
gone.
it.
Gam are falling, and Furia pull off the comeback, move us to match point. What a performance from the Brazilian squad.
It felt like the deficit was getting out of control.
They're doing it, bro.
But Furia stays steadfast. They find some fantastic fights. And they swing the game back
And low
in their
key,
favor.
I kind of hope they do
A
it.
huge performance
Nah,
from
you
Furia.
can't defend them, bro.
And they put
I'm swapping, bro.
one game
I'm
away
swapping.
from
Let's go,
advancing in the
Furia,
play-in
bro.
stage.
It was an incredible comeback from them. Gam looked like they were going to potentially run away with this game. They were up nearly 5,000 gold. Got the early dragons, were in an incredible spot. But Furia just found play after play after play.
I don't want to talk about it,
their
Triple.
team comp strength. They were looking
No,
great.
literally
But
only.
remember, Twitch subscriptions are
where's
back
his
for
Shyvana?
MSI.
His Shyvana
Subscribers
was
enjoy
so
benefits like custom
good.
chat emotes, badges,
His Shyvana was
ad-free
so
viewing,
good
and more.
last year.
Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool, directly supporting the leagues and the teams in the LOL esports ecosystem.
His Shyvana was
Subscribe now
so
to
good
unlock the
last
Not
year.
Like This Way in-game emote. We're heading to a short break, and then we will be right back after this.
This is an elimination series, y'all. So the next match, if Gam loses, they go home. They don't even get to make it to the main stage, bro. They don't even get to make it to the main stage. Not send them home, goddamn. Dang, man, you ain't even want to let them try?
Living the dream, huh?
I'm very confused by this commercial. Like, why does Tyler randomly come in the car?
Okay, I get it now.
It's a Benz ad, but like,
Changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game.
oh, I want to play ranked so bad, bro. I want to play ranked. I want to play ranked. I want to play ranked. We know VOD stomping, we really do. But I want to watch it. I want to watch it in 4K. Yeah, Tempest is gonna coach us on Monday. Tempest will be coaching us on Monday. All right, let's keep this going. Let's keep this going. Yo, what? Is Meryl a word? Meryl is not a word.
Okay, the time ticking. In slow-mo, I'm John Wick. I'm John Legend, not ordinary, I'm different. I blow the dough, it's never stretching, I flip it. They close the door, I'm never knocking, I kick it when I black out.
Okay, Ceremony, I see you, I see you.
Stepping on their necks until they pass out. Got my
Oh, L is a fake letter. L is a fake letter. L is fake. What is a Yowman? Drink up, I pick up the tab. Need my cheesecake like I'm making a pan. I'm making demands cause I stay in demand. I be like, give me that. I stack my paper up and now they want to piggyback. It's summertime, I feel like Will, I got my jiggy back. Place to Cali when I land, they be like, I think this one might be an L. All I see is black. Ain't no squares up in my circle, we get rid of that. I see, JT. I heard him purr, that boy a kitty cat. All that woofing that you doing, I put you in a pack. Don't make me black out. How is corner not a word? Oh, not 2 R's. GG's. No, it's only the words that are on the screen. Yeah, no double R.
Kiaya and Gigo trading very heavily as the chain's gonna connect. Kiaya's gonna look for it, and Kiaya's gonna get
not the trick shot.
Need it most. The Pop Blossom comes through, lands on multiple member, but Toots is in the middle of everybody, steals a Pop Blossom, and is gonna get it down. Artemis trying to cut out, trying to take down Toots, can't quite do it. And on the other side, Tatu gets another. Furia out of nowhere. And Elio's gonna look for it, goes in with the Pop Blossom, connects on multiple members, but Kiaya's being focused down on the other side. Era's trying to do what he can, but Artemis is already gone. Gam are falling.
Welcome back to MSI 2025 as Furia.
Can you squeeze an ARAM in before the BLG G2 series just to tide over the league addiction? I'm hoping I can.
And I think it harkens back to the draft. If we take a look at the post-game breakdown powered by AWS, you can see some of the champ picks that came through, I think caught us a little bit off guard in terms of what we've seen so far at the tournament.
Yeah, this was a different shift in draft, especially in the first series of bans, right? Because as soon as that Rise ban came through from GAM on their third blue side ban, you're like, okay, you're relying on Furia to either ban the TF or it's going to be open for the first time.
I can't believe they got rid of Brawl already, y'all.
And then we go through this draft. Furia end up locking in that Ashe.
I want to make a pancake.
And the TF comes in for GAM as their final pick. And it looks really good early, Chronicler.
I want to go make
I'm
a
also
pancake.
really unsure
I think
how
I might take y'all with
Gigo, given the start, still ended up with the most damage in his team.
While we wait for
we just came off of a highlight reel of him getting absolutely slam dunked.
And this is, to me, one of the best examples of draft can get you very far ahead, but it's not enough. Because I actually think that the fact that they got the TF and that we see Tatu on this puppy, that
is it over?
I really
Nah.
don't think he looked very,
we have
very
one more game in the series. Well, I'm assuming Furia will win this next one, and then we have another series after this.
I think together with, again, Toots in incredible form in this series on that Silas ended up being the big difference maker that pulled them back in this game.
I did not think that, the man who steals stuff was going to beat the all-seeing, like, card thrower. Just, like, lore-wise, didn't seem like it worked out, and I was wrong. You know, I was completely wrong. And Toots, his Nico play at Otacon does prove that every second counts. Ooh, struggling today, folks. And thanks to Reliable Cisco Network, we get to watch this entire play again. Just a highlight moment.
Yeah, and I mean, we've kind of talked about how GAM's objective setups have not been the best. The really important thing to note is, again, Toots' Nico ult coming through, and the defense I will have of this composition, right, is once something like this happens, if Seraphine is allowed to heal, if Ashe is just allowed to free fire like they were, this team will
boys, let's see it. Close it out.
Slowly, but they will do it.
Close it out for us.
I don't think steamrollers are fast, for what it's worth. I imagine they're pretty slow. So it feels pretty apt, this inevitable thing. And we saw it yesterday, right? The Ashe Seraphine, what it can do. In this draft, I wasn't sure that it would get to bring that power to bear, but in the end, it does work out.
It's also a reminder of
want to see Jinx or Caitlyn? Like, it will get interesting.
Come down to team fights. And in game number 1 was very back and forth. In game
I
number
would
2,
love to see Jinx. We saw Caitlyn yesterday.
In this game,
I think it was
Elk
played Kate yesterday. I would love to see
it
Jinx.
really to me does feel that a champion like
Furia actually hovered Jinx. I forgot about that.
Smashing into each other. It doesn't feel like we see a lot of flanking or side laning, right?
I don't know if I want them to win. I forgot about them hovering Jinx and not picking it.
As well as team fights she provides.
I forgot about that.
I think though, before we start to talk more about the team fights, we do have
Thank
to
you for reminding me.
Has stood above the rest.
I was very upset.
Absolutely unstoppable. Even in the game that they
lost,
very
this guy was
single-handedly trying to carry the game on his shoulders. And you can see in both games they won. Game 3, despite how difficult the start was, despite that really awkward Silas ult in the bot lane with no follow-up CC, this man unfazed. He has been a powerhouse for this lineup.
Yeah, didn't die once and set up some of these absolute game-winning fights like we saw at Otacon. And as you said,
even
in their
set up
loss,
so we can
was doing as much as
make our pancake.
Yeah, to try to keep his team in it. And it kind of embodies the spirit of this Furia lineup where we know they're never going to give up. And in this game, it actually started at 3rd Drake around like 1915, where GAM once again kind of ceded a lot of pressure. And this was the game-changing fight for me, right? Because they realized Levi is kind of stuck in there. He gets booted out by Tatu. Now Kiaya is stuck in there. And this is where the tide started to turn for Furia.
I was talking about how, like, I really want to see Jinx in pro play. And yesterday, Furia, who I'm currently rooting for, hovered Jinx and then did not pick her. And I was really upset that they did that. So maybe I don't want them to win today.
Weakness here from GAM, it feels safe to say, when it comes to picking good fights, fighting these good fights. And as you highlighted before, Chronicler, it's been all about these fights across the entire series. GAM have now picked Red, some different tools, some different options to set them up. How do they rally? What are they doing coming into what could be the final game, an elimination game, as Furia are on match point?
Well, the biggest thing is that after a game like that, they should have won that game, realistically, right? Given how well they played out the early game, how well they utilized their draft, with just a little bit better team fighting and a little bit more respect for, again, that Nico and the Drake setup, as Emily mentioned, they should be on match point. And I think that is so hard to bounce back.
Maybe.
If it is another back and forth or a stomp, I think it's a
Why
lot
did they pick red side?
Rally.
Interesting.
But instead, you really have to step it up and try and find a way to come back after such a tough loss.
Yeah, for me, it just comes down to better objective setups, better neutral objective setups, and better team fight setups.
Yeah, we've seen they can do it in the early game, need to carry that through into the mid and late game as well. We'll find out if this is going to be Furia bringing it home, living to fight another day in this tournament, or if GAM can bring us to a game 5 as we send it over to our casters.
Jump scare. No, like, what was that?
Thank you, Dracos, and thank you everyone else there over at the desk.
When do we start seeing Gen G, T1, FlyQuest, right? But yeah, next week.
I do think their team play has been superior, and GAM is going to have to try to overcome that, with, I think, superior individual play and playmaking that they have shown that they have at times.
I think that if GAM's motivation is to team fight, then I just want to see them draft more towards the team fight.
Yeah.
That composition, we talked about it at length, but it was frustrating to see them not play through the sides.
Where they had been so effective.
Yeah, and the fact that like this Twisted Fate ultimate was getting so much value, and you were 2-up in Drakes, rather than constantly contesting these neutrals, instead playing towards your strength, playing towards these side lanes, continuing to set Kiaya up for success. And it's one of those things where watching Kiaya, I feel like he's doing so phenomenally well in the laning phase. But then when we get to the team fights, it's just not the same impact because GAM end up taking these really awkward fights, so they just don't approach them in the way
that. This man chilling, bro. That man full chilling.
And so I want to see them go much more towards a team fight style, prioritize things like the Maokai, something like the Sejuani. To bring us to a game 5, I feel like that's the type of focus that they're going to need if they want to get the win over
I think
Furia,
it's a total of 3 weeks.
From what we've seen, I think that Furia is just playing
and all of the games are best of 5.
So if you give them the tools, I feel like
every single last game that will be played, that man fully just
absolutely agree. We will see if GAM is going to make
all of the games that will be played.
So we're getting ready for what could be the final champion select.
Best of 5.
Or to find out if GAM can push us to that 5th game here. Had Silver Scrapes yesterday with Furia, so back-to-back would be a lot of League of Legends for this team to play.
It certainly would be. When we think about some of the priorities we could see, we saw a lot of junglers banned.
So many AD junglers, yeah.
Yep. And things like the Trundle, Sejuani, Skarner, these were stuff that were just kind of removed in the second half, and then we got to this very narrow pool. The Poppy, I think, did end up getting a huge amount of value. Now let's see what the shift is as we move into Game 4 draft.
A lot of pressure on these two teams representing their regions here. Gam was not expected to even be able to qualify, but they do seem to have that clutch factor. They have so many fans. You always see it feels like a home crowd here for Gam. I'm not gonna lie. As such a beloved team around the world, Levi really stormed onto the scene and had such incredible international performances that made people believe in Gam, that made people believe in him as a player, that he could create these special moments.
It's a League of Legends summer.
And we'll see if he can do that
it's a League of Legends summer.
Today. Kha'Zix definitely was very difficult to play into the lineup that we saw. And the same was kind of true of the Vi. You know, we got behind on the Vi. It was definitely a difficult game for him. Had an incredible performance, I think, in game number 1, and he needs to be able to try to get back to that. The team really does count on him because it feels like Levi is kind of the conductor. When he is having a good game for Gam, then he is able to really dictate the pace. When he's ahead, he can take these fights that he sees and really make sure that they're working out for them.
I very much agree. I also think that Artemis is a key component to the strength of their team fighting. And so when you don't really set him up for success, I feel like that the team's team fighting prowess just dramatically drops. Meanwhile, on the side of Furia, I think that the magic of this team is that any member can stand out at any point. I feel like that I wouldn't put pressure on a single person to have to be responsible to carry the weight of this team. They've all had great moments throughout the play-in so far. Gigo was a real standout yesterday in their series versus G2. We've seen Tatu make a bunch of incredible plays, and Tuts, my man, his Silas was awesome in that last game. The Nico ultimate usage, the way that he was finding these flanks, the way that he was setting up for his team was just beautifully done. So I think that this is a team that has demonstrated massive amounts of growth. They're a team that, I mean, I've been hearing it thrown around on social media that like they're a representative that we haven't seen from Brazil in a while, and I've been really impressed with what they've shown us so far. So let's finally jump into the draft.
All right, here we go.
Furia, for the first time in this series, going to be on the
Game 4.
blue side.
Me too. I mean, I have to give Furia a lot of credit here. We did have that inter-region battle back in Split 1 between LTA North and LTA South. The LTA South, the 4 teams going up against our 4 teams, were only able to win a combined 1 game. And to be able to come here to push G2 to the very limit, to be in a great position here, it does feel like Furia has really leveled up. They're showing a much better macro game. And I think, ThinkGuard definitely deserving of some credit for that as well. And we'll see how much further they can go, looking, of course, to close out this series. And potentially, they could get a rematch with G2 based on the results
Gam
of this
to
next
win
series.
this series, but I kind of want Furia to win now.
2 best-of-5s between these 2 teams, with Furia looking for some revenge. But picks and bans, of course, have already started. Nocturne is going to stay on that ban list. They will not give it over to Levi. Maokai joining one of the picks that you would talked about liking for them, as far as the team fight prowess.
The Scion ban on Gam suggests to me that they're thinking about a priority on the Jace. They want to try and get Kiaya on something.
No, I kind of want to see the Shyvana though. Like that would let us know like Gam is backed up against the wall and they're pulling out all the stops.
One of the best engaged
I low-key am down to see that.
Left, given that we're in game 4.
Exactly. I would say it is the best, because to me there are 5 that are kind of the prime engaged
I'm low-key
supports.
down to see
the
that.
Rakan, the Nautilus, the Rel, the Leona, and then the Alistar. And of course, the other 4 had already been played, so the Alistar last one remaining.
Lucian?
Really high prio on having that engage come from the support for JoJo.
But this is why it's so scary, because Braum is so good into the pick. Pairing it up alongside the Lucian too
with nowhere to go.
The Gam get themselves a pretty strong bot lane.
Oh, you put Furia above Gam?
Come through from somewhere other than Elio.
Oh,
we get the IU Yasuo. We're getting Alistar Yasuo bot lane. This has been a special for them in the LTA South. Of course, yes, there's a possibility
did they just hear us talking?
But I am expecting it to go
promise
to
y'all, they be watching the stream, bro.
It's going to be Alistar plus Yasuo.
They be watching the stream. I'm so for real.
Talk about confidence here. In an elimination series, international play, you're just going to slam down the Yasuo and say, you know what? You can't stop me.
I like it. We'll see how the rest of the draft develops around it. They've got a decent amount of range with the Azir coming through as well. We expect this to go into the mid lane. Gam now need to make an important decision. Do they want to match mid, or do they instead want to lock in something like jungle? Ooh, the LeBlanc for Ares. We saw some buffs come through for LeBlanc on a recent patch. It's traditionally been seen as a good matchup into the Azir.
Yo, thank you for the follow, Sinju. Hope you're having a good day today.
You can get prio
Boring pick.
Clear.
Oh my gosh, we're getting LeBlanc.
It could be a very favorable matchup.
Okay, I'm having
But you got to keep the
fun.
momentum going. Gam is going for a hyper-aggressive composition. Lucian, LeBlanc, this is a comp that spikes hard in the mid-game.
This is spicy already through the first 3 picks here.
Wait, I wanna
they
see
get mid lane
Discord.
counter pick. They're also, because they're on red side, going to get answer here for top lane. More jungle bans coming through. Last time we saw, so much attention towards the tank junglers.
Yo,
Skarner
that's
even got banned away.
I was
fire.
just thinking to myself, Lee Sin LeBlanc would be great for Gam, and immediately
That's fire.
Furia read it and they get a ban away.
I feel like Viego also fits the bill. So it'd be interesting to see if that's going to be something that
Jarvan
does get
is
taken
another one
away.
as well.
Jarvan, those are the 3 that are kind of standing out as AD junglers that could really pair well with this LeBlanc.
Dude,
Will
I'm
the Skarner
telling
be
you,
taken away?
Levi
Already
needs
2
to
of these
pick,
3 kind of prime tank junglers have
Levi
been
needs
banned
to
out.
pick
Skarner, I expect to be the ban.
Ivana.
Oh, no, they're going to get rid of the Trundle.
They could go Skarner here
I'm
if
trying
they
to set
wanted,
up this
but I don't
camera
really
so I
love the
can
pairing.
go make
No,
my
but it
When you
does
pancakes
pick
for
feel
the
like
stream.
you want something that enables the LeBlanc.
Exactly.
So you want something that has some sort of setup or some sort of skirmishing power.
But with the Trundle ban, to me, that's saying you are playing something that is going to be tanky. Generally, Trundle is picked into like Xin Zhao and stuff as a good jungle matchup, but that's already gone. So I'm thinking,
Viego,
do
I
you
think you're
want to
right.
have a tank alongside it? Is that why you're worried about this Trundle? Are they thinking about like an Ornn on 5? Are they thinking about a Skarner jungle? But to me, Viego fits the bill for what they need. Graves would be really spicy. That's not something that's been popular for quite a long time. It is definitely, really powerful power farmer. I think LeBlanc always wants to be solo AP, so I would not want to see that whatsoever, but they are just kind of hovering through, and we'll see where they land.
Do we get the predict? It's looking like it. The reason why
No way,
I think the
Viego.
Trundle ban
Dude,
is
just
good is I
pick
think traditionally
Shyvana,
Trundle is a
bro.
good answer into the Viego. When they just
All
hit
right,
each
we're
other,
getting
Trundle
Viego,
wins
I
out on
guess.
those fights. And so Viego, LeBlanc, the reason why this pairing is just so good is that they both set up for each other. They both synergize very well. They're fantastic in the skirmishes. They love to try and fight in those 2v2s, 3v3s, and they just have so much power that enable one another.
Exactly. I mean, for Viego, it's all about getting resets, right? It's all about putting that damage out, bursting someone down, getting that initial kill, and Skarner's job is going to be to say, you cannot do that. You go forward, I will CC you, I will make your life really, really difficult. And we'll find out what the final pick here is for Viego.
I will say, Furious comp, if they just swapped Yasuo for an Ezreal,
Ornn
this
5.
would be like super traditional front to back. The Yasuo does change things up a little bit, but ultimately they've gone for a very solid 5v5 teamfight composition. It is very much about the front to back, where it's a question of, can you get through our front line? And I do feel that given the last game, Gam need to be cautious about how they approach these fights, because if they do just try and walk face first into a 5v5, I'm worried about how well things are going to pan out.
So this is definitely what I was thinking when I saw the Trundle ban, is that they were considering, some sort of tank in the top lane. I thought it might have been something like the Ornn. It is, in fact, the Cassante here. There's not the most consistent damage. Obviously, Azir is kind of the exception. The rest of them, not great tank killers. Levi looking a little bit frustrated there almost on cam. As they do lock in that final pick here, it will be a win or go home situation here for Gam.
This is it.
Furia obviously with
This
a
is
game
it.
to give.
I can tell that they're pulling out all the stops because the Viego and LeBlanc pick, I think, are pretty desperate calls.
Gam,
the Lucian pick is pretty aggro because that means he has to win lane early.
They want Eris to be
So
in
I'm
a
kind of
great
down for
position
this.
where this LeBlanc is very difficult to deal with, where before a fight even starts, this LeBlanc is popping out of
I am
kind of
down for this.
taking half of someone's HP bar off, and then you're just setting yourself up nicely for the team fight to come. If you're just going in a straight front to back, everyone's full HP, it's going to be a repeat of what we saw in Game 3.
Absolutely. Non-subscribers, we will see you in 30 seconds. I agree. That's absolutely what Gam wants to do. The difficulty, of course, there's lots of CC on the other side.
It's true.
You go in for that distortion sigil poke. You're trying to get that damage out, and you get flash Renekton Sun. You get flash comboed. You get hit by a Skarner ult or a Skarner E into the wall. Anything like that can spell disaster for some of these squishy characters that have the draft. But the same is true for the Yasuo on the other side. Good use of the wind wall is absolutely critical to survive in these team fights. Playing around that with their very melee-heavy team that they have drafted is going to be huge.
Well, the pressure is now on for Gam. A single game will determine their fate. Will they push us to Silver Scrapes to Game 5, or will their MSI run end here? Furia looking to get a huge best-of-5 victory over Gam.
See if I can add the camera as a source.
To move forward in the playing stage to face the loser.
LeBlanc is a nice little
G2,
assassin. I'm not mad at it.
This series, straight after. League fans will not have to wait very long. I know EU fans, it's the weekend. I hope you enjoy the late night.
Yeah, they'll enjoy it if G2 wins. If
yeah,
G2
it's a
loses,
big if.
Yeah. Hey, they can do it. G2 has pulled off some crazy
Hey, it's working.
before internationally. You always just got to believe in the Caps magic. When you don't have logic to support it, just believe in Caps. As Gam going to be looking for this invade here, and this is Furia trying to make some history. Yesterday, they did bring G2 to silver scrapes. They're on the verge of their first international best-of-5 win. They had never even played against a major region in a best-of-5 before. So
yeah, I think so.
Yesterday was the first time actually getting to go up against G2. Obviously, the expectations were not high for them against G2, but they really proved people wrong. And of course, again, this is an elimination match, so a lot of pressure on these players here, and we'll see how IU and JoJo do survive in the early levels on the Oslo Alistar.
I also just think that over the last few years, Brazil has really just struggled on the international stage, and Furia being a new representative for them, with so many young players as well, so many hyped individuals, with Tatu and IU in particular, these young players that have already demonstrated so much attention. We'll see how things pan out. For them to have a big victory against GAM would be massive for the region and these players.
Well, this is actually really interesting. So Levi's doing a 3-camp and then basing. I think he's going to try to defend his top side, because otherwise he would just keep going for that split map. So he's actually pinging over towards
this is such a crazy angle. 1 second.
Clearing faster than Tatu.
Is it still double audioing?
Split map position. So Tatu is invading and trying to take these camps back. He will be able to get the red, but the question is, does he get caught, you know, by this long sword
I still want to watch this, y'all.
and maybe punished at the Raptors or the Krugs?
Okay, cool. Oh, is it upside down?
For him, he'll recognize the is it upside down? Will spot out Tatu.
No, is it upside
down? Yeah, looking for the collapse. Dodges away.
Yeah, Kiaya tracing after him. Tatu already blew that flash. He's going to get slowed down. There's the Q flash in, but it's going to be an E back. He goes unstoppable, pushes him back with the Pathmaker. Tatu is cooked. Levi with a fantastic read. Knows the speed at which he will clear, knows the speed at which his opponent will clear, and makes the read that he's going to be on the top side, and they can make a move and catch him. Great stuff. It did take a lot of resources to do it. They spent both the flashes, including that flash Pathmaker from Kiaya. But excellent start.
I think the roam from Eris was also really important. They needed that extra bit of damage to come through.
Like that's insane.
And the fact
okay,
that he
that's
sacrificed some of his wave in order to be there to assist with the damage
Am I
output.
still upside down?
And the GAM was able to find an advantage on the top side of the map. The blue gets stolen away. The crab is also secured. Levi with a big advantage over Tatu.
Dude, I just want to make a pancake like this. I just wanted this to be a quick little 2 seconds.
Go towards that. There's still so many camps on the map that Levi can farm up. He has his Raptors respawning. He's got 3 camps on bot side. He has a second scuttle that he can even go towards. So we'll see. It's looking like it's going to be a great start for Levi.
I was going to say, I don't love the placement of this ward, but it is going to spot out Tatu. I would have preferred it deeper to actually see the Raptors being cleared out. Levi, though, going to get the double crab. Tatu's pathing is... well, it should clear out now because he can start pathing up towards the top side of his jungle. Meanwhile, on the bot side,
let's make a pancake real quick.
Because the Yasuo is going to come through. Not too far behind, the kind of deficit that you would expect in the
I just didn't want to miss any of the action.
Is going to look to try and push this advantage more similar to what we saw in game 1.
Yes, I just wanted to make a pancake real quick.
So it's a fast bramble, and he got red buff, which is always annoying.
It became the hardest thing in the world to do. I forgot my
able to actually proc the
tripod.
Damage down. As IU will be playing heavily with his passive Pathmaker. Nice buffer there. Does get the stun, and then another Q to follow it up. Can he find that Q3? Gigo trying to kite back. Needs to be careful to avoid that third and Tofo strike. Will be able to do it for now, but he is getting quite low. Tatu in the area, though. Will they be able to actually chase down Kiaya? Remember, has no flash, doesn't quite get the stun against the wall, and he's just going to take him in the 1v2. Gigo was too low. Kiaya back to
Kiaya just 1v2'd?
Cassante is getting monstrous with GAM securing that first blood.
Let's go make a freaking pancake, bro.
Making a big misplay.
Real quick.
Gigo thought that he had more HP to assist with his jungler.
We will gonna sell, and we not gonna be able to.
Massive mistake means
Furia not gonna win.
This Cassante is now gonna
get very
monstrous very quickly.
He's gonna be so tanky.
Needs to lock
really can be that difference maker. Jungle is ahead, top lane is ahead, bot lane with that slight lead here.
I have a feeling we're gonna see game 5. Don't say that. I don't want to hear that.
To keep their foot on the gas. We saw what happened
Bro,
last game. They got
can we get to the BLG game, please? I wish they put the BLG game first, low key.
Game, and it's something we've seen a lot from them throughout the
tournament. I wish they put the BLG game
even
first.
To the BLG series where they were able to create advantages. Eris, though, could be in trouble, going to get swept back. JoJo in the area. Eris has to flash.
Because they know that's what people really trying to see.
This is a consequence of the roam that we saw from
Eris. I got the game up on my phone. BLG is playing versus G2.
Losing the flash and falling behind is not the
They're playing versus G2.
Does spike quite nicely on that first item, but I will say that
I could just make a cake, but I figured
having all of that gold invested on the top
since I'm hungry for the
isn't necessarily
I'm hungry for the
this composition, while it does want to spike around that one item. In an ideal world, Gam is investing their resources mid and bot rather than Cassante.
But what if Cassante just kills everyone?
I mean, there's also that reality, right? Where JoJo going to take a decent amount of damage. Gam can't quite convert it into a kill. But yeah, we'll see how.
Yeah, I was going to do a mug cake, but
Furia, I wouldn't be too concerned. I'm just saying that right now, yes, Cassante is very scary. But as long as this LeBlanc and Lucian are under control, Furia still have ways to turn this game around.
Absolutely. I mean, especially after you came.
All right, let's see some action, boys. Let's fight.
Kill deficit early on. Last game was 1,000 times worse in the position that they were in.
Okay, so I make my pancakes a little different.
So I don't think they're going to be too concerned.
I like to put cinnamon in it.
Expecting an early deficit in this melee versus range matchup.
A little bit of cinnamon.
Levi here on the invade, though, trying to use the pressure.
And I also like to put.
They were all spotted by that pink ward as they walked in. Through that bot
a little bit of vanilla.
Fury decides, though, you know what? We actually can't fight this. IU is locked
under the tower, farming
that wave, so he does not want to leave for what might not even be a good.
That way it makes it like kind of sweet without it like literally adding sugar.
Eris looking for the chain. JoJo is
here. I do love sweet things.
We'll have to distort back. Gigo getting quite low. Does have the dominance. The ultimate is available, of course, but Kiaya could also look to go all out.
I've never had milk.
Last breath comes out here on Artemis. Exhaust going to be used as well. Artemis going to have to.
Oh, we're fighting. We're fighting.
Respecting the damage from the Yasuo, gets it on top of pops the exhaust, and you just can't fight back in that spot.
IU really getting the better of Artemis.
I never thought I would see a cooking video alongside MSI. We do everything over here, baby.
Yeah, the Tatu gets the stun onto Kiaya. Kiaya looking to get some damage down onto Gigo. Eris on the side, trying to get the damage down onto Tuts. He lands the chain, but there's the Skarner ulti. It only connects onto one. Levi trying to fire back. Kiaya there with the team. They get the kill, they get the feed of warfare, and they get the reset. Levi now.
Oh, we got the feeds.
Flash stun from him. Tatu's gonna fall as well. It's a double for Levi. The star of Gam comes to in this game.
Levi just got a double kill.
Game read on the jungle path and gets the double kill, and they're going to be able to.
Oh my gosh! Is Gam doing it, bro? We about to go to game 5.
Elio in here, cuts in a 1v2. How about that? Flash follow, easy.
Nobody asked for this. Y'all literally asked for this.
We find ourselves in the midst.
Oh my gosh, we really about to be in game 5. We've been here before, we have, but like, you can tell Gam is trying this game. They done locked in LeBlanc and Diego, bro. They really want it. They really trying this game. Before you could tell they didn't really want it like that. They weren't really.
These champions, especially
they weren't really playing, but now
trying to go for that early fight, I don't think it was a good decision, and Gam rightfully punished it.
They playing for real right now.
Short of 2K is now the lead that they sit on. JoJo in a bit of danger.
Yeah, will be backed up there by IU, who is level 7.
The fact they picked red side should have started the alarm bells. No, like actually, when they said that they picked red side, I was like, why did they pick red side and they just lost? And they up for elimination. But that means they in it to win it, bro.
He built some long swords and then they turned it into something.
That he did. We kind of look across the field and right
now. What we doing, boys? Lock in, lock in.
Turn our attention towards 45 seconds until that next objective. It will be Gam that will likely have pressure on that objective. Of course, given how the bot lane is playing out.
We're just farming JK, getting engaged.
Gigo is getting
Guigo?
Yep.
How about you don't lose your entire health bar?
Cassante does not have all out, so doesn't have his ultimate, and dominance is available for Gigo, so he should be okay to farm under his tower.
Don't lose your entire health bar? Question mark?
Poke down here. Eris going in for the
trade. Maybe that's a good idea. I don't know.
Took as much damage, if not more, as he dealt. And Tuss has just been handling this matchup without any issues whatsoever. He really has been looking great.
The level advantage doing him wonders right now, just having that extra bit of health. Tatu makes his way. wonder if he was spotted there.
If Levi's still in the brush, he would be. Should be spotted, yep. So
Right,
they know that
right
Tatu is in
now.
the area. The question is, do they
Hands
look for a
heating
fight
up.
here around the scuttle? Eris
Hands
is
heating
already
up. Just need a little bit of
trying to
oil
threaten to move
and
down towards that river.
just
But it looks
quick.
like Gam will just make the call. You know what? We got to give it up. We don't want to actually engage
Real
into
quick,
JoJo and IU, especially when JoJo just hit 6. Will be very difficult to take down. Eris, though, going aggressive here onto Toots. Does land the chain. Toots getting quite low. But again, trading back effectively every single time. Keeping that pressure on Eris, never allowing him to just take a free trade. But with the Azir having to go back to base, Levi feels confident, try to start this up. Elio looking. They're going to be able to proc the stun here onto IU. IU flashes out, but IU could be in
what
a
are we
lot of trouble.
fighting
Braum will
for?
throw down the ultimate. JoJo
Dragon.
tries to knock him back.
Braum ult.
As the knock up there from IU will keep him safe, but still, the TP should guarantee this dragon.
Yeah, but it's a heavy commitment.
Oh my gosh, Gam getting the second
Yeah,
dragon
there's no
too?
TP to answer.
This will open up the top lane tower for Gigo to get a bit of gold back in the matchup. But sure, a second of dragon.
They really about it right
the fact that
now.
Gam is keeping this pressure up is what they need to do, because in an ideal world, what's happening is the Trinity Force is already completed for Levi. You spike hard.
I thought they weren't really trying to win, but
you get the
they locked
dragon,
in.
and then you force Furia into a fight where you have that item advantage. You're spiking hard at around level 11, the right items, the right time, and Furia hasn't had enough time to scale up. So I think Gam has the right idea around how they want to play things out. Right now, a lot of the gold is sitting on Levi, and that is both a good and a bad thing. It's a good thing because it's giving them full control over these objectives. It's really hard for Furia to fight. But in terms of pressure, Azir is doing a good job of maintaining mid-control and is always punishing Eris every time Eris tries to move. And on the bot side of the map, Artemis is not dominating
on the grill.
matchup, and this Yasuo is just having a lot of
Gam
time
locked
to
in.
scale. Now they've moved IU towards mids.
Gam
and we
is
see these
locked
kind
in.
of lane assignments once again from Gam. They're threatening the dive on top. The TP will come through from the Renekton.
Oh, they definitely want to try to look for a dive, but Tatu is in the area. Will he be able to actually...
Oh my gosh, Guigo! What are you doing?
And now we can actually take over the body, but IU is coming up here as well. They're going to try to look for more, but Gam execute on that play. Even though Furia had the read, the CC into just a full tanked culling was way too much.
This mean 0-3.
They are looking for Eris down on the bottom
He
side,
is not locked in. He is confirmed not locked in. What the heck?
Flash does have the exhaust. Can he outplay? He's going to have to try to dodge. Gets the knock up. There's the last breath. The shield comes through. Will they be able to kill him off? Elio incredibly low. Is barely able to survive there. Levi jumps out as well. They can't take
my pancake is not locked in.
Yasuo to be able to survive
I need
in the
canola
1v3. I thought Elio might have been getting knocked down.
The exhaust doing some serious work. It did seem like they were going to try and trade Elio
Pancake
for IU, which would have
not
been
locked
trade,
in, bro.
but he manages to find the outplay. Gam still hold on to the
I'm not even gonna show y'all what that thing looking like. I'm not even about to show y'all. That'd be disrespectful to show y'all. It'd be disrespectful to me and disrespectful to y'all for y'all to even have to see that.
And Furia, again,
Like,
we
that'd
always
be
think about
crazy.
that scaling element.
I'm still gonna eat it though.
Pretty good for the time being.
They really are.
Don't matter how
this
it
is
looks.
going to be a problem here.
It gonna taste the
They're gonna have
same.
to try to find some sort of solution. Eris really has not been very effective thus far this game. Hasn't really been able to put on a lot of pressure, but to be fair, they haven't been playing around him that much. Has been looking for trades, but mostly they've been answered and often surpassed by what Toots is doing.
Why is Yasuo building Kraken? I feel like that's what they do when they go
into the game. The
when
more
they go,
problematic he is going to become. That kind of ticking
Yasuo
clock
ADC.
on you that once it gets late game, time can sometimes just be up.
That's what the boys be doing.
Now spawning in about 20 seconds. Furia.
Oh, they're going to look. Nice combo there as JoJo knocks him back and he gets stunned to the wall immediately. Eris has to flash out, but will it even matter? Flash there to follow. They're trying to chase him down. Tatu used the flash, but he can't close the gap just yet. You can see IU moving down. Eris may have to try to look for an execute here, but I don't know if the kill tag has expired, and it definitely hasn't now as Tatu hits him with a rock to the back of the head. They do eventually get the kill.
That means that the gap between the mid laners is only continuing to grow. Of course,
you look at it, you will be
banned.
banned.
It's still advantages across the board in favor
Alright,
of Gam.
but
when you think about the map pressure, it's Furia that's pushing in the bot lane. Furia caught the wave in mid. They're setting their sights on this bot tier 1.
Levi is there. They're just trying to force
Yuntal shouldn't be like the staple for wind. Is that for like, are you talking about Yone and Yasuo? Caleb?
Solo bolo on the top side. Gigo flashes out, but will Kiaya spend the flash to follow? He's gonna go for it and he's gonna get it.
Low key, I thought the vibe for first item for Yasuo and Yone was like shield bow.
The Cassante continues to grow stronger. GAM are gaining massive advantages on the top side of the map. The Dragon
We
is a minute
go.
away.
You don't want to win, bro. Somebody PayPal'd him during the intermission. Somebody had to have PayPal'd him.
The Azir in a great spot.
That's the only explanation here.
It's going to have to be, as GAM find themselves with such
that is the only explanation.
Right now. Look at Levi.
These pancakes good AF.
Diego is very scary with a Cassante by his side. We'll see how things play out. Furia about 2K.
The first one came out poorly, but it tastes good.
They'll set their sights in the bot tier 1.
And it tastes good. Going collector second here. Really aggressive build with the Viego. Definitely can put out incredible.
No, that's very true. Kiaya is GAM's most consistent player.
Did not want to get chased.
I mean, I also think Artemis has been doing pretty well.
Keep an eye out for exclusive drops.
I think Artemis has been doing pretty well across the board.
All you need to do is be logged in and watching on lolesports.com for a chance to score in-game loot.
My pancakes
continue pushing this pressure forward. The Dragon is up. They use the Herald
to take that mid
one, and now they are looking to move and grab another Dragon. This would be their third of the game.
The bot wave's in an awkward spot for GAM. They decided to just bring Kiaya over towards the Drake. They want to make sure that they can get this to put themselves on soul point. Tatu is in the area, a level down.
Bird did so well in the past 2 games.
They're looking to contest.
Yeah, they absolutely
I don't understand why they're struggling so bad.
Eris is on the side by himself here. Levi, Kiaya focusing down this Dragon, but you can see the damage coming in from Toots already as there's Eris looking for some poke onto IU. But the combo, the Skarner ultimate, grabs them all, and GAM are thrown into the grinder. Furia will not be out team fought. They crush the fight again. Every single time when you think they're down, they get back up and they hit.
Is the pan hot enough? It definitely is. It's just like the middle keeps unsticking. I don't know why.
They see a good angle to fight, they will force it.
I feel like the first pancake always turns out poorly though.
Looking for a flank hovering around the mid lane, but
it's like first game of the day, but with a pancake.
There was Lucian kind of
split
off from the main bulk of the force that was focusing down the Dragon. And just like
I put mine on low heat, but I make really small pancakes. Like my pancakes be this small.
Look at where that gold is.
Because I don't like a lot of them.
An individual gold lead for the Azir over the LeBlanc. That is so problematic now.
I don't like a lot of them, but I like a stack. I don't like them too big.
Optimus trying to get involved in the fight, getting zoned away. Then the Skarner ultimate comes through, the knockup happens, the Yasuo follow-up.
We are cooking. We are cooking because I wanted a pancake, but I didn't want to miss MSI. So I'll be back downstairs in a second, but I wanted to cook real quick.
And Furia, they're just a unit.
But it looks like I could have missed the first like 10 minutes of this game because what the frick is Furia doing?
There are the Furia coaches right there reacting. You can see even Tatu.
Okay, they're coming back though. They're coming back.
Well done. Good job.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Is very far ahead at this point, and I feel like GAM's frontline just got a little bit overconfident.
Let him cook while I cook.
Has done the same now. Jojo trying to get in here to help him out. There's the flash forward from Levi, but look at Eris. He's just deleted.
They are cute. Okay, what we got going on?
No problem there for Toots.
Okay.
Back. The question is, can
it's a 1-for-1.
Elio slowing down Jojo. Will set him up.
Traded mid laners. Bro, please don't die.
But here comes Levi. Great sidestep.
Is anybody around?
He will eventually be ran down. The question is, can they?
Dang, he's so tanky, bro. He tried to survive.
As IU will not be able to take this tower before they get back to defend.
Yeah, so a positioning mistake there from Furia.
I love mine with crisp on the edge.
1-for-1, but Eris has very little gold in the game, and the fact that Levi
I love a good crisp on the edge, bro.
In a more favorable position. Furia can't afford
like this pancake is almost perfect. Like it's the perfect golden brown. There's a little crisp on the edge, but it's a little like when I flipped it, it came together a little bit too much, so it's not perfectly round. So I'm not gonna show it to y'all. Sorry.
Wasn't allowed, I should say, to have impact.
But the color on it.
Next time round, he's gonna be aware of that, and a single reset could change the whole fight.
Tatu looking here for Artemis. Nice dash and nice sidestep, Artemis.
If it was just unwrinkled, I could show y'all.
Right after. Great job avoiding the gank there from Tatu. The big problem for me is you don't really have any guaranteed.
Okay, kind of unwrinkled. I might be able to show y'all.
As they're going to get some damage down here on Tatu. Let the culling rip. Levi's coming in, as is Jojo. IU just drops the wind wall, trying to keep his jungler safe, and will be able to do so. Levi has this big gold advantage. They want to try to use it. Remember, Jojo has no ulti from that bot lane death, and he's going to die again. The question is, how aggressive do they get with this? You can see pings are already there over onto the Otacon.
And you can see that Gam is very good at just finding these picks.
Okay, I
Furia
showed.
is disrespecting. They did win a team
Very
fight.
nice golden brown. You got that crisp
so
on the edges. Very nice.
They're finding good catches.
Very nicely done,
And
Regan.
with the TP being invested, they're securing an Otacon.
They're gonna grab
You are
yep,
the
no
master
chance
chef.
of a steal here. Tatu not in the area, and Toots is not even gonna look for it. Great plays there from Gam. They have
last
to
one.
keep going though. They need
And then
more.
we go back downstairs.
Levi
This one's gonna be
advantage,
big.
it's gonna be very
I don't
difficult
want
to use
waste
that in a
any
team
batter.
fight
I
compared
want to
to
get
what the
downstairs.
Azir is going to be able to
I
do.
feel like I'm
He just
missing the
basically has to
game.
hit anyone. Stay safe and win all those plays.
Gigo pushing out that bot wave, trying to steal away the Gromp as well, getting what gold he can. Of course, he is quite far behind Kiaya. The Renekton is basically just a wall of HP when we think about the upcoming fights. If he can zone away the Lucian, then that's definitely a job well done. Toots' main responsibility is to try
the
and
whole
get through
kitchen.
Kiaya, who's now really starting to stack up this magic resistance, so he's becoming an immovable wall.
Hurry, Pancake! I gotta get back downstairs.
Deal with that. Meanwhile, Ayu kind of quietly continuing to farm
Hurry.
in the background. This Yasuo had a nice
Hurry
combo in
and
the
cook.
previous fight. Eris making his way down from the top lane. Gam starting to stack to protect
Drop some subs so she can buy back them dishes. I'm dead. You're funny.
Character, you get in the mix, then the win wall comes down.
What we trying to do here, y'all? What we trying to do here?
Without getting hit by a Renekton stun or a combo from JoJo or a knockup, but it's Gam already positioning aggressively.
Oh, it's Infernal Soul, y'all. That's gonna be really good.
Guigo is here as well. Kiaya trying to kite back now with Artemis as Kiaya took the worst end of that. Does not have his teleport available. Toots was kind of just free hitting, but it did mean the ultimate was spent from both Gigo and JoJo, so they could be vulnerable. Furia, though, pushing forward, eyes on this tier 1 tower.
Okay.
They're going to get it, and again,
Got
Cam
mid
is
turret.
just completely split now.
Keep track of the cooldowns at the bottom of your screen. The ulti of Alistar and Renekton were both
Almost done.
used. Big
Last
ultimates
Pancake,
that are
almost
important
done.
for a team fight. The Braum was used in exchange, but they still have the Cassante and the Viego ult available.
Does Furia get the dragon
They
too?
just can't walk through Toots. Look at this. Kiai is trying to get aggressive here, but he's just going to get knocked down. He's incredibly low. He's CC'd and he's killed. Artemis now the job is up to him. Can he and Eris make something happen? The
We're
win
scrapping.
says no to the culling as Gigo's going to be spotted out on the side. Eris low, Elio low, Artemis on the run. Gigo behind them still.
It looked like Gam's scared.
Going for the stun. The barriers popped early. Eris trying to turn around onto Gigo. Gigo
Why
has
is nobody
flash over to the
killing
other
Lucian?
side.
Okay.
It's Toots and it's Ayu, and they've got Levi. Levi will
That is
draw
your
his
ulti.
last breath as he's knocked
Well,
out
he
by
got
Yasuo.
he got
Gamma running for
Levi.
the hills, but Furia
Okay, both
even
ADCs
more.
are
They
dead.
take Artemis, and they are
But they don't have a
damn well
jungler.
sure gonna
Furia
take
has
the
their
dragon as well.
The
jungler.
front line just evaporates for Gam.
No way Furia is gonna make Gam go home.
It is for Gam to approach. Oh, Eris at the very least gets a kill back. Shuts down Gigo and gets a bit of gold back into his pocket, but the dragon is still going to fall in favor of Furia. The fights are going the way of Furia.
Gam is
And I feel like it all
choking.
comes down to this man in the mid lane, the
Gam is
Emperor of the
choking.
Sands. Toots is just eviscerating them. We see Kiaya trying
Can't
to
walk through him
approach,
like that.
and look at Toots. He just melts him. The
Right,
CC
I'm done.
comes through. They have an easy
Back
target to
downstairs,
focus
guys.
down. And like, what options do Gam have left? They don't have an easy way to start the fight.
Get a little
Their
bit of butter.
engage is limited.
on
Instead, they try to
top.
poke down their opposition, but
With
Furia is
maple
more than healthy enough.
syrup.
They dance around Gigo. They chip away his HP,
Put on
but now
there.
Levi is isolated, and
A little
Furia
bit,
are
a little
quick to
bit.
collapse.
Yeah, it's just really well played. They collapse on him, hit him with the Azir ult. That sets up for Ayu's ultimate. Tatu, as always, so excited there. I
Just
think
need
he's
a
kind of
fork.
laughing at Gigo for dying
Go.
under the tower. Looked like that might have been the reaction there, but you can see the Furia fans really happy about how things are
Silver's
going.
off.
They are on the verge of taking
No.
down Gam, of winning their first international best of
Wait
5.
for me.
Look at the damage dealt there.
Wait
Artemis
for
getting his
me.
undone, but it's a one-man army. The Emperor on the other side, Toots has just been killing it. Eris trying to take down this tower, but kind of disrespecting the damage there from Gigo. Takes a couple tower shots for his trouble and will be sent packing.
The Baron now makes its way onto the Rift with the Dragons equalized. This could be a tool used to force a fight. Of course,
Artemis, Levi are here. They're looking for Tatu. They're going to go in for it. They pull the trigger on the teleport.
Who looks
Ayu's
like
coming
they
over as well.
put him
Eris
into
still
IRL.
incredibly low. Gigo has no ultimate, but now in comes Toots. He is the problem. Do they have the answer? Great combo from JoJo. Sets up for Ayu, but he's going to be stunned to the wall by the stolen body of the Skarner. And it's a double for Levi. He's getting the resets. And Levi is going crazy. Levi pulls the fight out from nowhere. Gam get a clean ace. They'll get the Baron. And they do to go down in game number 4.
That's a full sweep ace.
Furia walk into the meat grinder that is Levi.
Yeah, I got
He picks them apart. And in the straight up front to back 5v5, we've seen Furia get the better of Gam. But when it just turns into Levi versus his opposition, it's Levi that gets the better of them. They secure the Baron.
And this is why they play Levi in the big bucks.
A 4K gold lead. And remember, look at the map state right now. It's a 3 versus 4. IU can't really get involved in the fight.
Levi.
The Braum shield is there to protect. And now the front line is gone. Tardu falls. But
that was a really good Yasuo ult.
Gigo, before he even arrives, IU is shut down. And while the Azir wall looks really
I feel like we need to give Lucian his credit as well, though. Like, Lucian was popping off.
Gam found the perfect fight.
I mean, you can see Levi pumped up as well he should be. They got the initial kill on the Skarner, and then beautifully takes over the Skarner and drives the Yasuo into the wall after that combo setting up for the last breath came through from JoJo. Stuns the Yasuo into the wall. They are able to burst him down without him being able to do much of anything. But now Levi is spotted. Hex Flash threatening there from JoJo.
I like Artemis.
You can see big early advantage was claimed by Levi in this game, and he is trying to be the force that gets them across the finish line. Eris now level 6, critical
I think Artemis has
for
been
the
consistent.
LeBlanc. Getting that really short cooldown on the ulti helps with the poke. Gigo fighting aggressively here, but he's against Kiaya and Levi. Kiaya can tank the tower for days. Gigo, though, still surviving for now. Are they going to be able to knock him down? Kiaya's got to get out of tower range. They do get the kill, and now it's Tatu that's in trouble on the other side, as the culling won't quite be enough damage to knock him down. Toots, though, holding strong here in that bot lane, defending the tower, as IU takes over the responsibilities in mid lane.
Pancake is hitting the spot
Levi
perfectly.
is playing with nothing but confidence, acting as the driving force right now for Gam. They find another pick in mid, converted into a tower. They're going to secure another one here in the bot lane.
Artemis has been playing pretty well. I want to look at the damage charts.
Have claimed full control over this game.
The question remains, can you win a setup front-to-back fight against this Azir who is monstrously fed? Because they are going to have to answer that question. They're not going to be able to close out the game with this Baron. They're still going to have to win 5v5s, and that has been the problem. Eris is able to land some poke.
He's looking.
War sidestep nicely by Toots, but he is hurting. Like, Elio takes a couple stabs there, loses half his health. Eris again looking, but will tank a tower shot. They're just trying to make sure that Furia can't get any vision on the dragon.
Does JoJo not know that they see him?
I don't think he knew. I'm talking about where it is established battle lines.
I do not think he knew.
I will note that Artemis, with his 3 items completed, is dishing out some serious damage himself. And while so much of the conversation has been about Levi, IU in these clustered fights, sure, he's been getting some great ultis off, contributing to the chain CC to set up for Toots to just dish out the damage. But now that Lucian...
Yeah, I think we'll be hitting a game 5.
I feel like he's just going to melt through this Renekton. And when we think about the front to back and the fact that Kiaya has been kind of getting destroyed, now that the level 17 Kazante is going up against this Azir, sure, Azir is scary, but we'll see how the fight plays out. Dragon started off. I think Fury is just going to give this one up.
We're just going to give that
they're
drag.
Gonna give it. I think it's the right choice. I really liked how Gam played that Baron. They kept the pressure on. They never allowed Fury to enter their jungle, so they couldn't get any vision to even approach the dragon. Just denied any possibility of a fight. Was really well done. The last Whisper now done as well for Levi, so Gigo could be in some trouble tanking that culling, and he is just getting burst down under his tower. Not even safe there, but Toots is trying to turn around. Look at this damage coming through from the Azir.
But he can't rejoin.
Levi barely survives.
Levi barely,
JoJo may want more. Does have the flash, but I don't think he's going to be able to get in range here to stop Levi on the recall. Though we will have to stop as Eris can't actually ward JoJo away. They are worried about a potential chase down. Tried to go big for that dive, and it almost turned tragic.
That flash from Gigo was so close. He almost ended up as fodder. Flashing away from the Levi ultimate, getting him away to safety. But he has not had a good game. 14 is his level compared to the 17 of Kiaya. He just melts at the hands of most of the GAM members, as you saw in that bot-lane skirmish.
The humidity in New York
trying to force the Baron, of course, now worn off. They didn't really get much off the back of it. They got that tier 2 tower in the mid lane. And
what is Azir arm? It's when his soldiers form a line and push everyone in a certain direction.
On the horizon for Toots.
I think they absolutely do. I mean, it's all about the start of the fight for GAM to me. You have this 4,300 gold lead on Levi, which is absolutely absurd. But if you get CC'd, if you get comboed, you get hit with the exhaust coming through from IU, you're getting Skarner ulted out of an Alistar combo, you can't really do that much. Whereas there's so few tools to actually get that explosive engage and lockdown.
Okay,
so
Levi.
It's gonna be so much harder.
Levi really working it right now.
For the forced item.
He's serious right now. Y'all not playing in Levi's face.
You drop the wind wall to zone out Artemis.
It makes
as the melees
no
come forward,
sense,
they
JT.
can kind of just focus down, and we've seen that in a number of fights. So we'll see if Furia
can
pull it off.
Oh, you're asking. Okay, my bad.
Okay.
My bad.
So Baron spawns in 50 seconds. Gamma gaining deep vision control on the top side of the map.
Oh, Kiaya in a potential 1v2 here. Gigo is around, as is IU.
Nobody's bot lane. Gam needs to push top immediately.
By himself. We'll see if he can actually
do it.
Need to push top.
Unstoppable
as he goes over the wall. Can he actually kite out Gigo?
He's stalling right now.
Has the slice, has the dice though. Nice and Tovo strikes, knocking him up, trying to buy the
this
time.
man lives.
Kasante Gaming, the Pathmaker.
Oh my freaking gosh, Kiaya.
He gets out of the 1v2, gets the exhaust, gets the ultis. Kiaya
and Gam got that top turret
for the team.
IU even used the exhaust.
He created enough time, enough space.
Found another pick.
A 1v2 and still survived, wasted their time. That's perfection.
Back out onto the map, close to level 18 in the bot lane.
That's perfection.
Getting even more magic resistance.
That's a top laner.
The pressure continues to mount. The TP comes through. Gam is looking to force.
There are some missing ultis. The last breath, the Yasuo ultimate is back up. It is a very short cooldown, but Braum has no ulti. Gigo has no ulti. Neither does Kiaya. Eris on the side here, trying to look for angles to poke, but I think Furia might just go forward. They're trying to fight their way through. Elio takes a couple autos from Azir, and down goes half his HP. Eris trying to land a little bit of poke, but it doesn't do much of anything on Atatu.
You can feel the tension. Eris is spotted on vision, has the mobility to get away to safety. Furia clearing out what they can of the Baron side of the map. The push in mid now been responded to by Gam.
Oh, he's going for the base. This is a very awkward spot. He's going to have to actually use his teleport.
Yep.
He kind of postured pretty aggressively. Instead of using the blast cones to go up towards his side of the map, he, I think, was trying to see, can he find some sort of a sneaky play, but it ends up costing him his teleport. Elio did get back to base and was able to heal up. Now back out on the map. Has an exhaust of his own here from that unsealed spellbook. Is ready to use it, but again, every time Elio steps forward, he just gets an auto or two from Toots, and it's kind of back to base with you.
Furia with position on the Baron. The Dragon spawning in 50 seconds.
Yo, if anything, I think this game has been the most like
from Gigo.
Intense.
Of course, he has no MR. They're just going to force. They're saying, you know what? We believe in our ability to win a 5v5. We will see if they can pull it off. Eris is on the top side. Furia do pull off though, as they don't want to be tanking the Baron when Gam engages. They're looking to try to go for the fight here. Gam is in a 4v5 until Eris can reconvene with the rest of the team. Tato,
I think Levi will actually smite it if they do Baron.
Make it difficult for the Viego. That's his job. He's got to be the one putting the CC down on Levi if he goes aggressive.
Poke being thrown, nothing too serious so far. The Dragon now the priority.
I need more water, but I don't want to spend another second away from this game.
The Baron themselves.
Eris again. Oh, Eris could be caught here. Toots is looking for him, and he's
just was looking for that ulti.
He does land the chains, but are they going to be able to turn this around? Exhaust comes down on Toots. Toots in trouble now. But on the other side, the Skarner ult is going to land, and it's Levi into the back line. It's Levi on a rampage, and it's Levi's world.
I understand Levi is going crazy, but Artemis is going freaking insane. Artemis was psycho during that. Talk about Artemis, bro. Artemis was going absolutely berserk. Are you kidding me? If we get a replay on that fight, Artemis put out at least 1 million damage. Bare minimum.
Yeah, they're just
bare minimum 1 million. He was pumping out autos, literally eating around the fight. The spacing was phenomenal.
Levi on the Viego.
Artemis is not getting the credit he deserves here.
Gam are able to find a way to push
oh my gosh, we're going to freaking game 5
and to force us all the way. We're going the distance. It's going to be a game number 5 between Furia and Gam. Cue up Silver Scrapes.
Such an intense team fight at the very end. Toots overstepped too far. He was forced to flash away to safety,
and that was all Levi needed.
I can't lie, this has been a great series, dude.
Gone, Levi did not hesitate. Flash, kill.
I can't lie, this has been a great series.
Now under his control, he could easily turn the fight in Gam's favor.
Time to whip out the Talia. They've already played Talia.
Gam
Look at your water facts
to the limit.
Yeah, okay, you know, you're right, JT. You're right. I want to see that last fight
this
again.
series couldn't resolve any other way.
It's just an absolute banger, man. Gam have got to be so happy battling back.
I
want to
see that last fight again, bro. I want y'all to look at how Artemis was freaking working around that entire team fight.
Really was a full team effort. Able to problem
They're
solve
really not, Jay. Artemis put in so much freaking work.
To be able to force us all the way.
And you know what? I bet at the end of this series, they're interviewing Levi.
To break that one down. Who you think's going to take it in game number 5?
I do not remember.
It's anyone's game and it's anyone's series right now, and it's the second time we have a game 5 here at MSI 2025. Coincidentally, it's Furia doing it once again here. A lot of A-ramming during this game, but also a lot of impact from Gam's top laner.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of A-ramming, but for me, once again, it started in the top side with Kiaya. This Cassante got really far ahead really quickly. Some of it of his own doing, right? Like making space, getting the solo kill. Some of it of some interesting decisions from Furia trying to gank him on the top side of the game. But how it turned out is that he just became an absolute menace. And
yeah, I'm participating in a tournament this weekend for ARAM matches, but
Levi ended up becoming
I ain't about to play no ARAM.
Because Levi is
we locked in right now.
Right? Anytime you do have a Viego, you just know that whether or not your fights are going to be looking good, and we saw it in this game as well, is one, does he live? Because he is a very exclusive champion, particularly with the newer build, where you go for a lot more crit items. And then secondly, can you just find an initial reset? And when you see this comp,
is that a stream thing? I'm gonna show y'all.
It should be the Lucian Braum that sets up for it, but as
hopefully
it turns out,
nothing.
it was a Cassante that actually did so much of the damage that enabled these kills. And if you do get an early reset, Viego is such an insanely oppressive champion, right?
I have to verify I'm a human.
And he just gets to use the full power of his kit.
Yeah, and at this point, he's just so far ahead. He ends up being able to pull off this escape that I thought was really funny, because Fury goes back into the game. They try to get this catch on him.
So this is Blossom and the Blade. It's a creator invitational. So this is their first time doing something like this. They tested it in EMEA, but now they're going global with it. They have challenged content creators from around the world to compete in their global ARAM event, Blossom and Blade. Across the weekend, so this weekend, we can enjoy watching the mayhem unfold as the chosen captains, I am a captain, compete to rack up points and climb the leaderboard. To do so, they will need to embrace the madness and play as many ARAMs and win in style to collect big bonuses. The winner will need to weather the storm of Howling Abyss, collect bounties on Butcher's Bridge, and find beauty within the chaos of Koshin's Crossing. Discover the magic of community spirit as you cheer on your favorites compete with glory and exclusive rewards on the line. If you're lucky, they might even invite you for a game. The rules. This challenge is invite only to the chosen captains whose individual performances will rack up the points. So, I am a captain, and my points, I guess, are the ones that matter. Only non-custom ARAM games will be taken into account. Players must actively participate in the game to earn points. You will need to register at least 10 takedowns, kills, and assists to be considered active. Tiebreakers in the leaderboards will be decided by the captain's average win rate. The challenge will start today and end on June 30th at 6 a.m. EDT. So this is me. I got to invite some people so we can play. I got to win a game. I'll get 3 points. Play a game, 1 point. Speed run, win a game of ARAM in less than 15 minutes. That's what I need to be doing. We need to try and speed run. Win a game of ARAM with more than 35 takedowns. Okay, so I need to end these games in 15 minutes and have 35 takedowns. Bet. Win a game where your kill participation is more than 80%. Okay, so I need to be participating in these fights. This should be light work. Holy moly, these are some freaking. What you mean win ratio 100%?
understandable given how much was off him in this game.
I feel like Tattoo.
What do you mean win ratio 100%?
Yeah, so far, for the better, all the
Nah, bro. These some freaking ARAM warriors, bro. What the frick is this?
replay. So talk me through what happened here, guys.
What the frick is this? Where am I at? It said I got 34 points. Am I tripping?
And the big winners coming out of this, Levi.
Each captain will earn points by competing in online games of ARAMs and will collect extra points for winning. So yeah, it doesn't even matter if other people are winning, like in my game. It's just me. Oh, so this is okay. So these are the gifts, y'all. Spirit Blossom Kindred. We'll have 10 Spirit Blossom Kindred skins. We'll give out some Spirit Blossom Darius jackets, hoodies, a Spirit Blossom ribbon. Yo. Spirit Blossom Yasuo and Yone. And you get the Teemo. The Teemo thing. I don't know what this is. You get 10 of something. All right, bro. We got to reach number 1. We got to reach number 1. Freaking ARAM warrior, bro. Nah, I'm about to DM this man. I'm gonna be like, hey, yo, can you chill? Can you chill out? Yeah, we might have to lock in, y'all. Let me go ahead and log in, bro. Let me go ahead and log in. How you got 100? That man hacking. That man is hacking. You can't sit here and tell me he not hacking. You can't sit here and tell me he not hacking.
Ooh, that's a tough one. I do think that we saw if GAM can come back from the loss that they had in the game before, then Furia.
Why does it say there's a wait time to log in?
Already get there. The one thing, and I'm sure they're aware of this as well, the draft they ended up with last match. In game 5, they were not happy with, right? That Lilia really didn't feel like it hit the mark. They have been
who won?
Focused on jungle.
GAM won. We've got a showdown going on.
In the games that GAM has won, I feel like it's very obvious that Levi is leading.
Okay, I'm in.
Particularly in this Viego game where he really was the main character. And if they can shut him down,
I'm gonna play a game while we're in downtime.
Really use all their bans, which kind of have been thrown towards him.
We're gonna get an ARAM in. I've not played League in so long, y'all. It's been so long since I've played League.
But I did still like, even though a lot of these early errors were unforced, I did like that they were still willing to take chances. I want them active early on the map, and I still do think that they have had a better...
they coming back out though, dude. I don't think I should play one.
Map play, and typically better teamfight setups.
Yeah, you mentioned it, like the neutral objectives for...
Girl, I watched you play League like 3 days ago. That was 72 hours ago? 72 hours without League, bro? Are you kidding me? That's basically a year. That's basically a year, man.
Who obviously has been one of the standout performers of the tournament so far. But if you can find a way to get him a counter pick or a matchup that he's super comfortable in, he has shown he can in fact carry. And hopefully that'll be enough to get GAM to the win.
Hopefully no nerves allowed here, only good preparation and only good mental here coming into this game 5. It is Silver Scrapes once again. We'll be right back after this.
I can't believe it's Silver Scrapes, bro. Bow wow wow. I guess while we're like not in a game, I can make it a little bit bigger. This is prime brain rot. No, actually, what the frick is going on, dude? I gotta start getting points, bro. They out serving me right now, and that's unacceptable. That's unacceptable, man. All right, I want to put y'all up here so I can see the game and watch with y'all. Perfect. Oops, I didn't. Guys, pay attention. Pay attention. Accept the Q pop, bro. What are y'all doing? Y'all not even playing for real. Q pop, Q pop, Q pop. 72 hours and I don't even remember how to play this game. Ew, boo, boo. Give me some good, bro. Lucian, Oriana. Who can I take cheeks with? Do we have a good balance of AP and AD? We do not. I might be able to Ori. Bro, I switched to AD, or I switched to AP, and hoes be switching to AD. Or, you know what I'm saying. All right, I'm about to pull out my Artemis. I'm about to pull out my Artemis. Watch and learn, ladies and gentlemen. Watch and learn, ladies and gentlemen. Because I'm about to show you what this Lucy do. I'm about to show you what this Lucian do. Okay, can y'all see? Why is it not showing up? Okay, no worries. No worries, guys.
As there's Eris looking for some poke on IU, but the top of the starter ultimate grabs them all and gets thrown into the grinder. Furia will not be out team fought. In comes Toots. He is the problem. Do they have the answer? Great combo from JoJo. Sets up for IU, but he's gonna be stunned to the wall by the stolen body of the starter. And it's a double kill.
Y'all can't even see. I gotta turn down the sound. It's pretty loud.
It's going crazy. But are they gonna be able to turn this around? Exhaust comes down on Toots. Toots in trouble now. But on the other side, the starter also is gonna land. And it's Levi into the back line. It's Levi on a rampage. And it's Levi's world. You're just living in it. He takes over the Azir. He's taking over the fight.
I really feel like they didn't give enough credit to
welcome back to MSI.
I know y'all can't see. I'm so sorry. Oh, now what the frick, bro?
This one.
Okay, hold on. I'ma fix it. Just wait. Just wait. I'ma fix it. I promise. I'ma fix it. I promise.
Weren't able to watch how GAM qualified for MSI.
Dark Harvest? No.
Magic.
I'm gonna fix it, y'all. I promise.
I could use to describe some of the ways in which they found in order to win games was just mind-blowing, and I feel like that we're getting to see some of that magic today. Furia is pushed to Game 5 once more. Yesterday they fell short against G2, and you have to think that they learned a lot from that. We heard from some of the players, the adaptations that they've had to make. They move into the bans and quickly. Nocturne, Maokai, Yone, the same bans that we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, Varus, Sion, Akali, lots of similar bans here getting spent. This is going to be a really interesting one. It does feel like Kiaya is consistently
getting the best of Ego. That's my wife right there. Why is she trying to kill me?
Toots is consistently getting the best of the mid laners, whether it's Eris or Emo. And it is going to be a Karma first pick, which is very interesting here. Ezreal yet to be played. I wonder if we are angling towards just the Karma Ezreal.
We got Chim Chim brain rot before GTA 6. Y'all are silly.
You've seen the Nocturne Oriana combo.
So silly.
This can kind of work somewhat similarly with the ult coming through from the Nefiri. So we'll see if Levi can pull it off here with Eris.
The Trundle finally getting into the hands of Tatu. We've seen it banned multiple times from both sides.
There it is.
The Ezreal.
That's what I figured.
I mean, my instincts were just lock in the Ezreal, very safe AD carry. It's a really good pick in general, let alone for a game 5. You pair it up with the Karma. Assuming the Karma is even going into the bot lane, there's always the flexibility that the champion provides.
MF is up and available. It has been something that's been getting
okay, Kaisa. I like the idea of Kaisa. I do not like the idea of Ezreal, though.
What is the pairing? Because you don't really have much CC at all so far. You could look towards like an Ornn or something like that.
Yo, we killing it right now.
Get CC from there. But as far as the engaged champions,
we killing it right now.
You're really looking at some like weird stuff. Like, because all the traditional engage supports are already taken away.
Remember, we want 80% KP.
Like fiddle support was
we want 80% KP, and we want, I forget what else we want. There's something else that we want.
I mean, also
just engage supports are gone.
Pairings alongside Kaisa too.
80% KP, and we want to end the game before 15 minutes.
That's the other thing.
Does it count if they FF?
What do even Nico could have been an option that's
also gone as well. That sounds good,
So let's see what Elio has prepared for us. The Victor, another control mage, going to be removed from Toots.
So, I mean, he has played some pretty weird stuff, I will say.
Yes.
I remember in the finals, he brought out a Heimerdinger. It did not work. But like Heimer, Bard, he's played all kinds of things. You could play an Enchanter alongside it, but generally you want hard engage. Blitz, I do think, is a really good mod. That is one of those hard engage champs that you could play alongside.
We're in the spirit realm.
Though it is not something that he did play this split.
Is it weird that my instincts are like volley bear support like that?
Yes.
Give me a Camille support, low-key.
Mid lane pool. Traditionally a good matchup for Orianna, but with the Rise gone, no ability to play more towards the side lane.
This Lee Sin think he Levi. This Lee Sin think he Levi, bro. This Lee Sin think he owner, bro.
Honestly, he's been fantastic throughout the series. His Ahri game earlier was amazing. He has definitely been looking really strong. Has been getting the mid lane advantages. It is Jace as that ban here. Final ban.
Fury is like, I don't know what support you've got.
Whoa, there, Bucko. Calm down now.
Elio might have something completely cooked.
I've been watching Artemis.
Just be going for like, hey, it's just an enchanter. We're just gonna throw
not the 3-man route. That's tough.
Good in the 1v1 against the Ezreal.
I trolled that one. Won't cap.
My problem is, you're not just going up against Ezreal in isolated 1v1. You're going up against Ezreal.
I can't back.
Which is so difficult. The amount of poke that they can put out. And since you don't have any hard engaged champions to actually answer that, and Kaisa can't really answer as far as the poke. Bard is definitely a great playmaker, but the 2v2, I think they're going to get absolutely slammed.
But I also just think that like Bard's placement is his ability
to think they're carrier
or to interrupt things that like channels or something like that. And Ezreal, Trundle, Karma, like these are the type of champions that run out of Bard ultimate, you know what I mean? Like,
what's your score? I'm 4-3 and 13.
And I would have preferred if they'd saved it. I understand why they want to try and give Kiai a winning matchup. He's had a great series overall. With the Gnar blind pick coming through, Kiai has a ton of options that he could go towards. If they want to really commit to dive, something like Camille could be great.
It definitely could. I mean, that kind of, I feel like it pincers you a bit into playing that split push style. Kassadin, game 5. We have been seeing more Kassadin. You know, I know that JoJoPian was playing it in the EU, and
I'm liking the innovation.
Fearless. A lot of the
all right, what we got for Kiaya? Kiaya got to pick something crazy. Kiaya got to pick something crazy.
If Eris is really pressuring, I do think that could be
GP isn't really crazy.
But what I will say
you need something crazier.
Excited to see the gangplank going towards Kiaya. But
all right, I guess we'll have to deal with it, bro.
Similar things to Viego. That hard CC, if you lock him down, he gets killed really quickly.
They have like no
There's
CC.
Nothing.
It is. It really is, Bang.
And the laning phase will be the scariest part for him. But you can go hyper defensive. You can go for the full scaling build, like the tier plus Rod mages.
With resolve secondary.
Yeah, resolve, exactly. Like,
all right, so now that we're in game 5, I think I can officially root for Gam. I'm glad that Furia made it this far, but I have decided I don't want to throw my pick'ems.
Ultimately, like on paper, I prefer the Furia draft. I think that they have good side lane threat.
I have decided I do not want to throw my pick'ems, guys.
Matchups as well.
I would like for Gam to win.
I think it can be really good into the Gnar, and it can have some great team fight value.
How could you hate a game with a draft like this,
It's such a strong pick. To have it all the way in game 5, I feel gives Furia so much safety for IU to really step up and be a big carry.
It really does, and I mean, it's just going to be so interesting to see, because I do think Gam their comfort zone somewhat is these more non-traditional comps. Because you think about, like, how are they going to start a fight? It's
Period jerks. No, I really like Artemis.
Out of the Bardal, GP all gets dropped.
I really like Artemis.
Comes in with the shockwave. It's going to be that.
I didn't know I did until.
But it's not just the Ezreal. It's, you know, Kassadin can just rift
until yesterday.
Bardals and dodge those. You have, you know, the Karma shields that you talked about for the speed up there. Gnar can hop out of it. Like, there's a lot of difficulties there, I think, for Bard to be able to land those key ultimates. It's not impossible, of course, but it is going to be very difficult.
I'm taking y'all's freaking freaks.
That's not even factoring in.
I am literally Artemis right now, bro. I am literally Artemis.
Into Ezreal.
I saw Artemis play this last game, and I was like, immediately.
You can see that he realizes it. It's
immediately lock it in.
For the Kai'Sa. So the Kai'Sa is just going to try to rune towards that, help out. Hope that that helps out a little bit. You can also see it's fleet on the gangplank, so it is not going to be the very typical grass.
Yo, I'm
people
solo.
even go towards Comet in some of these range matchups. That has become a little bit more popular for some of the people that are liking to do this kind of like splash of AP in some of the GP builds. That has become a bit more meta, but it is fleet. So
RIP me.
The thing with fleet on GP is when it is ready, you can actually just queue the Gnar and get the full heal.
L9 Kassadin for the win. So I feel like every Kassadin is L9 low key, you know? Am I tripping?
2v2 bot lane just feels like a really tough matchup.
Well, let's see. Again, the thing about Gam is that they've been in positions, like in the Talon series, they stole Elder twice. One of them was with a Tristana. Like, the word magic really, like, they just find ways to win games. That's just what they do. And we'll see if they can bring the magic here in Game 5. Yeah. Both these teams have worked very hard this year to get to this point.
No way!
Their road to the MSI main stage isn't even over yet. They'll still have to
Holy
play
moly, he really lived,
tomorrow.
dude.
Yeah, I really want to see Eris continuing to pressure Toots here. Toots has just been so good throughout the series. You need to keep him locked down. If you give Kassadin a free lane, you are going to be in trouble. He did not go for the absolute safest lane setup.
No
he didn't go for
way!
Free. He did go Conqueror, but he's resolved second
Okay, at least he dies.
Shield, so he's going to have second win in D-Shield.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe he lived that.
To actually get through. And a lot of these kind of matchups is about minimizing the damage you take as Kassadin
Leona.
and timing your Qs, your force pulses with when the spells are coming out from Eris, so you're not just kind of wasting that magic data shield that does come through. So we'll see how he's going to be able to do that.
Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map,
you good, jerks. I think my auto mod might be a little bit too high. I might turn it down.
He's missed 7 CS in the first 2 waves, and the bullying from Ayu and Jojo has been oppressive. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, there's also that push advantage.
Dude, Kiaya and Artemis both are down on CS, though.
A little difficult.
Elio just base for a refillable in a ward. I'm kind of a bit surprised. He was still at like 2/3 health, but I guess he just feels like he'd rather give the solo XP to Artemis or something, but I'm not really sure that Artemis is going to have a good time farming under the tower by himself. You can see he's about half of the farm of his opponent.
This Leona on my cheeks.
He's going to take a base of his own. Now thinks better of it as Toots is getting put low, but again, this becomes then a bit of a race between your mana versus Kassadin's health. And Eris is losing out on that race right now. It was a well-timed Q from Toots to be able to absorb that last command attack.
-1 there for Kiaya.
Can we win this in 4 minutes?
Relatively safe for the time being. I mean, the farm is pretty much dead even regardless of its
If we could win this in 4 minutes, we get the extra points.
Bot lane. Still a very rough situation already. A 250 gold lead, and we're only 3.5 minutes in. Artemis is no stranger to some difficult bot lane matchups over the last 2 days with the split maps that have been happening to him, but in this 2 versus 2, it's Furia that is off to the races. Kiaya taking a bit of damage, has the level advantage, flashes in.
Had that passive auto ready. They're going to go for the dive. Levi is there to collect it, resets it on the aggro with the W. Well done, Kiaya getting aggressive. This is the recipe to success. Go to the top lane. Kiaya and Levi do it again.
I mean, it's a tried and true playbook for this roster at this point, trying to play through the top side of the map. And it was just very well played. Kiaya found some really nice trades. He was level 4 to level 3 as well. And then Levi was in a position to capitalize on the backside. You look at the minimap, you can see he's done the cleared up towards top side. He kills the Scuttle Crab. He hasn't been spotted on vision yet. At first, this flash seems very odd. Flashing in gets an auto attack. The burn comes through, but then Gigo realizes, that's why.
And he drops the aggro immediately too.
Absolutely, and honestly, if that coat is so sick, I'm not gonna lie, man. That guy's got swag. even if you
Levi's
flash in
killing
like that
it.
and the jungler's not
Yo,
there,
thank you so much to whoever Anon is. Thank you so much for gifting a sub. I appreciate you.
Is really powerful.
Thank you for supporting the stream.
So well.
And welcome, Candy, to the Mother Redacted Turn Squad.
To base, does have a tier for himself. And you can see Toots is going to be working in towards that Roa. Doesn't go for the early tier, so he went for a much less greedy build here. He just goes double Ruby for survival. Not going to go 1 tier and 1 Ruby. And I feel like that's totally fine because he has been farming well. He has not been getting pressured that heavily. And Eris, very soon, he's going to have to deal with a level 6 Kassadin where he can actually start to trade back.
I will say that one of the advantages of the Seraphs on Kassadin is just that extra bit of protection you have, because you are effectively a melee champion, right? So in the late game, having that extra bit of shielding can be very valuable. We've seen many Kassadin builds, though, where you kind of go for one or the other, and ultimately choosing not to go for the Seraphs is not the end of the world.
And I think he probably still will get the tier. My assumption is he's just trying to rush towards Catalyst to really try to, secure his lane phase and then probably grab the tier later.
Shoot, wait, bro. I'm kind of sick.
At such a premium
I'm kind of freaking sick, dude.
Because getting the stacks of your Rift Block is where you get so much of your damage from in that late game. So you really have to have the
Are you kidding me? I don't know if y'all saw that, but I kind of ate just now.
My personal favorite thing about Kassadin is just the way in which chat always looks at a clock and they slowly count down to the level 16. So many have experienced level 16 Kassadin before. And,
so basically, I'm in an ARAM tournament, an official Riot Games ARAM tournament, and the more points I get, the more rewards y'all get. So I'm trying to double up on time.
Champion
and lock the freaking.
We talked about Prio. I love that Cam has been able to get some control over the
I'm trying to get y'all some skins and some merch.
Means that Furia still have a way to easily escort
dude, you get a badge if you gift
I think that's so crucial when playing a champion
subs because I'm an official League of Legends MSI co-streamer. Yo, that's actually so sick.
A more heavily AD build, very likely. You can see
wow, Riot Games, that's actually so sweet that they do that.
As Toots is able to leave lane and grab all of
the
high fruits, so
cool.
he'll be staying around. He's basically farming dead even, and bot lane, of course, does not have that luxury here. Artemis just doing his best to survive.
When's it going to happen? It's happening right now.
How the 2v2 is going. I expected it would be very rough, and it has been. Elio, though, does have a teleport available.
JT, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Oh my gosh, Ashley, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank y'all for the gifties.
Try to attack somewhere on the map.
Oh my gosh, Audrey with the 5 gifted subs. I'm just trying to get y'all some stuff all around. We got it through the subs. We got it through the game. Thank y'all so much. That's so sweet of y'all.
Supports hovering around the top side of the map. Ezreal now moving towards the mid lane in order to catch that wave, get some control over it in order to be in a position to contest the grub spawning in 5 seconds. Tatu makes his presence known. Elio just going to take the portal away to safety, and Kassadin now finds himself in the bot lane, more than happy to just pick up this farm.
You can see Artemis is moving up though. Gam, as always, wants to fight. They are going to try to have that extra mana advantage.
What is you doing?
Toots has no teleport available right now, so the Kassadin will not be able to join. The GP has no teleport either, but you can still join with the Cannon Barrage, with your ultimate, kind of that extra half man. And if they can actually spot Gigo, they'll see that his Meganar is already locked and would be expiring.
That ulti 8. That ulti 8.
Just yet, they're trying to maintain some control here in mid lane, and Kassadin has been bought the time to move up. Now they have the extra man on the side of Furia, as it is Levi here contesting.
Hey, chill out on me.
Scrubs. But Tatu able to grab the first one for his team.
Nice, we did it.
An easy way into this. I think
do I have 80% KP? I don't know.
Wants to at least smite one away. He's going to look for it. They're going in onto IU. He follows after. In comes Artemis. Here comes the Cannon Barrage as well. Levi's going to get knocked down, but can Artemis trade? Yes, he can. Artemis now getting the damage down on the JoJo as he flashes out to safety. Artemis trying to fight against Toots here. He'll flash forward right past the Kassadin, trying to finish him off, and he will do just that. But it's Toots and Tatu fighting back, taking down Eris here.
It's a 2 for 2.
Nowhere to go. They want to give it to the Kassadin.
Eris is gonna die.
They should be able to. It's a double kill for the Kassadin, and that could spell trouble for Gam.
Yeah, you don't want late game Kassadin in early game, bro.
A chaotic fight breaks out around the objective.
You don't want late game Kassadin in early game.
The combo onto IU.
Thank y'all so much for the gifted subs. I appreciate y'all.
The ball from Orianna to try and one-shot this Ezreal, but the combo doesn't quite connect, which means that Gam find themselves very deep in a situation that they can't really escape from. They've committed to trying to get these
I guess if I want my pick'ems,
massively.
Question is,
if I want my pick'ems to be messed up, I do want late game Kassadin in early game for Furia.
So it's too tanky, even going back in here, liking his chances, has not spent up his
But
goals.
I think I have to root for Gam now. I do. Since we made it to game 5, I think I got to root for
Gam. He's stayed on the
Gam.
map for quite a while, so I wouldn't be completely shocked if he did get towards that rower right now with his farm being very good and a double kill. We'll see how close he gets. Yeah, there's the row. That's enormous. He has Roa tier at 10 minutes on Kassadin, and he is up 650 gold over Eris. This Kassadin is already going to be a problem.
Yep. I mean, I was hoping to get a replay of that last fight because I wanted to showcase how Gam just really overcommitted. The idea being that with Gangplank and Gigo being stuck in the bot side of the map, they had the cannon barrage to assist with the backline dive. We know how good Levi is at locking down
I hate that they picked Ezreal though.
He uses the R from Levi, but Ayu immediately ease out. He immediately gets away to safety, and the shockwave just doesn't quite connect. And even though they do end up getting that kill, considering how
I feel like if anything, Kassadin's the late game
like,
insurance.
All right, I will just pick up kill after kill. He gets himself a double. They get themselves 3 grubs, and Furia, while the gold is not strictly in their favor, the advantage that they're currently sitting on is pretty significant.
It absolutely is, but I mean, it's kind of flashback to last game. It's can Kiaya make the difference on the top side, where he was getting those early solo kills. During that attack on Grubs, he took a plate bot. He's now up 1,000 gold already, has the early Triforce completed. Tatu moving down here with Jojo, though. Artemis is caught out, and Artemis has no flash. I don't think he's getting out of this one, but Levi is coming in, trying to support. He's going to ult to the side, trying to get away from Toots, but Toots is right there waiting. Levi goes in with the Hound's Pursuit, but he's got to run for it now. Eris here to try to back him up, but it's Elio in trouble on the side.
Oh my gosh, wow.
To try to get back to safety.
He got out of that auto.
The command protect there from Eris will keep him safe just barely. But again, another kill for Kassadin, 1K ahead this early. Eris is staying around. I don't know if he really should be. Could be in a lot of trouble here. They're going to look for the dive.
Okay, big ulti from Eris, but is it going to be enough?
They get the kill on Eris, but Levi gets one back. Levi now looking for Tatu, who has no flash, and he's going to get a second. There's a double back for Levi.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good from Eris.
Should be able to get out to safety, though, with his ulti.
I mean,
I'm not mad at that.
Navigate the situation pretty well, but it's Toots that still gets himself another kill. The Kassadin continues to ramp up. Even though Furia
he's 3-0 now.
Extended on the play, it ends up overall being a 2-for-2. And notice Artemis quickly moves his way towards mid lane.
Does he have a shutdown gold? No. If he had shutdown gold, it would be displayed like above the champion portrait right here.
A little bit more gold back, ticking over to level 9 even. We'll look back at the play, and it's Artemis that's first to fall. A really good placement of the pillar means that he has nowhere to go.
I don't know if it's the bug or y'all do know they like changed. They changed how shutdowns work, right? So like if your team is inting and low-key, like his team did int right here, tower diving and 2 people died, you don't always have bounties on you anymore. It scales with like champion level and something else.
Leaves Tatu in a very awkward position underneath the tower.
Yep, laughing about the dive there, but still things going well overall. Close game, only 500 gold separating the two, but Kassadin is going to be the problem. Of course, there is some powerful scaling on the other side, and you're looking at the Gangplank to maybe try to be a difference maker, but Kassadin versus a team with low CC is always so tough to deal with.
I mean, I will say that there is a traumatic personal experience.
Why'd they do that? So in cases where like, say Kassadin is 3-0, right? But the rest of his team is like 0-5, 0-9, 0-6, 0-3, right? Like he's literally the only person doing well. It's so that he does not have a bounty on his head just because he's playing well, and the rest of his team is freaking inting.
They're winning across the map. Gam roar to life and take kills in mid and top.
Gamma making the magic happen. They get a solo kill on the top side. They punish the Ezreal.
3-0 cast early is
from
crazy.
Elio that we thought would be so difficult to connect. He finds it onto Ayu, and they convert it into a kill. The Bard Q as well.
Because if you're Kassadin in that situation and you die, you're getting like, that's horrible if you give over shutdown to a team that's already ahead.
So he ends up connecting that binding, allowing for Gam to chase down the Ezreal. They extend the gold lead ever so slightly, and Artemis, who suffered a very difficult laning phase, finds himself nearly a full level up over Ayu. In terms of gold, it's practically dead even. And we once again find ourselves in a situation where it is Toots that's holding on to the gold lead. We'll look back at this 1v1, and it's just
The Gangplank just running Gigo down.
Yeah, really well played. He hits that first
One
barrel,
Q.
knows he can just go in for the flash. As soon as the flash is responded to, just drops the GP ulti for the slow, and then this is back to that
Doesn't GP ult heal him, or am I tripping?
The ultimate committed by Artemis as
Where's
well.
that one? I know they changed him to where...
Yeah, you gotta love it. They are excited, man. This is what they work for all year long. Levi will be able to hop over the pillar.
They changed his ulti so that you can buy 3 different ultis or something. Like there's an ulti upgrade, and then I thought one of them healed him.
Has been trying to do his best to use those pillars to great effect, but they haven't always gotten the most.
Wow, immediate cleanse.
I always turn my attention to the neutral objectives.
Level 11.
And there aren't really that many on the board to play for. Yeah, the level 11, level 2 ultimate now for
GP is ulted by Mordekaiser, and he eats an orange.
On the top side.
Does that get him out of the ult?
Very careful. Elio kind of fishing, seeing what information he can gather. A lot of the vision just being denied by the control wards put out by Furia.
Yes.
Artemis going to clear out this mid wave. Kiaya has joined the group. Gam, I feel like need to force something or convert this into something, because that bot tower is completely exposed.
It absolutely is, but they're going to be forcing at this objectives. This has been the recipe, whether for success or failure, all series long. Gam is going to show up to the objective, and they're going to try to fight you. And
they have the GP ult too. They can just throw that bot lane if they want to clear out that wave. He's going to commit the TP instead.
Oh, he's going to get interrupted, though. He tried to TP in their face and just gets pillared out of it by Tatu. So now that is -1 on the teleport and -1 on the tower, very likely here, as Gigo should be able to close the gold gap and be able to pick up something for himself.
Nice objective secure. That's going to be the first tower of the game. Gam want to respond in kind in the mid lane. They have the Herald. They should be able to knock this one over. The bot wave needs to go and be caught by Kiaya.
So whoever gets the next objective gets the feeds.
It's actually so critical, because that's first tower feat for Furia. It would have been for Gam with the Herald that they just grabbed, and that would have been feats of strength. They would have grabbed those upgraded boots right there, because they already had the feats of warfare. As a result, it's going to come down to this next objective, which will be the Dragon here in 45.
Whoever gets it.
Not only will they get the stats, not only will they likely get a teamfight win, they're going to get the upgraded boots
gotcha, jerks.
Static Shiv and the Rage Blade now finished for Artemis. Level 11 means that he also has
I know you can
on the ulti. It's strange.
I think you can win wallet as Samira, if I remember correctly.
Continues to scale up, but feels somehow more manageable as Artemis continues to get stronger in this Gangplank.
No, you can spell shield it.
I mean,
as
Levi,
Nocturne.
Again,
that's what it is.
He just finished the Black Cleaver. There's a lot of physical damage, obviously, on their team. He's going to be shredding that
you can
armor
spell shield it. That's what it is.
GP going to be problematic.
I was like,
too.
I blocked it as one of the champions that I play. It's Nocturne. If you W as he tries to ult you.
Survive here. Tatu's tanking up. The shockwave comes through. Great Bard ulti to buy some time. The GP ulti as well coming through as Jojo. It's just going to go down. It's a 1-for-1 for now, and now Gigo does take up that tower. It's just Elio up on the top side by himself.
So it's a 1-for-1.
But it does mean that
but it's the mid laner for the support.
On the top side. They claim feats and the Dragon on the bot side, and no one's there to answer the GP just yet, because Gigo has no TP. Kassadin TP'd mid. This is definitely problematic here for Furia.
Gam have easy access towards this bot tower. It's
Artemis is using the Uzi skin,
Dragon being secured for Gam,
and that's the expensive one.
The feats of warfare. Gigo a little bit slower to secure.
That's that $500 one. That's not that. That's not the cheap one.
His best.
That's the real one right there.
Versus one. The Gangplank ultimate doing massive work. The Seraph shield also providing a lot of value.
But remember, Masu said it was unlocked on the tournament server. So
great position. 2 dragons to their name. Levi going to clear out this ward.
Maybe that's why he's got it.
Now this is where the big objectives really start to spawn. A lot of the outer towers become unavailable. Gam should set their sights on that top tier 1. Furia will ideally want to knock down this mid tier 1.
Because when I interviewed him at LTA
jungle, controlling those
on stream, he was like, he wanted to play that skin at MSI.
Eris doesn't have a tower to help him defend, which means that he needs that additional bit of support.
You can see, so it's almost level 13 and 9 stacks on the Roa. So he'll pretty soon, in a minute here, he'll be 14 and a bit. So definitely going to be on the mind.
Can Masu say you're giving one away to chat? Yo, the way I've been asking Riot, I was like, hey, yo.
It's not a guaranteed win by any means, but you can be incredibly effective.
Skin codes?
You do still have to be very careful that if you do go in and you get hit by any sort of CC, you know, bard binding or something like that catches you,
I think that'd be dope if we could give away like one.
That to worry about, but Gam moving around the map now. It is Gigo pushing down bot lane, but of course the tier 1 was already gone, so not any immediate response available for Furia. As Gam, I feel like
I think it'd be cool if we gave away one and we got them.
They are answering pretty well.
I like the way that they.
Because if you think about it, we're free advertisement, you know.
Just a nice transition through mid into top. Kiaya can now go catch the bot wave as well. Furia don't really have easy options. That mid tower is a difficult one to siege, especially with the static shiv sitting on Artemis. The wave clear is difficult to pierce.
You like the draft F3?
While the poke is something that IU will have a decent amount of, the Muramana also.
I'm not gonna lie, I think the longer this game goes, the less likely it is that Gam wins.
Job here. 20 minutes in.
That Kassadin's gonna be a problem, bro. He's gonna one-shot people.
Oriana wants to complete that second item.
They're pretty freaking squishy.
14, that level advantage we were talking about coming through from the Rod of Ages.
14.5, only a level and a half to go to hit that massive power spike here for Kassadin. Of course, it's only 20 minutes into the game, so level 16 will be very fast. Elio will take a chunk and is going to pop both the barrier and heal that he had from
and Kassadin is level 14.
Will not be in danger of dying, but just going to continue cycling through that Summoner Spellbook. We'll see if he can find a big moment later on into the game to really make something happen with that. I do think it's so effective there as they're going to go in with the Hound's Pursuit, looking for Tatu. The Shockwave doesn't connect as Tatu flashed out to safety. Jojo now looking for the tether, but it's going to be Levi just eviscerating over the wall, gets back to safety here as Toots again pushing up through top. Furia, respectful, use the flash, but now they're actually going to pull Otacon.
Ooh, yeah, I was going to say, I think that it's nice to make a play like that when there's not really a big objective on the map, but of course with Otacon there, that is something that Furia can force.
What's up, Strong? How are you doing?
Combo is unavailable. 2 big ultimates used by Gam. Tatu getting very low though.
I mean, you could solo it for sure, and it is going to be spotted out, especially with Jojo there to help. It wouldn't even have to be a solo trip. They are aware of it. Can they get over to stop it? That's the question. Now the TP is going to come in from Kiaya. They know that they have committed to it. Artemis taking a little bit of damage there from Jojo as he tried to enter. Kiaya arrives.
Okay.
Still not there.
Does Levi steal this? Does Levi steal this?
Gigo going to take a bit of damage.
I feel like he will. He's locked in, dude.
By Jojo. The Otacon getting very low. It's a nice Bard ulti coming through.
Very nice Bard ult.
Barrel out of it? No, they cannot. Kiaya cannot connect on that one. Gigo down to half HP, but he almost has the Megan already. The Otacon getting incredibly low.
He stole it!
Not to be outdone.
I told y'all Levi locked in!
Trying to find a good ulti. He whiffs. He doesn't connect.
All right, now we got to win this fight afterwards. Now we got to win this fight afterwards.
Kiaya trying to keep them interested. Toot's going to go back in for Levi. Chunks him down. In comes down, Pursuit. And the shockwave is delivered by Levi. And that may just
be my gosh!
The window.
The Oriana ultimate!
This man cannot be stopped.
The flash
and
from
that
Levi
is the Levi we've been waiting for this whole entire series.
Gam with another huge teamfight win.
Oh my god.
Swing the momentum in their
my
favor.
god.
The snipe battle comes through. An ambitious Otacon start is secured by Levi. Then Gam play with patience. They play the fight slowly. Once the objective goes down, they realize what they have to be afraid of. Gigo looks for an ultimate. Isn't able to find it as Levi creates enough space.
Oh my gosh.
He goes in,
the Bard ulti, the Nefiri steal, the Nefiri going in with the Oriana ulti, all of it. All of it was so well done. So well timed.
Furia fall apart with 4 down.
Oh my
Gam set their
gosh.
sights on the best of 5 victory.
Look at them. Yeah.
Captain Levi.
Yeah.
The 3rd dragon moving to soul
Oh
point.
my gosh, I freaking love it, dude.
They spent everything in a lost fight.
I freaking love it.
Side, all 5 flashes available. Not a single flash available.
They're freaking doing it!
Move to soul point here. As he called out, 6,000 gold lead.
Oh my gosh.
And Eris
I can't believe they're doing it.
Able to find the follow-up.
I didn't think they were going to do it.
Combo there with Levi. That's why they drafted
Infernal Soul.
It's kind of this like miniature Nocturne combo that you can pull off, and it has been very effective. The top side for Gam just always doing work, but they're looking for Kiaya. Kiaya trying to be supported here. It's going to be a teleport in from Elio. Nice use of the spellbook.
Gam make magic. They did it on their road here. They're continuing to do it here in Game 5. Levi with a 5-1-5 scoreline.
Elio's Bard, I was skeptical in the draft, but he is having an amazing performance. Those ultimates have been huge. And while the Kassadin
is that the IG skin?
16,
did I just see Jackie Love
so many
on the signature? Am I tripping?
It feels like Gam is not afraid at all. Baron now on the Rift.
Absolutely, it is going to be difficult.
That's not the Uzi skin.
Have the potential to be able to come back here.
That's the Jackie Love
you're
skin.
Down 7K. Now you're facing down a potential Baron start, a potential Dragon Soul, to the point where great, you hit.
I didn't know the Jackie Love skin had a chroma.
As you fly into the backline, do you not just get burst down? And of course, he doesn't have a Zonias. He's not building for that. Tatu able to just outrun this. Remember, he has the Dead Man's plate plus the Frozen.
I saw the Jackie Love signature on the back.
Pretty difficult for Elio to lock him down.
With full control over the top side, though. They've left Toots isolated. There's the level 16 secured for Kassadin.
But
is he
that's
alone
not
enough?
very good.
Eris looking, the shockwave forces the flash from Tatu. As he tries to step forward, Eris looks for the big play. But they do have to be careful as Gigo has the ulti available here. They want that Mega Knock to expire, and they're going to respect it.
Midwave is the point of contention. That bot wave has been completely abandoned. Cam collecting S5 in the mid lane. Notice the level difference between the AD carries as well. Artemis level 15, 13 on Ayu. He has done a fantastic job of coming back into this game.
Yeah. I've got to give so much credit to the Gam bot lane. We obviously talked so much about the top lane, but Gam's
Artemis
bot lane was drafted into what I consider to be a pretty big hole. It was so difficult to play
Bard
off that 2v2,
has
but
been
they
on
stayed
his
relevant.
BS.
They made the most of the opportunities when they did arise. They're able to find these big fights to make a big impact. Elio with the spellbook has been around the map a number of times.
Yeah, why is the jungler and the ADC so underleveled? Holy moly. Have they really been denied that much farm, that much XP?
Toots, though, does complete his third item. He goes for the Malignance. So now we'll have to see from this far behind, does he feel he can go towards a Zonia's? Does he feel he needs more damage, like a Death Cap or a Lich Bane or something? It's always really risky to get in these super late game scenarios and not have a Zonia's, but at the same time, when your team is this far behind, building defensively sometimes is just going to spell disaster.
To feel the weight of all that pressure onto his shoulders.
Again,
Ultimate doesn't connect onto Tatu. This is what we were talking about
Frozen
in the draft.
Domain plus Dead Man's Plate. You are fast.
Toots is hovering.
That's like a free ghost, bro.
Jojo does have to actually flash out. That's the shockwave down as well as the Hound's Pursuit. They need to retreat now. Toots trying to slow them down there as much as he possibly can as Levi does try to kite out to safety.
A lot of ultimates used there by Gam. Furia now on the offensive. They're just going to push in this wave and make their way towards the Baron.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try to force the issue here
without
those cooldowns up and available.
Oh my gosh.
Furia moving over towards the Baron, clearing this out, but there is no summoners on Jojo. This would still be so risky. The Cannon Barrage is up and available. Toots is going to go into the enemy jungle, spots Levi, likes his chances in that 1v1. He's chasing after Levi as he has to use a We Are Pack. Flash forward there from Toots, trying to take him down, but not really enough damage to make it happen. And now you're missing that flash. The all-important flash ulti with that full stacked ultimate can be massive for a Kassadin.
The idea is if he gets that kill onto Levi, that's the hero play. I respect the confidence, but the execution just doesn't quite come through, which means that he doesn't get that kill. But if he had Baron, the game, everything would have swung on a single play. You understand why he makes it, and you can sense the pressure that's being felt. It doesn't connect. We'll see how much losing that flash will impact him as the game continues.
Yeah, I feel like Levi is in his flow state right now. So any objective this man is gonna steal.
To try to put the finishing touches on this game, on this series, and to move on. Levi, Elio, out by themselves here, but will be a-okay from that pillar. It's all going to be about the setup here around the Dragon. Eris still not level 16. We'll see how much gold he has in pocket. Has been sitting on that large rod for a while, but it's going to be Furia pushing the pace. They don't want to allow Eris to try to have the time to base. They are on the Baron. It has been spotted out. Gigo just went Mega, though. He could look for an angle. It is revealed. Toots on the side here is going to be threatening. It's actually Kiaya just soloing the Dragon right now, so they're going to try to have a 4-man defense while the GP solos the Dragon. He can join with the ulti. It's all going to come down to a flip here. Tatu is just going to go for it.
Okay, Baron stalls.
By the Bard.
Bard stall.
Can Levi get in? Levi's in the pit. It's going to be a flip here. Who's going to take it in this critical game 5? It's going to be grabbed by Tatu.
Oh,
Gets
Tatu
the
got
objective,
it.
and now Furia need to run. In comes the Hound's Pursuit.
Levi does not want them them running.
He's trying to run for the hills here, but Gigo's in a lot of trouble. Jojo and Ayu trying to stay around to support their top laner as he walks out.
Cut him off. They have no turret. They have no turret. Cut him off. Cut him off. Orianna has ult. Orianna has ult. Go in. Go in. Go in. Go, 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 go.
And they get another as well. Jojo joins him. Toots trying to run. He needs to survive here. Levi can't close the gap to finish off another kill. They get the Baron, but they lose the soul, and they lose 2 kills.
Furia limp.
Okay, I gotta go pee real quick. Don't end the game. Don't end it.
Force Furia to retreat after securing 2 kills. The Baron still sits on Toots, but as 3 members, can they defend against the 5-man sieging of Gam? They set their sights on the tower, and Furia, they just don't have the wave clear.
Yeah, they just need to delay. You have to give up the inhib, wait for your members to respawn. You have the Baron buff, they do not, so you can slowly clear out these waves here. We can see Ayu doing his best possible job to do that. And now for Furia, I feel like your only chance is waiting for the Elder, hoping you can get an opportunity to get that Elder stolen away, to make a comeback play there. That is really what they are counting on. As Furia go for the flip, and had they not got this, could have been horrible.
So Elio, he was just trying to buy time with the Bard ultimate. It was an insanely close flip between Levi and Tatu, and at this point they're on the retreat. The Shockwave can't quite get in range for Levi, as the Orianna is quite far behind. Levi, at this point, is trying to just find exit kills, and they're able to do it. Toots goes in, pushing Kaya away. Gigo is isolated from the rest of the team.
The game isn't over, right?
The auto attack comes through, and the static shift does good damage to the rest. Meanwhile, they get that kill onto Jojo, and a lot of summoners were
used. I've been drinking so much water, man.
Desperately trying to escape with as many Barons as possible.
Ooh, her dress.
Yeah, you can see
fire.
The emotion from the crowd. Play goes right, you know, you feel it. You feel the hope, you feel the joy. A play goes wrong, you can feel it sink. That horrible feeling of knowing you are close to your trip here being over. Furia, though, of course, are not out of it just yet. Era's still not on the death cap here, but Kiaya is going for a kill onto Gigo, but Tatu and Tuts are here as well. But everyone's coming from Gam. Can Kiaya find the time? He's trying to kite out, drops the ulti here. Levi around. Tatu going forward. Gigo getting incredibly low as well. Gam are just going to back it up and wait for Eris. That was a very dangerous fight on either side, but at the end of the day, no kills do happen.
I love the idea there from
this is
Furia.
intense.
They knew that Kiaya would try and punish Gigo, and so they're right there to support him. But the barrel damage was just crazy. Gigo and Tatu were almost
They nearly went back to try and end. Not gonna lie, they took mid inhib. Dude, I would have been so sad if I came back and the game was over. I would have been like, bro, I literally peed for 30 seconds.
Actions there from Levi. Tuts had the ulti fully stacked and tried to go for Levi as he stepped up to that brush, but Levi immediately reacted and is able to immune it with his W.
Come on, Gam.
Really well played by him. Eris now
secure
16,
the pick'ems. Secure the pick'ems.
16. All of these
secure the pick'ems. Secure the pick'ems.
He's on 16 as well. Furia going to struggle to have the damage.
I realized
really
I don't want to lose.
Over the hump here, but Gigo's trying to desperately charge up that.
No, that's the Jackie Love skin with the chroma. That's the Jackie Love skin. That's not the $500 Uzi skin. I thought it was because it's like the same color scheme, low key. But when he presses back, it has the signature Jackie Love. Yeah, I need that chroma, bro. That's kind of fire. That's kind of freaking fire. Not a lot of people have that chroma, I guess.
Farm up close to level 16. The last whisper. Lord Dominic's regard soon to follow.
The Seekers are done as well. Gonna be big there. Or Toots can allow him to go a little bit more aggressive, go in, spend that first round of spells, go golden, and try to buy the time for the next one. But it doesn't feel like Gam are really willing to push in. They are happy to just control the enemy jungle, deny vision here, and set up for this Elder. That is where they feel more comfortable taking the fight. They don't want to look for the siege.
Look at the vision, man. Like, it's just wards, 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 just full control over the whole bot side jungle.
I mean, you can't see anything if you're on the Furia side. You know, if you toggle vision to Furia, they've got no vision on that entire section of the map. It is really, really tough for them to be able to actually walk out and even get close to the Elder, but they do still have over a minute to try to get that done.
Everyone will have ult and flash in 15 seconds. I think Tatu might be like a minute.
But this is just giving Gam even more space.
A minute or so.
Now until the Elder.
And so will Kiaya. Kiaya's got like a minute 30.
For the Elder to try
2
to
minutes.
guarantee that they can secure this. It's going to be up to Tatu and the rest of his team to even try to get him in a position where he can try to steal it.
I will also say Artemis, like with the Bloodthirster shield and the magic resistant shield
Hard
that's
to
going to
kill.
come through, he is that much harder to kill.
Yep, there's a big task here for Toots, and he's going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Is level 18 on the casket, and the fight going to break out. Tatu in trouble already. Tatu down incredibly low. The heal comes through. Does keep him alive, just barely. They've chunked him out. It's back to base for the jungler here. And it's only 20 seconds now until the spawn happens.
I'm so terrified. Like, how do they know when to pull the plug, bro? How do they know when to full send it? Because like, whatever happens, that's game. Well, it won't be game for Furia if they win. But like, how do they know, dude? Oh, flash, 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 flash. No longer flash on the ADC. No flash on Ezreal. Oh my gosh, Elder Dragon. If they get Elder, it's GG. If they get Elder, it's GG. 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 It's a wrap. It's a wrap. It's a wrap. GG. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Gam wins. They freaking did it, dude. They freaking did it. Oh my gosh, that's so sad for Furia, dude. They don't even get to play on the main stage, bro. They're going home. They don't even get to play in the main stage. I think they played well, despite this game. I think they played well. It's very sad.
The nexus in their eyes.
Into a pause. That was a teleport coming through from Toots as he was trying to get back to base to defend. They are without their AD carry. They can try to defend, but they don't have any way.
Dude, I think pauses are so shady, bro.
You're up against Soul.
Because the fight will happen, somebody will die, and then I'm like, yeah, of course you want to pause, bro. Yeah, your mouse not working. Okay, you know what I'm saying?
Furia will need to find some incredible play to turn this final game around.
But not like for real though. Yeah, no need for a pause, bro. They're like, you know what? Let's mess up their momentum. Let's pause for a couple of seconds.
Back from the bottom lane. Gam on the verge of an incredible victory. Both teams have fought so valiantly, but with the Elder Dragon, this game feels like a foregone conclusion.
It's going to take perfection from Furia, and it's going to take mistakes, let's be honest, from Gam if they were to be able to turn around this game to even be able to
They just got Elder, bro. Do each teams get a pause? So you are allotted a certain amount of pause time. So each team has a certain amount of pause time. And once they get past that pause time, they're not allowed to pause anymore. But yeah, they're used for reporting game issues. You can't just pause because you feel like you need a timeout. You can't do that. It has to be for some type of in-game issue.
Keep our hopes at this tournament alive. Would be absolutely heartbreaking for Furia if they are.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't do a mental break.
I mean,
it has to be something like a bug or something. But with that being said, they still have a certain amount of pause time. No, you cannot get. You can't even talk. You can't even talk during these pauses.
They have reported that something went wrong in the game. That will be investigated. Of course, our comp ops team will be looking into that, investigating was it a bug? If it was a bug, was it gameplay impacting? And we will give you the updates as soon as we have any more information. But for now.
Wait, I didn't hear what the bug was.
Well and truly in the driver's seat, looking like they are moments away from closing out.
What was the bug?
Series. That man on your screen has certainly played his part in it. So the update I have been given is that there was a bug report made by Furia. So they have reported that something went wrong in the game. That will be investigated. Of course, our comp ops team will be looking into that, investigating was it a bug? If it was a bug, was it gameplay impacting?
Throughout the series. But for me, like, Kiaya has really had a phenomenal series. While he couldn't always translate his leads into game wins, it feels like in every single game he's getting the better of Gigo in the 1v1. I feel like that in the games where he had his impact, you could really feel it. And in game 5 on the Gangplank, my goodness, the GP ults. Like, if you could just isolate how much damage that did, like, it has to be insanely high. It's such, like, we don't see Gangplank that much. We get to look back at this replay. So the Elder gets secured by the duo of Kiaya and Artemis.
Then the engage comes through, and I love the use of the Gangplank ultimate early. Look at how much damage he's able to do onto Ayu.
Make it the in-game state, and now there's a
whatever target
no
they can hit.
like.
Levi forcing Jojo and Toots out of the fight, and then it gives an angle for Artemis to ulti in, take out the AD carry.
Y'all know good and well there ain't no bug in that game.
Furia's goal is to try and get back to base as quickly as possible because they know they don't want to fight the Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
And so if they can just get back to base, defend, wave
what
clear,
bug
maybe they can
think
stall
it is?
things
I
out.
need
The
an
Elder
update on what bug they think it is.
Does, so maybe there's a way, but losing 2 members, I mean, it's going to be a very difficult defense against Gam.
Yeah, no kidding. And I mean, it's 2 of your only kind of ranged characters who can actually help you clear out these waves, right? Because you can't fight into Elders. You need the Ezreal, you need the Gnar to be able to maybe thin these waves and buy time for the Elder to potentially expire or for something to happen. But even if it was different members alive, Gam in a 5v3 with Elder, with Soul, they are diving.
I do remember that,
Cupcake.
I do remember that.
They are going to force the issue as they have all series long.
You can only talk to your coach
I fully
in
agree.
between
This guy
matches.
has just
That
been
is correct.
doing it at the top level, at the elite level
They're
for
not even
so
supposed
many
to
years,
talk to
regardless
each other
of
during the pauses.
the surrounding cast. Kiaya always
Sometimes the
looks
referees
good
will be
at
like,
the
okay, y'all
international
can
level.
talk,
He
but you
comes
can't talk about
and
the
he
match.
performs. He has been so consistent for so many years. Really one of the most impressive players from the region to me. Has just been always a standout.
He certainly has been, and when we look at
By the
Gam's
way,
trajectory, the journey that they
refs
took to get here, a lot of the way in which this team has found success has been playing to this top side. Levi and Kiaya are a heart of the team. They're a lot of the voice of the team in terms of their shot calling. And as a reminder,
I remember
whoever
asking them,
wins
I was
in
like,
this series
so like,
will move on
what's
to play the
the
loser
craziest
of
thing you've heard?
BLG versus G2,
And they were
which
like,
is the
I
series
can't
that will happen
say.
right after this one.
I'm assuming
Exactly. You know, Furia
some
obviously
of these
hungry
players,
for a potential rematch against
he's
G2
saying
if
some
G2
wild
were to fall.
stuff by the face that he
we're
made.
not going to be able to solve this just yet, so we're going to be heading on
some of the
over
things
to
the
the
players are
analyst
saying
desk
probably
to hear what they've got
are
to say.
wild.
Welcome back to the analyst desk. In these situations, you're probably never happy to see us. But as we investigate further when it comes to this potential bug, you know, we need a little bit of time. Give our casters a bit of a break as we talk and wait for more updates from the competitive operations team. This series has been a roller coaster, gang.
It has.
Raz.
Yo, what's up?
You're here now.
I am.
Thank you for joining us.
Am I
What has
even
your
gonna
take
be able
been
to
on the
make it
series
to
thus
Lizzo,
far
bro?
and the game 5 so far? We haven't gotten to hear as much from you today.
It's so hectic. I mean, the fact that Cassidy was able to open up with like 2 kills really early on, able to get to his Roa, I thought this was going to be a pretty smooth game for the team. What sucked was the Otacon start. Because I know Furia as a team is always the one that wants to start the fight, get a skirmish going. So starting Otacon when you are level 15 on Cassidy and really haven't been able to like send him on sides and keep him on sides, that was frustrating to me. So that was rough. So now you're in a state where, yes, you just lost a massive fight and just one more push and game's over. So they just really, honestly, I don't know what the pause is. We're going to find out. We're going to figure it out at least to see the status of it. But if it doesn't go your way, you're going home.
It's grim, right? I think to exist longer in this moment, of course, anytime there's any bug or you expect there's a bug, you pause.
Yep.
Check in with
I
the
left
ref.
my
That's
house and
something
I'm in the
expect,
store and we're
something
still on
absolutely
pause.
players should be doing.
Dang,
But in
the
a
store
context
must
like
be
this,
close
in a
to
situation
you.
like this, it's difficult because
Holy moly.
now you're sitting
Yep.
in this feeling after a potential game, series, tournament losing team fight, stewing in that moment. So even if we come back to game and they manage to hold on, the mental recovery, the pressure on Furia, this has to be one of the hardest situations to endure imaginable.
The nerves have to be crazy. Like, my palms are sweaty. If you're the caster, you have that kind of a lead, and you're figuring out.
Shake
like,
my hand, Raz.
Yeah,
Oh my
the
God,
investigation is
right?
taking time.
I get
But
nervous
if y'all
for
remember,
people. That's why it's not good to be named.
if y'all remember the last investigation that we saw, they ruled that it was a bug, but the referee also ruled that basically the game was over. And so it doesn't matter if the game or if the bug happened or not, the team was still going to lose. So they were like, we're not going to roll it back. Apparently running, I don't think, low key, y'all. Low key, I don't think that League of Legends has their like chrono break thing where they can rewind time in the game. I don't know if they like actually got that thing set up to the point where it works to where they could rewind time. Because if they did, they would have rewound it during that whatever the frick happened before.
Specifically is in these.
Yeah, they just got freaking Elder, bro. I don't think they gonna
will be able to close this out and move on. And the previous game is that Levi has kind of shifted from what I thought his role was kind of throughout Split 2, which was more of a facilitator, right? Like engager, kind of setting up team fights for the team, but not being the primary damage dealer.
Yeah. They haven't said what the bug was.
Games, the Viego game and now the Nefiri, he has been an additional carry on the team.
Oh, it replays the game again and then logs them into it.
Classic Levi that I was
That is why it feels sometimes.
Yeah, when he's on the Maokai,
I thought it was just they rewind it, but it replays it. Okay, interesting.
Structure. That's why I felt like I liked it most when they were going up against CF4, when they're going up against like bigger teams.
I want to see a time that actually happens.
Levi is so good at being the carry that has automatic direction. Like if he goes in, you better go in.
Why do I feel like the bug is valid?
It really does help the team, and I feel like they are just getting better throughout this series.
Yeah. And I think that this is kind of
why do I feel like maybe the bug was valid, bro? Because it's taking a little bit too long, y'all.
Of course, against the loser of BLG versus G2. BLG versus G2, our second match. Winner will qualify through. So whoever plays tomorrow, again, the pressure just continues. Once you are in this lower bracket, it does not get any easier.
And I feel like, personally, for
wait, really,
both of these teams, they've been under that pressure yesterday, and they must have a level of confidence. Furia as a team
before the players could get
that, like,
in,
they were so close, one game
and then you can't rewind it again, right?
For Gam, sure, it was a 0-3, but like they had the early games down. They just feel like they need a few more tweaks.
We do now have an official update. So at 35:58 in-game time, Furia paused, reported a potential bug to League officials, and after investigation, League officials have confirmed the bug and are in the process of initiating a chrono break to 6 seconds earlier at 35:52. If you're here on YouTube, of course, you can scroll back, figure out exactly what that was. Hopefully we can get a clip on screen shortly to show you what the state of the game will be at 35:52. So we kind of know what we're hot dropping into here, but of course, chrono breaks do take a little bit of time.
No, I could tell by Levi's face, he looked surprised that something was about to happen.
To that game state.
We're hanging out.
Hanging out.
I'm pulling up YouTube myself. We got to figure out what that part of the game was.
Yeah.
Good initiative, Rez.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
I'm sure they'll replay it for us.
You can scroll, but you're hitting back by 5 seconds.
We are watching Raz just hit the
honestly,
the backwards
if we get this on camera, I see Betty right over there. Betty will cast Raz trying to find the moment on YouTube. I can see it. I can see it in his eyes. He's keen.
He's looking over at us and laughing.
Why is there a bug in this game? No.
So, Betty's laughing at you, Raz.
I'm not even looking back at him.
A little bit more time as our
35:52 is after the fight.
35:52 after the fight. Okay, so for those concerned, because I can imagine for the Furia fans, or excuse me, for the GAM fans out there, worried that a chrono break might take away. All right, we're getting the bird's eye view of that time in game, 35:52. So as you can see, still incredibly comfortable position for the side of GAM. This is after the fight is already broken out, and you can see that this is the cast and retreat, maybe trying to pull that mid wave. So it seems unlikely that this will have a massive negative effect, although we have been clear to say the bug did prevent a teleport to a tower. So that may result in a base defense that allows Furia to play this game out. So excellent call from the players. That is something you don't want to ignore it, even if the game does seem like it's in a dire state. But it seems like we are dropping back into a game state that is incredibly GAM favored.
Yeah.
Although after the chrono break, a little bit better for Furia now that the bug will no longer be in effect.
Listed. 40-second death timers on Ezreal and Gnar, Infernal Soul and Elder for GAM. I don't know, a miracle has to be made. We've seen some crazy stuff like the Ahri being able to steal Baron, so like miracles have already been done.
I think the struggle is we've seen the Kassadin hasn't really delivered in the same, times up level 16 way that we often expect it to. So we're gonna need to see Furia dig deep and show us something that really hasn't shown up in this game. But as you highlighted, it is something that has shown up in this series. A lot of clutch moments coming out of the mid lane.
What is so frustrating if you're looking at the Kassadin's perspective from Turt's POV is just if the combination from Orianna and the Furia is just being held, how do you ever go in? Because like, sure, now that you're level 16, like past that point, you can always feel like you're going in and out, but then they're just going to be able to follow you. So it's really difficult. It's just going to be a test on GAM whether they can end with the conditions that they have. And if they can't, then yes, you're in a late game situation where, you can just get cleaned up. So really, really testy. I wonder what the mental state's going to be. I like the fact that Furia has already been in a Game 5 series just yesterday, so they're a little bit more prepared for this.
Sure. Of course, it is important to note, though, I think just a reminder, the odds are about as stacked against them as they could possibly be. There is a sliver a sliver of hope.
Are you providing the sliver, Emily?
No, I was actually gonna provide more.
The reality.
Don't do that. Don't hit him with another reality.
It's basically, yeah, like this
like
does make sense. You know, they want to TP back to base for the base defense, right? However, the game state is not in their favor.
Thank you.
All, right?
Yep.
We have a situation where it's going to be really, really difficult for Furia to stop this oncoming push that GAM are about to have, in particular because of that Drake take, because they are down in numbers, and yeah, it's a very, very rough game state.
Probably the mental's a little bit of a rougher state. The odds stacked against them. Okay.
The first time I've seen, unless if you want to continue on to another point.
I was just going to remind people really quickly before you continue to your point that if you're just joining us, whether you stepped away at the start of the pause or you're just coming in now for Game 5, at 35:58 in game time, Furia paused. They reported a potential bug to League officials. League officials confirmed that that bug prevented Toots from teleporting to a tower. We are now in the process of initiating a chrono break to 6 seconds earlier, 35:52. Wow. If you don't know where that timestamp is, we've covered it once before, but reminder that the Elder's still gone. Everything is still looking like GAM are poised to clean this one up, but potentially that teleport will allow him to make a once-in-a-lifetime base defense.
Yeah.
And now I feel like we're waiting, you know, for the season finale of a good season of Game of Thrones, not the last one. So we're, you know, the next time is going to be really good. We've been left on a cliffhanger. If GAM closes it out,
how long this
it will go exactly as expected. No M.
work.
Night Shyamalan-esque twist. But if there is a miracle defensive hold, this has certainly made everything a little bit more dramatic. But we're going to be back soon, so we are going to send things back over to the caster desk to continue this discussion.
Why is Elder gone? Wasn't the bug after the Elder fight? Elder is gone because it's after the Elder fight. Like,
I hate it when they ask
Elder
me
is
questions.
taken.
I'm not
GAM
engaging with
Elder.
you, okay? You don't make any sense ever. Instead, I'm going to focus in on what is an intense moment between these two teams because Furia find their backs against the wall. They have 3 members alive.
I don't know what's happening in chat, though.
Their only option is to defend the siege with an Elder, 5 members of GAM.
It was only 6 seconds earlier from when it was reported. Yeah.
It feels like a foregone conclusion. Of course, the teleport, whenever you see a bug, it is important that you report that bug, especially with something like a teleport. You need to get back to base ASAP.
Yep.
And so, for Furia, it's totally understandable why they would make this.
Yo, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today.
Opportunity to keep their hopes alive. And the base defense, 3 versus 5,
another hour long.
They'll have to put everything on the line to stay in this game.
What's going on,
and the reality is, as bleak as things look for Furia, there's a reason why we play the games out.
Bang
because
said
sometimes
that
miracles
not
happen. And sometimes things do not go to expectations. Sometimes mistakes are made.
Play the game
so you have to be locked in. I always
log in the players
feel sympathy
to
for
that
these players in these moments where the amount of adrenaline that is pumping through you in these moments, and then to have this break where you have to kind of cool out, but you still have to stay locked in enough. And it's looking like we are back to live. We are back to in the game here. And there is the teleport being used back to the base here from Toots. GAM on the march here, looking to close out game number 5 in what has been a back and forth series.
Right here,
Tatu healing up in the base, as is Toots. JoJo still on the recall, but they are not going to be waiting for him. It's going to be all up to Toots. He's really the only one who can try to get anything done. The tower being focused down. Redemption comes through to heal him up. Toots is going to be put with the exhaust. He's trying to kite back. He's trying to go in and make something happen, but can he do it? He cannot. GAM will wipe Furia off the map, will knock them out of MSI, and will advance to the next round.
GAM show up huge in game 5. The combination of the Nefiri on the Orianna was instrumental in their success. Kiaya's gangplank, the bot lane weathering the storm. Furia put up a valiant fight throughout this series, but it was GAM that walks away victorious.
Credit to GAM, overcoming so many difficult situations. Really deserving winners here today.
Is that not embarrassing, bro?
Especially the top side for me, just really showed out. Levi and Kiaya in particular looked incredible. It was absolutely a full team effort. They will now await the loser of the next match. They will play either BLG or G2. Whoever drops down, that will be the match to decide who is the last team advancing to the next stage. and who is the second team exiting MSI.
Lackity.
And I will say now, the head-to-head between Vietnam and Brazil is 7-7.
Like it was,
the history and the rivalry that's starting to develop between these two regions
it was
only
like,
continues to grow.
Y'all did all of that.
It has been intense back and forth throughout the years.
And we still taking y'all's cheeks.
But Furia,
but they played a good game.
Had an impressive tournament,
they really did.
Pushing G2 to the limit, pushing GAM to the limit.
Fizzle.
A lot
they tried
of young players on this roster
energy.
that I am excited to see on the international stage in the future. This was their debut for many.
They did. They played better than I thought they would.
That we only have an exciting future for many of these players moving forward.
They played
Absolutely,
better
the youngest team in the tournament, I believe. 5 young Brazilian players here playing their heart out. They went 10 out of 10 possible games, but unfortunately for them, fell just short in both of those series.
They do got smiles on their faces.
Heartbreaking
I'm glad they're not being
losses, to be
losers.
sure, but I do think that they surprised a lot of people with how competitive they were, how many games they were able to take.
That was embarrassing.
In matchups that they were really written off on
That was embarrassing.
And I mean, for the
I would be
coming into today, Furia was expected to be the favorites, and that's something that I think is massive for the region. People taking them seriously, people respecting what they can bring to international competition.
I'd be embarrassed.
It's going to be devastating how close they were.
I'd be embarrassed.
Getting a win over G2, getting a win, and I mean, you better than anyone, having that many years of competitive experience, know how it feels to come so close and then lose the final hole. They're going to think about the regrets, but it also helps them learn so much. So I'm excited to see what they show us throughout the rest of the year. Whereas GAM, they seem to have just kind of fixed their issues as the series have gone on, constantly pushed, constantly tested, but their bot lane, throughout the sheer amount of bullying that this bot lane has experienced in this tournament, they come up clutch in game 5,
put up a good
and they do an amazing job.
They put up an amazing
They
fight.
have looked incredible. You gotta say, GAM, they're gonna be scary for whoever actually has to play them. They are an unpredictable team. They're such an aggressive team, and they really will push you. They have clearly such a defined play style, and they fully commit to it.
And not just a Levi
that does make them a threat to whoever does have to face them.
And for me, like, being an analyst in League,
is that Levi, y'all?
sometimes it's very difficult to quantify the intangibles, but there is an intangible with this roster.
The magic.
There is something that happens that is just a joy to watch.
Absolutely is. And now we're going to be joining Lore and Kiaya, the dominant top laner, for the Bryson post-game interview.
Thank you so much, guys. Kiaya, congratulations. Chokman on defeating Furia today. Talk me through game 5, going into that game, facing elimination on one side, but also with the stage experience that you had over the years. How are you feeling?
Thì vào ván thứ 5 á, là mình đã rơi vào cái thế mà hành lý trên tay luôn rồi. Nhưng mà bản thân đội mình cũng là một cái đội có rất là nhiều kinh nghiệm trong cái khoảng này. Thì em đã cảm thấy như thế nào trong cái ván thứ 5 đó? Ván thứ 5 thì là cái ván mà quyết định trận đấu, là sẽ một đội sẽ thua, nên là đội thua sẽ dễ, nên là bọn em bản thân em cũng như là cả team á, là hoặc là đội trưởng như anh Khánh á, là có trước khi đánh á, thì có một điều á, là khi mình vào cái thế gọi là cái thế hành lý này rồi thì mình sẽ đánh bay cất luôn, cho nên đó là cái lý do mà game 5 này bọn em đã làm được. Bọn em tin rằng á, là khi bọn em vào một cái thế mà nó bắt buộc mình cần phải làm gì đó thì bọn em sẽ đánh bay hết sức. It was the 5th game and it was the elimination match. But Levi told me that this is the 5th game, this is the elimination game. But this is actually when we are at our strongest.
Peaking at the last moment, of course. And also, Fearless Draft, game 5, Gangplank? That's a champion that we haven't seen in years. What was the reasoning behind this?
Gangplank là một con tướng mà chị đó chưa thấy em dùng nhiều năm rồi. Vậy tại sao em lại có lựa chọn đó? Ở lựa chọn đó thì ở cái cuối thì em cũng đã suy nghĩ rất là kỹ, và em cũng đã có phân vân là không biết đánh Gangplank không á, nhưng mà em trước khi trước khi bích á, là có vài giây thì em cũng đã nảy ra cái ý tưởng và cũng có một cái gì đó nó ngẫu hứng á, thì em muốn đánh Gangplank, cho nên là em quyết định là Gangplank, mặc dù là con Gangplank mà con tướng mà từ đầu tuần cho đến từ trước mấy tuần trước là em chưa có tập và chưa tập nhiều á, thì chung quy lại thì cái kèo Gangplank này thì cũng chỉ là cái ngẫu hứng của em rồi, thì em chỉ muốn đánh vào và em tin rằng là khi mà em cầm con tướng này á, em sẽ làm được.
Gangplank
is a champion that I have not practiced in weeks, but it's just a random thought that came to my mind when it came to this matchup, and I just did it.
Well, I applaud the random thought here. Kiaya, the casters were saying that you've been playing for such a long time, 9 years actually, and you kept on the same level. You stayed consistent throughout so much time. What is the secret behind this consistency?
It was a polite no.
Em đã thi đấu được 9 năm rồi và cái màn trình diễn của em nó lúc nào là nó cũng rất là cứng cựa. Thì em có bí quyết nào để có được cái màn trình diễn như vậy không? Bí quyết thì thật sự thì bây giờ thì mấy em cũng không chả biết bí quyết là gì á. Nhưng mà em nghĩ là em đánh được như vậy cũng lâu dài vậy thì em nghĩ là có rất là nhiều yếu tố. Ví dụ như là em khi mà em thi đấu á, thì em chỉ cần nghĩ là em tự tin và đánh thoải mái, và quan trọng nhất là phải có niềm tin ở đồng đội mình và có cái niềm tin với bản thân mình. Thì trước khi mà phải có niềm tin với đồng đội mình á, thì mình phải có niềm tin với bản thân mình trước. Thì đó là cái mà bí quyết mà em nghĩ là đó là cái yếu tố lớn nhất để mà em có thể mà thi đấu được tới bây giờ. Thì em nghĩ là mình phải có niềm tin vào bản thân mình và đừng nghi ngờ những người, quan trọng là đừng nghi ngờ những người đồng đội của mình.
I don't have much of a secret, but it all comes down to have faith in yourself and then have faith in your teammates. Don't ever doubt your teammates.
Well, too many more victories, of course. I had a last question, but I think we're running out of time. What time is it?
It's go time!
Yeah!
It is game time, indeed, in Vancouver. Thank you so much for the interview, Koa. Thank you so much for the translation. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We'll be right back for the second series right after this.
BLG! Okay, my pick'ems are looking kind of fire! My pick'ems are looking kind of freaking fire! Let's go! Right now, they are perfect. Right now, they are absolutely perfect. I just need BLG to win, and then I need G2 to win. That's all I need. That's all I need. Right now, we're killing it. All right, let's Spanish word of the day it. We're locking in, guys. We're locking in on our Spanish and Korean words of the days. Okay? Spanish, this is not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Is this it? All right, we got Korean, Spanish, perfect. La Niñez. La Niñez. I don't know how loud this is about to be. Hold on, let me turn this down. This might blast our ears out. I'm not trying to blast nobody's ears out. La Niñez.
La niñez.
La Niñez.
La niñez.
La Niñez. Childhood. Low key, I thought this was like the children. Because like niño is little boy, niña, little girl, niñez, I guess it would be niños for children. El niños. All right, got you. La niñez.
La niñez.
La niñez. ¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez? ¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez? I just want to make sure that sound right. You know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure that sound right. ¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez?
¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez?
Low key, I'm cooking. Low key, I'm cooking. Isn't there one where you would guess the word first? This looks different. I guess the word first. This is the site that I usually use. I would always try to say it first before I hear it. 1 + 7 with that pronunciation. Okay. ¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez?
¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez?
I always notice like they always put like a TH at the end instead of like a Z or something. Like sometimes they be switching out a TH. ¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez? Alright. Period. Yeah, we can do Duolingo on here if y'all want to. We can do some Duolingo. I was supposed to have a sponsor with like a language teacher thing. I gotta see where that at. Okay. Korean word of the day. 도전.
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 도전. Attempt. Whew, whenever I see them Korean sentences, my hearts break. My heart breaks. It does. Because I'm like, wow, that's a lot of symbols. That's a lot of symbols. Gam did win. Gam did win. So now they're prepping for BLG versus G2. 도전.
도전.
도전. 도전.
도전.
도전. Okay. I break down the sentences. So this is that person. I don't know what that one is. Keto crew. Keto K. Okay. Isn't it like that? Like that? Nope, that doesn't make sense. That person did something. Wehan? Weha? Wehan? Wehan? It's one of those. This is attempt. 실패했습니다. Yeah, couldn't tell you, bro. Couldn't tell you at all. He failed his attempt to beat the world record. Okay, so this is the he part. This person, or that person, his attempt. This is attempt. This is to beat. Which one is world record? This has to be world record. This part right here has to be world record. I don't know what Kegi is. Hey, I'm like that, bro. Oh, isn't Se world? Is it Segye is world? Okay, okay. Segye is world. Okay, okay. Okay, I can remember that. So world record. This is like a marker for like objects or like whatever the thing is in the sentence. This is a marker for the nouns in the sentence. So that's how I knew it was this person is the subject. This is like the thing in the sentence. I don't know what Kegi is. I still don't know what this is. What is this? I gotta break down the sentence. 4. How do you know so much Korean? I studied Korean in college. But not enough, obviously. Okay, so 그 사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다. One day I gotta learn how to read this like quick, bro. I gotta learn how to say it like fast. I'm reading it like I'm in 2nd grade, bro. It's so choppy. I just want to make sure we don't miss nothing. Kegi is break, no? Oh, like to beat? So is this the to beat? Well, that makes sense. So that person, world record, beat. I forget what this was. Attempt. Wait, no, this is to beat. This is to beat. This is to beat. This is the verb. What is the verb? 실패했습니다. 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 도전 실패했습니다. 그 사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다. All right, let's hear it. Let's hear it said correctly.
그 사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다.
Even though we just like on repeat said what that sentence meant, my brain just imploded. Truly. Like I got the kusaramun and everything else. It was like, huh? Huh? I believe in previous streams, a lot of us in chat said we would continue to support you streaming from Korea. Yes. I think that would be so fun. I definitely want to go before the year is over. I want to do some IRL streams over there. 그 사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다.
그 사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다.
It hurts. Didn't you teach in Korea at some point? Yes, I taught in Korea for 2 years at an English high school. And it was very fun. And that is when, yeah, I put to test my Korean skills. Did you do Epic? Nah. It was a scholarship at the University of Georgia, and they were handing out free money, and I was like, yeah, I'll go to Korea, bro. Go ahead and put that check in my account. I got like $5K a year, and it was just for a month. I was like, yeah, bro, I'll go over there. Say less. But we got to support on Africa. Oh yeah. Oh, I can still stream from Korea on Twitch with my NA key. Cause yeah, I would want to do like IRL streams. There's so much funding for study abroad programs, but people just don't apply for it. It's crazy. Oh, no VODs? I can just record it and put it on YouTube. 그 사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다. Okay. Okay. That was a little bit better. That was a little bit better. I just gotta let it process. Some people don't even know programs exist. Exactly. Some people don't know programs exist. Some people are too lazy to write the 1 to 3 paragraphs that they want you to write. Literally, you just gotta be dedicated and look for it and find it. I promise you, any of y'all who are in college right now, y'all, there is so much free money that companies and people are just trying to like sponsor kids in college. I think it's like a tax write-off low key or something like that. But they are handing out money for free, bro. Please go on them websites, look for them scholarships. There's so much free money that you can grab, man. There's so much free money. All you got to do is be a little bit dedicated, write your little paragraph, and don't do no chat GPT. Put some effort into that hoe. I promise you, there's so much free money. What should I have for dinner? Sogogi. Sogogi. Always sogogi. Hey, Ben is back. Ben is back. I'm debating turning my year 4 into another co-op study abroad program because the way things are looking, hey, go for it, man. I don't think there's anything wrong with lengthening your education as long as you are still learning. Like if you got to take a gap year, if you want to go study abroad, bro, go freaking do it. You are enriching your life. You do not have to conform and do the regular schmegular 4-year in college, then get out and go straight into, you don't have to do that, man. Do that junk on your own time, bro. Enrich your life. I talk about me going to Korea to this day, and that was like, that was like 7 years ago. Why was that so long ago? But like, I now live with the person that I went to Korea with, bro. Like that is how we started our friendship. my current roommate in LA that I moved across the country with, that I'm like this with now, my best girlfriend. That's how we met, was through Korea. So definitely. All right, we getting into it. I'm gonna keep practicing my word of the day over here on the side. I'm just gonna randomly say he failed in his attempt to beat the world record.
Well, I love
just randomly. 그 사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다.
I'll look at them, have been spamming, Twisted Fate. Obviously, ever since Chovy played it, a lot of people, practicing that. So, yeah.
Period.
Twisted Fate, though, as you say,
Period.
with the Azir, and so you get that trifecta, the Azir.
Say it after every death. You know what? I kind of rock with that. Every death for BLG is the Korean word of the day. Every death for G2, Spanish sentence of the day. Let me get the Spanish sentence.
And top lane, which is the point.
All right, I got both of them up. We gonna be bilingual by the end of MSI. We gonna be bilingual by the end of MSI. Stop playing with it. Stop playing with it.
Pantheon is also a very good.
Wait, but aren't BLG Chinese? It is China, but I'm only doing Korean and Spanish word of the day. I'm not. I ain't doing no Chinese word. No, we are not speaking Mandarin. Lord have mercy. I can at least read Korean. I cannot read Mandarin. I cannot do it. I cannot do it. Add Chinese word of the day too. Wait, Worlds is in China. Okay. Yo, you're right, bro.
Lessons they've taken from that first day of game.
No, the way Mandarin is so freaking tonal. I feel like a lot of Asian languages are tonal though. Chim Chim Jang. Okay, raccoon. Like Vietnamese is super tonal too. Yeah, jerks. Yeah, it's super tonal. Like if you say something like, so the word of the day in Korean is dojan. I feel like you could say dojan or you could say dojan, and that's two separate words, bro. If you talking about Mandarin and Vietnamese, like the inflection in your voice can completely change the word meaning, your tone, all of that. All of that.
I am a pretty big fan of the Annie.
Yeah, Korean has some words like that for sure too.
Kind of splitting them there.
Like literally one vowel.
They pick it a lot. But he literally said himself.
I heard Lao in
it's weird because when you look at the expectations for these top laners coming into the tournament, Broken Blade didn't really have a rough day one. You expect them both to be pretty solid in their respective roles.
I think it's Lao and Thai,
players, which is unique for
are pretty similar too.
So you could see, what's his answer going to be? Is it going to, well, immediately we don't even have time to go over like.
Imagine being sick and you call somebody's mama a hoe in Korean.
For the top side.
Kopi versus Kopi. They sound really similar, but one means coffee and the other means nosebleed. Oh, facts. Kopi is coffee. Kopi is nosebleed because ko is nose and p is blood. So Kopi is nosebleed.
And I like ease of execution for the side of G2.
And Kopiko isn't it like mayonnaise? Am I tripping or is that Japanese mayonnaise?
We've seen how good Rumble can be. Even if the lane phase isn't dominant, the equalizer brings so much power paired alongside that Annie. But now
bro, I remember when I was in I'm thinking of QP. Yep. I remember when I was in Korea, y'all, and this was my first day. Like this was day one, and I went to a store and I wanted a mango smoothie. And I read it and it said like literally if you wrote out mango in the Korean like Hangul, it would say mango. It would be MANGO, right? So I was like, can I get a mango smoothie? And they were like, huh? I was like, mango smoothie? Because mango smoothie in Korean is literally mango smoothie. Right? And I was like, can I get a mango smoothie? And they're like, huh? I was like, oh, mango. And they're like, oh. I was like,
get away, can play at arm's reach, can
literally, like, I don't know if they were giving me a hard time because I'm obviously a foreigner, but yeah, they did not know what no mango was. I had to say mango.
So it was really a must steal away for G2. Very good one to get into the hands of Han Sama. The misfortune,
mango smoothie. There's so many words like that too. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. They could have been giving me a hard time, but I doubt they were. A lot of people were really nice. You just inspired me to start learning a new language. Get into it, Brett. Get into it. What language are you thinking of? What language are you thinking of? Because, like I said, y'all, every time these translators come up, it makes me wanna. We about to be on this. We learning Spanish and Korean every day, so I need y'all to lock in. Korean or Spanish? Boom. Well, I'm gonna be right there beside you, sis. We about to be learning Korean and Spanish every day. What about Italian?
And they have more
what about Italian?
Long range in Ornn Ultimate, obviously the Ezreal himself, but also Ornn
what about it?
Is really long. And Aurora here has
what about it,
good possibilities of playing side
I'm gonna start speaking Spanish and Korean to y'all.
That they really index highly onto. It does give you more possibilities than
just
wombo comboing. So G2, they have some more outs with a little bit of extra global help here for them to put more threats on side lanes later on.
What's up with you?
Try and push more decisions towards BLG, which I think is going to be
Candy. Okay, Candy, you pass. A+.
For taking a lot of fights that they don't necessarily need to in a lot of positions, and
to be
they're
clear,
macro, so.
They're notorious for taking all the fights. Some of them they need to, some of them
I can speak a little bit of Mandarin. I'm pretty sure coffee in Mandarin is coffee. I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah. When they can get some early leads, when they can
coffee.
Boy, do they. Early skirmishes here. Watch out.
Coffee. Coffee. That's what it is. Coffee. That's what it is. Yeah. Yeah. I'm in there. Coffee. That's what it is. I remember because it's like, it sounded like they saying it with a country accent. I was like, okay, I can do that. Coffee.
Going up.
This is something
no, like they really do be saying it like they got a country accent.
They're always there to greet us.
I got Daja Hao. Daja Hao. I can Daja Hao my way through China.
But I think for both these teams, it's not enough to win.
Okay, yeah, I'm like that.
And
I like that.
Really nicely. There's gonna be a lot of eyes on junglers.
Don't make me call up my
international experience here. Not there for either of the junglers. Both BLG and G2 have kind of had rocky roads this year.
I think that's all I got.
The junglers here showing up on stage.
I think that's all I got. ¿Qué equipos están jugando? You're asking what?
Of course, it's out also for
what role do I play?
A lot of eyes will be on them.
Is that what you're saying?
One, of course, from them. Beishwan, nice performances. Especially
what role do I play? I play bot lane.
Kind of
what teams are playing? See, this is why we're learning. This is why we're clocking in. Dang, I'm so for real, y'all. Even though like I'm pretty sure my knowledge in Spanish is greater than my knowledge in Korean, but my immediate response language is Korean. I was just about to say, like, right now BLG and G2 are playing in Korean, but okay, so for Spanish right now
we'll feel pretty good as we go later into the game.
Yeah. So early
what is right now?
For G2 very nicely here. Good chunks. Alistar, of course, is going to help heal up the lane for later on as well. But both junglers will be pathing down there. So see how much they can pressure on early. Plus, who is going to make the early visits towards mid lane? Because these two mid laners
BLG
huge potential in this game and in this series, especially on these two champions. If you get an Annie ahead, you can run so much, make so many plays. Exactly same for Aurora.
Are playing? That's just playing.
Kind of like can take that.
I don't know what are playing is. Who got
such a good value proposition
who got?
You know you're winning more
Hold on.
Just that mid lane. Yeah. But it's something we'll need to track. Earlier, Skewmon was spotted on his field, but so far no concrete information on H1. I imagine they can guess.
Juegamos.
Side clear, but I think BLG playing with a little bit higher level of confidence.
Yeah. And G2, good rush control from them. Sweep out the ward, continue to poke away here. But it is options too for level 3. Don't get much of it. Nice little interruption there from On. Junglers not going to skip any camps too quickly. Looks like full clear completed for each of them.
New Spanish word of the day. Learned from a Spanish co-streamer. What incarnation art? Okay, Chinese word of the day. Zon Hui.
Both have good timings, actually.
Zong Shui.
Dark Seal picked up here instantly from Caps.
What's that mean?
Mirrored.
BLG y G2 están jugando. Are playing. Got you. Could I not say BLG y G2 juegan?
Are built for roaming and snowballing. You got the stacking Dark Seal and you got the boots.
I love that it's mirrored so
that makes sense. Están jugando makes sense.
A few more levels under his belt. The trades get a bit easier.
But that's okay. Like, you gotta make mistakes to learn, right? Like, now that I know, like, I'm not gonna make that same mistake again.
All right, start acting. Can you look juicy? Oh, no mana. Oh, beta min. That's gonna be too hard.
Okay, so the reset. G2 first on the lane.
That's like G2 and BLG play. Okay, bet. Bet.
Of course, Elk. On the MF,
BLG y G2 están jugando. Están jugando.
This is a FlyQuest classic that G2 have brought out here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the benefits of the bottom lane pushing in and earning their early recall.
We learning.
Super nice.
We definitely learning.
For G2.
Remember, each death. G2 Spanish word of the day.
And,
BLG Korean word of the day.
Bottom lane, so they are locked in down there.
Might mean we see a little bit less prio on the early Drake, or at least a few less members, as the bot lanes are unlikely to be involved. Beishwan picking up some chickens, taking his time. And despite the fact that both these junglers can gank early, seems like they're pretty content to power at this exact moment. But level 6, we know, will be kind of the go button for both of these positions. Is at that point, engages are inevitable.
Exactly.
I gotta pull up Google Translate on my second.
Pantheon combinations for ganks as a top side.
On my second.
Not able to land the follow-up Q, but a solid initial trade. Good movement from Elk. See the Shield of Daybreak come out, but Lebrov just...
Oh yeah, I murdered that. Don't worry about what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it looks like they will.
Don't worry about it.
Staying over there, but it is on.
Don't worry about it. I was completely wrong. Don't even worry about it, bro. Don't even worry about it. I was trying to say right now there are 0 deaths. Lord have mercy. I was mad wrong. I don't even want to say what Google Translate said I was about to say. I should have said. I don't even want to.
Make sure that he is safe and retaining.
I don't even want to get in there.
First into the river by Dragon, and since Knight's got
it did not sound like that. That's for sure. Okay, my thought process. Chigum right now.
Any kind of dive, any aggressive
Kong 0
in the 1v1.
Shin death.
I would love to see it, but Knight of course does just drop a bear on Caps'.
I was putting all the words together, bro.
You mentioned that both champions
I was cooking.
But Knight might be looking for a little bit more electrocute.
Oh my gosh, he went back in.
They're both still standing. There's a fight in the river in the meantime, but I do not care. Keeping my eyes on the mid lane 1v1, but the river might be important now because it's Ben who finds first blood.
Wow.
They get there first.
They kind of ate. That was really scary, but I feel like Caps and Knight, they put it down in the mid lane. Como gastó ustedes su niñez?
And it goes into Ben's hands as well on the Rumble. This is going to be some scary damage early on. Let's take
No, I'm really so surprised Annie didn't kill her.
Skewmond overconfident in that 1v1, wasn't ready for Ben to
no
be there so quickly.
Nadie.
Ben, since he had the push on bottom side, he's up into the river first, and so even though both of them have long range ults, and Broken Blade tries and throws his out in support, it is not enough because Ben will flash for it. Is definitely worth noting though, he did have to invest his flash to secure that kill. And so we'll see if that flash is then punished by a Skewmond Pantheon ult towards him next time the Ornn ult is ready. Would be a little bit dangerous, but Ben now can play around his flash timer.
I really hope we don't see more Auroras, because I know that they've been like tampering around with her. We kind of tired of seeing her, bro.
Anywhere on the map. Lebrov stepping up, knowing that he has backup.
BLG also G2.
On the way in, Caps. Early Mercs is going to feel pretty solid in the 1v1. We'll help mitigate some of that all-in kill pressure from Knight, but BLG.
No, that's not finished. I don't know what Katnayo is. Katnayo?
And again, the combo is scary here. A Grub taken down. Solar Flare doesn't quite connect. Elk able to walk away. G2 may just need to back off, and they are going to. LeBron, quick flash out. They recognize the power that Elk can bring to bear. A single piece of CC hitting
eager
very likely means a BLG win in the fight, so they'll concede the single Grub. The second that initial ulti misses is Knight off of cooldown. Keeps just dropping a bear on the rabbit.
Yep. Drop it for trades, drop it for pressure here. G2 do at least...
Hold on, let me break this down, JT. Let me break this down. BLG
advantage still, of course, in the favor of especially Bin. Since they had all this action up by the Grubs, Bin was actually able to continue to play aggressively into the Ornn down on the bottom side. But now that they've reset, he has to respect Pantheon ult. So he has. Nicely done here, as they're able to track and play around.
That dough throwing me off, but it's like BLG.
Still has no flash. Mid lane, though, it's global.
Hold on.
Extra movement speed coming in from the Aegis is all Knight locked up, locked down. Tipper's on the way in, but not doing a hell of a lot. Knight.
Dang, Knight's dead. Okay, they trained him back and forth.
Yeah, exactly.
BLG.
Multiple options because
also
the tower
G2
dive that we saw earlier on. So Knight also didn't have his.
They doing something together. They doing something together.
You can see pings down around Broken Blade.
I don't know what this E gear is.
Knows that he is on the weak side of the map. Knows that they do not have enough information. But BLG hungry to get something back, and right now that something seems to be Drake as they lay down a bit more vision.
Oh. 그 사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다. I gotta get that more fluid. All right, I'm Google translating it.
Solo laners on the side of BLG. Broken Blade investing so heavily into that magic resistance here on the Ornn to be able to deal with either one. Just sustain.
You said, oh, do you think BLG or G2 will win? Dang. I wasn't even close.
Stepping a bit too far, but he does manage to find the lockup. Quick cleanse and a sidestep from Elf.
That Nile is to win.
Body blocking the Mystic shots. There's no follow-up. Lebrov caught out and knocked down.
Oof, yeah, definitely a rough one here.
I thought
Lebrov going down, another kill into their hands. Bin with that money, he will complete his Landries. Thank you very much. Very, very happy.
I remember learning like there's like Wah or Gua.
Position where he's comfortable. You know, he can survive some of those trades. The problem is Bin
can or an and. Am I tripping?
And that gets pretty scary, pretty quick.
Certainly does. Of course, Caps as well has invested in the Merc Treads. Again, both solo laners for BLG are AP, so he has a little bit, but
it's okay. We learning.
Very, very worried here.
So Donan
only a 600 gold lead for the side of BLG. Neither side
too
close to getting defeats overall. Warfare right around the corner for BLG at the very least. So still very close, still very even. Top lane really the only notable gold lead in the game, and it has been pulling ahead somewhat as expected in the context of this matchup, but it's something that's going to need to be respected by G2 as we approach more fights.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the amount of CC available here.
Es tu campeón favorito? Mi campeón favorito es Jinx.
Combination, or if G2 will be able to spread a bit.
Tight beat, you know what I'm saying?
And I think the other thing I have to call out is that
I like that. I like that. Okay.
We've even seen good games from Caps, but we need to
get into that right there. Get into that.
Especially when he's the one who got those early kills. And especially as Broken Blade might be in trouble. Flash forced out. Bin on the way in. He's blown the horn. Bin's respecting it.
Is it Campion or Sampion? Because it's ABC. Whoa. Wait, is G2 like really trying right now? Like they kind of clocked in. Because they're definitely giving BLG a run for their money. Campion.
Continuing on the bottom side though, quick bit of lockup, but no follow-up.
I gotta say both of them once so far, unless somebody else dies. Oh. Okay, one Korean, two Spanish.
Oh, Dracos. That is the juicy combo that you're looking for.
One Korean, three Spanish.
Now, but the pages in the book might be coming soon.
Wow, right in that tri-brush. What a combo.
¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez?
As you finish talking about it, and that's actually going to be the
¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez?
So here's another look at it. Beishuan and On.
How did you spend your childhood?
He drops the controller, turns around.
¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez?
Got them all. They force flashes. They pick up the extra kill onto Hans too.
Yeah, that was a good wombo combo. You know, speaking of wombo combo, you know who we haven't seen in a while?
And this is a situation
Malphite.
where they get 2, but if they had another 300 gold, another half of an item, it would have been 3, no doubt. These are the combos that have to be
그
respected.
사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다. Whitney, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Right there, he's gonna run away.
Thank you so much for supporting the stream.
I think it's an important distinction. As Elk now also with the
I don't get counting in Korean because what do you mean counting from 1 and up is different from a countdown?
So much harder.
Is it?
Yeah, and Rumble too. Like,
I just know the 2 ways of counting are like il, I, samsa, o, you, chill, pagu, ship. And then you've got hana, third, set, net, pasa, yasa.
You can just shred through people, shredding.
I didn't know you used 1 to count down and 1 to count up.
Malignance leaving those patches on the ground that also shred flat magic resistance.
Yeah.
It's when double AP solo laners can really build and help each other here. So BLG's damage really does not stop.
I think like one is for counting things and the other is for like counting numbers. I thought that's the difference between the two.
Play perfectly on this champion if he wants G2 to come out on top, because
so like if you're counting people or like I have 2 rings, it would be E, whatever the frick rings are. I couldn't tell you. But if you were like counting seconds, it would be like hana, third, set, net, pasa.
So much value. Being able to knock down these outer turrets and progress the game very quickly. BLG not really worried about the dragon stacking. Just want to continue to snowball, get that money, get the cash.
Keep things going.
You also use the il, I, samsa. Use that for like dates as well. So like 1997 is 2997.
Not too bad for either. I also envision a lot of team fights where people just get bursted down. And
did you watch K-pop Demon Hunters? I have not, but I've been hearing so many people talk about it. And it is on my watch list. I downloaded it to watch on the plane, but I slept on the plane. Going and coming back from New York.
With some side lanes starting to open up. Remember, we were kind of looking at, can this Pantheon Global be a big factor later? You know, the range of Ornn Ultimate, you know, maybe
it's good. I've heard mixed reviews recently. I've been hearing people say it's bad.
Or something like that. Maybe G2 can,
but yeah, I've been hearing a lot of people say it's good. Dude, it's so crazy. So y'all know how I went to the PSG pop-up? Me and Will were there and we were live streaming, right?
And alongside that Pantheon, as you highlighted,
y'all, we walked past one of the actors and he was dancing to the Soda Pop song in front of the pink wall.
Caps now moves to catch the wave, and
I remember walking past him and I was like, he looked like he about to do something, and then he did something. It was like one of the main singers. I was like, yo, that's freaking insane. That just happened. And I would have never known. Yeah, he was dancing to Soda Pop.
He doesn't have an angle anymore on, though. Maybe the one in trouble. Instant use of the Unbreakable Will and a quick retreat from the side of BLG as G2 are keeping the pressure up.
You've watched it 7 times? Is it that good?
Very cocky. He really wanted to use that move speed, but tower, actually, Broken Blade starts
¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez? ¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez? I can say it now without even looking. ¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez?
Slowly being burned down. Beishuan going in mid lane into 3 members of G2. And he is unconcerned. The Herald will not finish
I can't say the Korean one without looking.
We watched the Orn get chased down, but we got a little drive-by side story here. Daniel goes into the dirt, below. It actually didn't quite fall. But we have
slowly but surely I will develop my my speaking tongue.
Does finish it off. Of course, Elk will be able to
my boys have it on repeat. All right, I'm watching it tonight, bro. I'm watching it tonight. Check in with me tomorrow.
Coming to the party, Elk is fast though, and G2 not gonna be able to find the angle. Peichuan doesn't have ulti, but I gotta respect a man who just goes in every time, no matter what.
Yeah, he sees him going after his
I really wish
get away from Elk.
I could read that.
Make sure they're not going to go for that play. Teleport
but
goes down.
I can Google translate it.
Where Elk is just trying to, play with the Rob and be like, all right, Juke's
you
check.
said
Check right now. They're trying to hands check at the moment. G2 did have a bit of an opening, but again, BLG
I love you.
Extended their lead. It was
is
around
this
2K,
Japanese?
Now up to 2.9 here, and taking down that mid tower.
And G2 are doing what they can to
what is I love you
in
in Japanese?
Terms of CS and towers, right? They've got a lot of these side lane plays. They're trying to cross map where they can, but it just has not been enough to balance things out. A lot of that is just the kills that continue to go to bin. 4-1 overall.
I don't know what I love you is. I'm so sorry.
The Rumble. He's doing pretty damn good.
Hell yeah, he is.
But I can say,
and as you see here on the Coinbase gold grind, 3K from minions, 2K passive gold, 1,300 from kills. So this man is just racking up money.
Konnichiwa.
All right, let's see what can they do on the side. Caps out here on the Aurora.
I can say that.
Schwan finding initial knockup. Caps.
I can greet you.
Forced to use the ulti out. But that is kind of the escape power that Aurora brings.
Daisuke?
Right? Maybe not as always reliably powerful as the Tibbers, but does give you the flexibility to be used as an escape.
Can I say?
Hansama,
what is it? Fino.
Engage on.
Wow, I forget what the song is.
TP coming in from Broken Blade, likely the horn to be called. Everybody's invited to the party in the mid lane now. Elk locked up. Where's the follow-up coming from G2? They don't.
BLG keep dying. I'm gonna have to keep saying this Korean word of the day. Kusaramen. 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다. 치는 노가 이와. Yeah.
They go for a second play. Like this one just ganked on top side, then goes towards mid lane. They get the punish.
I love me some Iwa.
So G2 cut that lead down.
Credit to G2 for finding those opportunities, for leveraging the powers of their composition, but it is some of the weaknesses highlighted on the desk, right? Some of the reasons that we saw games given to the side of G2, even when BLG feel like the heavy favorites, is because of that tendency to overfight.
Every stream is such a vibe. We just be doing whatever over here. We really do.
So
we really just do whatever. Doesn't really matter.
Caps is recalling at the moment, so he will be delayed.
Ulti cooldown.
We just learning languages.
We're pretty far away from most of what G2 can bring to the party. If BLG want to push this wave and aggressively start the objective, they will be favored in terms of overall ultis, but Beishuan is going in. On with the initial knockup. Again, BLG don't really have to be concerned about counter engage here because they know the major cooldowns are not available. But Solar Flare around the corner will at least be something alongside Caps' ultimate. BLG debating. We know what happens if On can find that multi-man pulverize. Easy ult follow-up for Elk.
And Hansama right now playing confidently on the Ezreal. He does have his cleanse, he has his flash, so he's going for poke. Trying to use his range here towards mid lane. Trying to soften them up before the fight, before the commitment.
Yep. Good use of the buffer on the Arcane Shift as well. Knows that he can play forward and doesn't have to be too concerned as long as he has that crucial cooldown. Caps ready to go over the wall if needed, goes invisible. Not quite clear where he's going. Ulti gonna try to escape with the knockup. It's good weirding back into
the knockup had a little interrupt there.
Incredibly low. Is he willing to risk the 50-50? 0.7. Quick Drake picked up by the side of G2. BLG
would you go to MSI if you were in Vancouver? Absolutely.
Yep, they
absolutely.
Do. And the Honey Fruit heals Caps up immediately. But
100%.
A little bit too risky here. Otacon takes a long time. It is a heavy investment.
What's
it
up,
puts
Solaris?
you in a very dangerous and precarious position. Precarious position.
Precarious for sure.
How you doing, fam?
When you are
precarious, precarious, all of it.
When you are facing that level of wombo that BLG have, you got to be very careful about.
I got to start practicing my Lizzo as well.
Yeah, you like the blood.
I just took a DNA test. Turns out I'm 100%.
It's a pretty good combo. BLG can find the angle.
Hello, can the magic
even when I'm crying crazy.
we get to 0. I think we get to 0.
The magic resist.
Yo, Lizzo can sing though, for real. That's what I'm excited about. I'm about to hear her like blow. For real.
Don't have much coverage for Otacon, but I don't think they're too concerned quite yet, as they're already pushing in the mid wave. One of the
100% what though? That
all team means you usually can get mid wave in first.
Yeah. And remember the extra tools that G2 have, the long range.
Knight immediately flashing out.
Is that today? Yeah.
It probably is Otacon for G2.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to finish the series because I told somebody that I would be there.
Not having to worry about that flash from
I'll watch as much of it as I can. Let me tell my roommate to make sure she's ready.
I mean, Alistar
need to make sure my phones are charged.
On Hex Flash, doesn't have the real one, so G2 very significant. Problem is, BLG roasts through this thing very, very quickly. It looks like Otacon here going down.
BLG know that if they give G2 the chance to reset, that they won't have that crucial cooldown, so they're demanding.
I just don't want to flake on anybody.
But they don't have the angle. Oh no! From the bush, he finds the knock. He only locks the view. G2 now trying to retreat. LeBron on
the panic from the misfortune ulti, I respect that. The same.
A little bit more focused fire, but BLG get the objective. They get the kill, and they walk away.
The commit from BLG is so good. They went over there instantly. They burn it down on hiding in the tri-brush, able to get over, get the engage. They pick off Lebrov.
Dang, I forget it.
Credit to BLG, because if they wait for the full reset,
¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez? ¿Cómo gastó usted su niñez?
They have a good angle, and they just go for the throat, knowing that if they force the fight then, they still have the edge.
Yeah. Feel a bit bad for Lebrov. Of course, a lot of eyes on him, you know, on this international.
Are we getting IRL? Is it just a chill evening? I wasn't planning on IRLing it, but I can ask.
So nice pick up there from BLG. I mean, getting the Otacon. They have 24 empowered flowers here, with giving the extra experience as well as adaptive force. Going to be so nice. Any extra adaptive force when you have this much burst damage?
Yeah. If their setup is good,
Lizzo is performing at like downtown LA today, and my friend was like, "Yo, you want to go?" I was like, "You know what? Heck yeah!"
Although G2 are a bit ahead of the play for now, laying down vision of their own.
Okay, vision a good first step here. G2 are looking at, can we find another pick? You know, either way, they could try and get one by dangling some bait out somewhere, trying to bait BLG into a fight and then using their globals to collapse, or they could just set up vision and then be the ones, you know, looking for it proactively. And
you gave your friend the Gragas. If they're buying, I'm in.
Like BLG are going to give them an opportunity to do that because they're literally just grouping here. Even Bin walked all the way up river on that mid wave to make sure that BLG would get mid priority so they can actually move over to the objective.
In respect to BLG for having the continued confidence to hard force, right? We saw that play in mid lane go awry because they didn't respect those semi-globals, but as long as they're grouped as 5, they're just walking into a 5v5 at the end of the day at most. As Lebrov once again caught out, good lockup on the Knight. CC there, trying to take the AD out before he can open. Knight still manages to get it down. Skewmon in the fight as well. Caps, beautiful ulti across the team.
Whoa, huge elk ult. Huge elk ult.
As well, 3 down on the side of G2 and BLG. They're ready for a Baron. Yep, that's
wow.
Sure.
Como gastó usted su niñez?
Shenanigans he could pull out here.
This one's fast. W flash, wind becomes lightning. They
were
pretty much guaranteed to get the objective. They're happy to have Caps as well.
Yeah, they'll take the extra rabbit for free right there. Beishwan with the W flash hunts him down. They're going to get the
Como gastó usted su niñez?
Taking over.
And again, it felt like G2 were
the extra rabbit for free is wild. It kind of is.
BLG, but the bot side fight,
oh, 그사람은 세계 기록을 계기위한 도전에 실패했습니다.
Nearly 5,000 in their favor, and Elk hasn't even reset yet to spend his money.
Like with the Spanish word of the day, I'm like, I'm understanding what I'm saying with the Korean word. I think I'm just saying the words. I need to make sure I break it down and understand it mentally. So if I need to repeat any of the words, I can.
In the back, Alistar combo,
on
the backside, even at 33% health.
Segue.
And we've heard the AD sing the praises of On, but I think it has to be called out again. It is his combo that stops Caps from going to the other side of the ultimate and finishing off Elk. The only reason that ulti channel completes is because of the CC that On brought to the table.
Instantly there with the knockup. Beautiful stuff.
And he doesn't do any damage. Rumble doesn't do any damage. Those are the people that are the most
Sege is world.
People we talk about the entire game.
Kiroku is
it's kind of
record.
crazy too because Misfortune is a
record.
controversial champion
Kiroku.
because you're like, oh, it's oftentimes hard to get your full channeled ult off, especially if you're playing against a Leona or an Ornn or
Peggy
These
Rihan.
champions
Peggy
are exactly what
Rihan.
she doesn't like playing against. But those ultis from Ornn and
world
Leona were
record.
used to kill off Knight and lock down him. So that
To
meant
beat
those things weren't
the 10th.
available to stop it. You know, when Elk did get to start channeling, and as you said, on as well with that CC, able to lock up Cap. So good stuff there from BLG. Of course, they take down the bottom side pretty effortlessly, and then they don't want to overextend at all. So play it very cautiously here, very nicely. Nothing left here to risk. Take your giant gold lead, go back and spend.
Kirpehesnida
getting more and more experience, more item upgrades coming.
failed.
So for G2 to take another fight, to lose that fight probably means the end of the game.
To beat is Kegi Wihan.
Hansama still not finishing that third item.
Kegi
Elk already on the way to the fourth. And there's no attack speed in this build. Normal for MF, but the last ult was scary before armor penetration was a part of the equation. Yeah. It's only getting more scary. One more combo like that from BLG and this game is over.
Yeah.
That person, world record.
G2 now, it becomes really difficult at this
To
point
beat,
because you just constantly get pushed
attempt,
due to the nature of Baron.
failed.
We hear from BLG,
Got it.
so Ben can just hover this wave.
What's going on Unblue? How you doing?
Then everyone can rotate over through the jungle that they already control the vision for. And if
Iggy
you toggle the
behind.
vision right now for G2, that would show how scary it is for them because the map is so dark. And they're trying to just find a way here. Try and find any little.
Okay, I can remember that. I can remember that.
A single X flash could have gone over the wall. Could be a combo. You can't tell if Knight is waiting, and it's not like it was
what kind of
previously.
juice?
That brief couple-minute window where Knight didn't have a flash. G2 don't have that edge anymore. Every single brush could be a death sentence. Could be the end of game one for G2. Playing under so much pressure here as On gets the fight started. Perhaps over eagerly though. He's too low on health already before the fight breaks out.
Ooh, On is so low. Oh my gosh, they really wanted that Alistar dead. Holy moly.
Who's running? Pantheon going in. Has he overcommitted? Beishwan locked up.
Oh my gosh.
Waits on the Aegis assault. The minions in the base.
The minions.
Knight can't just TP. G2 can't afford to push any further.
Really good punish from G2. On ulted so late there. He went for his combo and then gets chunked down so low.
Kusaramun.
It doesn't matter. They snipe him out. They send the ultis there. G2 defend.
And
again, because the turret is actually finished, they wait a few minutes, they hold, they can get the inhibitor back, they can get the turret back.
They kill off On, they kill off Beishwan
Kiroku.
is handing out upgrades.
Everything else I got. I got the Kiroku.
There are possibilities here for G2.
Sege Kiroku.
You need a super Muramana. It's not a higher caliber.
Muramana.
Or is it Muramana? Muramana.
큐페했습니다. 그 세계 기록을 계기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다.
The Ornn upgrade names are
slowly but surely. Did you go to PC Bong when you were there? I did a couple of times. I went with my students, and then they got kicked out because the man there was like, "Students, y'all should be in school. What are y'all doing?" And they were like, "Oh, sorry." But like, it was like a little field trip. They weren't rocking with it. What's up, Shadow? Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today, fam.
Game into the enemy base. Topside tower is still very low after that last
I'm doing great.
And so they once again go into their split push.
Hope you are doing well today as well.
They go up to rotate through the
What are we gonna wear to Lizzo?
Elk is walking up that top line of minions. So they're going to go for the tower once again. Caps is recalling here, and this tower is so low, you don't want to die at this tower. These secondary ones are usually bait for the defending team to die at when they're that low, because your position for fights there is just so much more risky, so definitely advised to give that one up.
I might change my outfit after this, y'all.
Close to the mid lane. G2, I think recognizing the push.
So the first series went to game 5. It was Gam versus Furia. They both put up a good fight. Furia did end up getting eliminated, so they will no longer be playing in MSI. Gam fights to see another day, and will be playing the loser of this series for the final spot in MSI.
Positioning, then you can go for one of those picks, but we just got full 5-on-5 in mid lane Dracos.
Broken Blade checking the position, ready to catch someone out. The BLG, again, the flash is there for Knight. G2 have to be so careful. Everyone's fingers is on their flash key, ready to go out or in a moment. Caps hasn't been spotted. Basewan posturing down.
What is the over-under on Elk channeling another ultimate this team fight?
Based on what we've seen so far, all signs indicate probably he will. But G2 will look to stop it. Initial engage comes in from On. Caps not able to find the flank.
Alistar ult is critical for team fights. G2 getting that ult out is massive.
Yeah, honestly, on blue, I'm kind of sad I didn't root for Furia. I think they made LTA South proud though. BLG was a little bit split in that fight. Am I tripping? What the heck? I gotta say this Korean thing 4 times. Okay, como gastó usted su niñez? I only gotta say that one right over 1 time. I got that.
We can't see the health part, but the turret has
going back.
And G2 continuing to push forward. This is crucial. BLG, one more good fight probably wins them the game, but G2 have held on. They're getting things closer. They're getting things back. Even it's only a 2K gold difference.
Yeah. Inside the base. All right, On. What can he do now?
I can say it without looking.
No ulti for him.
At the very least. I can't say it fast. I can say it without looking. Yo, there's no way G2 just took a game off of BLG. Yeah, they're just focusing the tower. Yo, kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Kill him!
He doesn't have it. There's no way. The flash.
We got us again. Oh my gosh, they're going to end. They're going to end. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way. No way, no way, no. There's no way. There's no way they end. There's no way they're in. There's no way they end. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way they end. They just trolling, bro. They just doing it for the vibes. They're just doing it for the vibes. They just doing it for the vibes. North Star, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the Mother Redacted Turn Up Squad.
Caps goes for the ulti. Bin goes golden, buys a bit more time. Bear taking that health so damn low. Tower still standing, but Bin's already gone 1. Lebrov back up, 10 seconds on Hans, 15 on Broken Blade. Bin
no way!
Locked down there. Minion's not going to do enough.
No way!
To back, to finish.
Oh my God! Yo! Yo! What the frick just happened?
Teleport into the end. BLG take game number 1. That's just the beginning, Dracos. This series is gonna be a banger. That was extremely exciting.
What the frick just happened?
That was too
oh my gosh!
You have to eat up whether you are ready or not.
What a freaking banger game!
I mean, BLG, the fights when it matters, they always seem to find a way. Not without mistakes.
Oh my God!
Dude, Nexus to Nexus on game number 1.
What?
Incredible options. Ben, of course, headed back.
Eric, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Dude, what the frick just happened?
I don't know what to say, actually, because I was like, do we have this?
Oh my gosh. I think I gotta say both of them like 4 times. Como gastó?
In the end, I am frustrated, but I'm here in from some beautiful League of Legends, guys.
Su niñez.
Como gastó usted
su niñez?
Como gastó usted su niñez?
That's what they needed.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my God, it was just 1 play and it's just
그 사람은
the LPL Classic.
I feel like BLG can't keep getting
기록을
It's happening.
If I'm a BLG fan, I'm looking at this and I'm like,
위한
oh no, right?
도전에
Initially, it started off pretty
실패했습니다.
well for G2 off this, right? Because they get the on Alistar
그 사람은 세계 기록을 대기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다. 실패했습니다. 그 사람은 그 사람은 세계 기록을 대기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다.
Aurora TP'd early. They had full setup of Drake. They even put
그
in the
사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다.
10-second death timers. They're trying to delay all these things. Look at Zinzao.
Yeah, I'm like that. I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough.
On top of it just before that.
I definitely picked it up because I can say it without looking and I know what I'm saying. 그 사람은, that person, 세계 기록을 world record.
That's why it was so important in that mid lane fight, right? That they had previously gotten Alistar ult. That was huge, and that's why they recognized that they could initiate on it. And then here you have Bin and Knight being able to
실패했습니다.
this game before
failed.
You know, Elk is even able to get there. You see
I got
him
it.
pushing out mid.
I got it.
In case.
If G2 had any more health, I think they won that first game. That was an insane ending, and that was only game 1, bro. That was only game 1.
We were talking
That's
about
freaking
the
crazy.
And for me, that has been the story of this game, combining with the rest
Freaking
of
insane
this
game
BLG
1.
comp. You have the MF ult, you have the Alistar combo to combine it. And
all right, I'm gonna go change real quick. I'll be right back. Hopefully I come back with a fire outfit. If not, I tried my best. BRB.
But this is kind of the platonic ideal of what you want for set for MF, right? That the Alistar sets it up beautifully. They're able to clean up here, and here's where I was thinking, okay, they're going to have a pretty good window into setting up around the map in a lot of these fights, just because On and Elk were working so well together in this composition.
Yeah, even in that last fight, you mentioned the Alistar, of course, even like Knight not being seen coming through. So like not only the Annie ulti coming off, it was On. There were other fights on top of that. The mid lane fight came to my mind where they were able to get another great knock-up into the MF ulti. That all happened, and it's important to talk about the game, honestly, taking a step back. Because coming into the game, we expected to be mostly a BLG heavy favorite. But, and this is the fight that I was talking about specifically. Great two-man knock-up into the MF combo. So it's like, when you see those things specifically, Emily is verified as being the MF defender in the right hands.
I am. I feel like I am. In addition to team fights, again, how you move MF around the map and how she takes down turrets, I think is a super important part as well.
Yeah, and taking a step back once again is how competitive G2 was. Feeling like just looking at all of the moments, and I feel like the highlight member for me is Skumon. He was the highlight member for me yesterday. Today, he found a lot of opportunities. Like, he had 3 moments for me, 9 minutes, 17 minutes, 19 minutes, where he was able to like find ulti plays to get them picks and make this game much better. There was also really early on where I felt like Caps was having a pretty rough early laning phase, and he was being set up for a dive, but he countered that dive. So there are elements to look at this game and say, G2 have a real chance. But let's just hope they don't get tilted off of how the game ended.
Yeah, I mean, they don't look tilted. You saw Caps laughing, kind of like, what can you do, right? But I agree. I thought this Pantheon pick was great for Skumon. I really loved how they, I mean, globals are so important, as we talk about anyway, but I loved how he used it to overload, not just sides, but again, in the mid lane, trying to set Caps up for success on this Aurora.
I mean, that's the thing. G2, yesterday, not on the same page. As Hansama said, everything got really chaotic. Today, they were on the same page. Maybe not on the right page, though, because a lot of focus on Knights. When we looked at the damage at the end, this was maybe not the opponent that you wanted to focus here. G2 is going to be playing on blue side for the next game. So who's the player that you want to focus? Of course, it's going to be depending on the composition that BLG goes with. But given the way they've been playing, what do we want to look at here? Who do we want to lock on the side of G2?
For me, it's about Caps. It always has been about Caps. So putting him on a pick like an Aries and Zhao, something to allow him to be playmaking throughout mid lane. I think the combination of him and Skumon has been strong. So give him the option to like not only be able to get push in win lane or find a pick in lane, but also get him out to roam more frequently.
Yeah, and where we're looking at potential draft picks, I am very interested to see if/when the TF comes through. We have seen that even as a blue side ban, right? Which tells me that certain teams don't necessarily want to lock it in as a first pick, but we did see, even in a loss, the power of that pick, and that's something that I think in Caps' hands, especially with a playmaker from Skumon, can be very, very dangerous.
I got my streamer
I mean, that's the thing, Skumon,
my streamer university
if you watch DDC, you know how strong he is on Pantheon.
shirt on.
That champion is gone. It is fearless draft here. So what do we want to see as a champion,
even for losing teams, no champs can be reused. Correct.
We're in the same way.
Correct indeed.
You, Emily? Are you a Maokai lover?
So even if the enemy team picked something,
true.
Easy
nope.
setups. G2, bring
Can't do it.
BLG, keep on doing what you do.
Yo, North Star, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you for supporting the stream, Pookie Poo. Oh, the green Faker jacket. I could, low-key. I don't know if it would work with this shirt, though. I don't think it works with the shirt. I would have to have on, like, just a white shirt. Yo, Fido. I could just go find a white shirt. I could just put on like a white wife beater or something. The gold and yellow clash a little. I don't know about the, I think it's the red. I think it's the red. Yeah, we going out tonight. We going out tonight. I wish I could have been there earlier, but I wanted to watch MSI.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
I think it looks good together. I don't know. I don't know if I'm. I think I just need a white shirt. It's hot as a mug in here though. I'm not keeping it on, if anything. SU. It's always fun to wear my SU merch because people always recognize it and they were like, "You were at Streamer University?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro. I'm like that. I'm like that." I don't feel like putting my face on. I might do my eyebrows, but that's really it. Motion. SU.
This one is fastened inside. All in the dirt when we slide. October moon bring the tide. Light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Right. Whole team on deck when I call. You cross the line of foul ball. We clearing the bitches up, bro. Light 'em up, light 'em up, light 'em up. Right. Big man, the boat of my shoulders.
Hey. Also guys, let's go ahead and go over the schedule for tomorrow. So I kind of want to go over the schedule for tomorrow and what I've learned from this weekend of MSI. So for tomorrow exclusively, it's gonna be GAM versus probably G2, right? And it's gonna start at 5 p.m. So stream will start at regular time tomorrow. Oh, never mind. I was about to say, cause like these games, like yesterday and well, today's Saturday. So yesterday the game started at 12 o'clock. Today the game started at 12 o'clock. I didn't really like that schedule of me starting stream at 12 o'clock. So tomorrow we'll have only one best of one. Tuesday we'll only have one best of one. There's no MSI on Monday. That means there will be no stream on Monday because I'm going to be streaming for the rest of the week. No break until next week. There are no breaks. Do you see this? The only day that I will have for a break is Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Oh, there's no break Monday, or there's a break on Sunday. Okay, that's good to know. So I got Monday and Sunday. So if MSI is being played, I will be streaming, okay? Because I know it's not consistent. The days off are not consistent. But for you to know if I'm streaming, all you got to do is look at the MSI schedule. If MSI is going to be on that day, I will be streaming. Now, Another thing, I know that tomorrow it starts at 5 p.m. I will be starting at my regular 12 p.m. So that means I'll be playing ranked before the games, and then I'll be streaming MSI at 5. So we'll be getting a full day of stream tomorrow. Monday, no MSI, no stream. Tuesday, 5 o'clock, same thing, starting at 12, going until MSI ends. I'll be watching all of the MSI games. Whenever MSI is on, I will be streaming. Now, looking at Thursday, the MSI games start at 12. So I'm going to be starting my stream earlier. I'm going to be starting my stream earlier because I got that League of Legends itch, bro. I am fiending to press QWER. Okay, I hate that I'm not playing today. So Thursday, I'll be streaming a little bit earlier. I'm thinking like 10 a.m., 9 a.m. PST. It's something like that. I'm not sure what time. It's whenever I get the freak up. Okay. Okay. And that will be for all of the times that MSI starts at 12. So that Thursday, that Friday, that Saturday, I will be starting early. Sunday, there's no MSI. That means no stream. And then we get back into those 5 p.m. starts. And so for the rest of that week, I will be starting at my regular stream time. So it's really only for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday I'll be starting a little bit earlier. Okay. I think it's pretty understandable. I just wanted to go over the schedule with y'all now so that it's nobody's like confused of when I'm live or when I'm not live. Anytime MSI is on, I will be streaming that day. And I'll always be streaming games before the MSI games. All right, let's get into game number 2. This will be the last game that I'm able to watch because I do have prior obligations. Obligations I have agreed to prior. So hopefully BLG ends this pretty quick and it solidifies the fact that BLG will 3-0.
BLG also liked your suggestion and hence have banned.
I mean, yeah, kind of like you're saying, they saw yesterday, you know, yeah, this split, it was up there tied with Scumon's most played, so nobody is surprised, but they're really attacking the jungle position here, following it up with the Wukong. And of course, the Poppy is a very big ban against BLG for both Beishwan and On. And it opens up some more of these Dash champion possibilities that definitely they would like to snag. So let's see how whittled down this jungle pool actually gets. Vi is still available. So, and Ahri is still up, of course. So if you want to go with another one of those big like mid jungle combos, kind of similar to the ones that we already saw, Ahri plus Vi,
and it stands out, I think, nicely into the wheelhouse of both mid laners, both in terms of recent performances. We've seen often trending towards those playmakers, those kind of utility mid laners, not the big control mages, not the big assassins.
Knight has played Ahri a couple times.
Maybe. Some would say he's pretty good at it.
Yeah.
You know? But just pretty good. So Gwen taken away. Don't want to deal with that pick. So now the first pick choice. They banned Poppy, which I don't think has been a mandatory perma, so maybe they're looking at something like an early Callista.
How sick would it be if On wore the on cloud shoes? That'd be bad. That'd be pretty chill. That'd be pretty cool. I'd like that.
Because then the other team
see, like these teams, they gotta be on these
lots of like heavy poke damage is available.
These sponsors.
So they go with the Vi side of it that we were talking about, and then you have to split Talia or Ahri, and it looks like they, along with most people,
I heard On Cloud's shoes were pretty comfy. Yeah.
Whoa! Here we go. Beishwan hovers.
So far, the Talia, of course, was a great look for them yesterday, even in game 1 against Gam, where they started.
Dude, watch me miss game 3, and Elk plays Samira and Hansama plays Jinx. Like, just watch that be the case, bro.
Take me back, you know?
I'ma tilt so hard.
You know, BLG having Kindreds and
what does that nameplate say? What's that nameplate say? Beishwan knows his job. Wait, he's here for the team. Kobe.
I love that though. You know. BLG wishing at MSI, bring back some good memories.
Wait, you just said Ramus. Ooh, Nunu is fun.
When the new jungler's on stage.
Are they trying to do the FlyQuest tech?
So yeah, but as you say, they get him.
They are not trying to do the FlyQuest tech.
Make sure my phone's Skarner here. Really good front line for them. And then no surprise, it is the Ahri lock-in to complement the Vi.
A bit of a surprise is the Jax. They're essentially saying lock in your top lane option now, or we'll ban it away.
Not the Team Liquid.
Because Broken Blade on the Jax hasn't looked phenomenal. Domestically for a while, he was a powerhouse on it, but obviously it's unfair to call back only to yesterday, but need to see if he can really...
You kind of have to, because yesterday was yesterday. It's kind of recent in my mind.
Yeah, it feels pretty relevant right now. So, Bin taking a more conservative matchup, but what I'll say is we have a nice front line here. We have good setup on BLG. We need a bit more damage.
I would call that a giga front line.
A giga front line. Okay.
Right, unbelievable.
A fat front line, in fact. Poorly.
Face check this. Whoa!
Yo, shout out. Nice.
Whoa! Did y'all see what that said?
Speed buffs on this match.
That's wild that they put that on. That they put that on broadcast.
It's true. It was true.
It's a little bit wild.
For Skewmon, right? Vi already brings a lot of her own setup to the table, but you do have pretty solid CC in both of the lanes they've selected so far. My concern is I think BLG have an excellent angle here to go something front to back. Vi is good at killing a lot of champions. But
they wildin', right?
She's really good. Oftentimes things like the Zeri, they can get away from her easy. There's certain
that person can draw. What the heck?
Also something that I think G2 probably need to consider banning.
And I will say, this is a trap that some people fall into with Vi a lot, is always tunneling so hard on I have to assassinate somebody. You know, I have to ult somebody. I've got Ahri on my team, so we have to go kill backline. But Vi does shred frontline pretty effectively too. So very often, like, you can kind of, you know, queue into the front line, you know, pop denting blows, try and help your team that way, and save for really perfect timing on your ultimate. Because if you go into the front line, you shred them a little bit, and then you use your ultimate when they try and CC you to immune it and kind of buffer there, then you can create a lot of value without full sending yourself into...
It's easy to just think of the ulti and the vault breaker, but you're right that the denting blows.
You can definitely...
If you can just start autoing that jungle, that top laner, you will do a lot of damage. You'll shred that armor. But now we see double 80 carry bans. Don't want to give these ranged follow-up options to a composition that is already so pick-focused to the side of G2. So that's the Kai'Sa gone, that's the Jhin gone. But support focus is the name of the game for G2. They've taken away 2 of On's picks here. The Renata with a
We've seen a lot of
still just a premier engage option. Is
a lot of Varus recently, and I'm not rocking with it.
Like, I mean, one of the best champions in the meta, no doubt in my mind, and a champion that with this kind of front line can do a lot of work.
I mean, Elk was already, you know, showing his ego last game. He's gonna do it again. He's like, you have a Vi Ahri, I don't care. I'll pick a low mobility carry. I don't need dashes.
Yeah,
okay, buddy.
I'm gonna be honest. I saw that nameplate and I saw that champion, and I kind of forgot about the fact that there is that Ahri Vi, which is gonna make this difficult.
Yeah, I'm kind of done supporting Hans Sama with these lame hovers.
On this patch, it was actually pretty big.
And
20
pick.
damage early off of Q. Now it does.
That's his last chance.
Later for scaling. But support does not get a lot of levels.
I'm a little bit upset.
Out the mid lane role. The scaling is there for champions who.
Thank you, Jerks. Have a great rest of your day.
Here, you know, they're looking to farm with the Sivir and play for that big farm condition. Double poke gets locked in alongside the Varus though, so
I can't get this to like.
From BLG.
It's not showing up dark.
We did see already from this squad, you know, with Beishwan going for bottom side tower dives. They did it a couple games versus IG in playoffs as well.
Yeah.
So definitely a possibility here. I mean, they're Elkanon definitely can get a lot of chunk damage down. We'll see about this though, because I haven't seen a lot of you know, footage on Nico with the 20 damage nerf on the Q.
Yeah.
So we'll see how potent it still is.
I mean, Karma against Karma level 1, it's always going to be tough. But you're right, in those first few levels, maybe it's something that G2 can navigate. Expect them to be on the back foot early on. Of course, if you haven't watched esports for a million years like Kobe and I have, you may forget about the Sivir 500 CS blobbity blah win condition. But G2 do have certainly a scaling angle. I do think it's tough though. BLG have completely shifted the playbook from what we saw in Game 1. Game 1, all about going all in. Yeah. This game gives them a lot more flexibility to just absorb that engage. Shields on that Scion with all those resistances are going to be so effective. The same is true for the Skarner, and G2, I think, might struggle if they fall behind to get through that beefy front line.
Yep. Huge, mega front line here for BLG, all right. G2, Brav doing a lot of talking here. See what the game plan is. Time to lock in.
Let's see it.
Giles continue. Sweeper super early here, does find that one. And you know Karma is OP level 1.
Yes, you do. Has an extra ability. Why is that fair? Boom. Mantra. Boom. Empowered ability, I guess, is LeBron already getting poked. Probably a quick reset here. And overall, looking at G2, BLG really has just been the boogeyman for them. And if it starts off with a strong level 1, you have to hope that the doubt doesn't set in, but they're taking so much control.
They're calling Broken Blade too. They're calling Broken Blade now. Ooh, okay. Yeah,
I respect that you were ready.
Yeah, they call it off. They call it. BLG are like, all right, fine.
And to be fair, if there was any teams to just full-on 5v5 at level 1, I could see it being these teams.
And it is like an important defense there, because you don't want any extra to deal with on this bottom side of the map.
There we go. Now she's showing up.
With the double comments. And Elk has gone with teleport on the Varus, so has, again, another way to get right back.
And and I think the nice thing about having this much poke on the side of BLG is it will eventually force a fight from G2. It feels like G2 are going to have to be the ones to engage. As we see, lane phase kicks off here. Nothing much to report yet.
Yeah, I want to see how heavy this bottom lane pushes, because with teleport and having the free base available.
Oh, he's got Paxiver.
And the double comments, that one going wide there. Every little bit of poke does matter.
Certainly does.
G2 then move up afterwards.
Yeah, not a lot of sustain in this lane. You can see both supports packing heal. But I think important to remember how much this game means in the context of G2's history against the LPL especially. It has not been pretty, Kobe.
Yeah.
We were very grateful when Team Liquid took out IG for us in 2019. And I think that when you rebuild this roster, this G2 roster, they told us explicitly is 4 international results. Proof of that would be taking down an LPL team, doubly so when it's a team like BLG that has eliminated you so many times before.
Yeah, BLG eliminating G2 the last 3 times they met up in best of series.
BLG just like that, man.
Though, G2 took 1 game.
That's not enough to win, though, Kobe. I think they want more.
But I'm saying you haven't won a game yet, so maybe there's already one that's in the bag for you.
We haven't won 2 or 3 yet either, which I think is the break point that's really important.
So, as expected here, the onslaught of a Varus Karma poke whittling down on Lebrov. Junglers have about finished up with their full clears here on the bottom side, though.
And no surprise to see Skewmon pathing down bottom side. We've all seen Beishuan on red side make that dive happen so many times at early levels. So gets caught by the flick. A good
Caps! He's dead.
Might not need it. One more auto in the 1v1.
Knight is him, bro. Put some freaking respect on Knight's name.
That is going to be very, very painful. The Talia gets ahead. Wait a second.
Ghost flashing out, still rooted up.
Nah, he's good.
Spell shield there to keep on Sama safe.
Oh, man, that is so big for Knight. I mean, that is a dream purchase here, too. He even gets an extra control ward for safety off the back half, and he's got flash advantage. The Talia has the flash advantage versus Ari here. This is massive stuff. Really early tier from him. Gets to start stacking that one. Skewmon is already here to try and punish. But Caps can't like set him up with a charm flash.
Unraveled Earth is there. They force
I really want a BLG versus T1 finals. Run it back Worlds, JT.
At least evens up the
Nav said Caps was a little too comfortable in his lane. Facts. Facts, bro. He sat him down real quick. He said,
after the gank, then he goes to put his control ward to have the extra safety though.
And it's big for G2 that they get value out of this Vi-Ari combo, because this Vi first pick is what they prioed. Talia was on the table, something that was banned in game 1. They knew what they were risking, they knew what they were giving up. So for Knight to get that solo kill is bad, and the flash at least makes things feel a little bit better, gives you better options as we get closer to that level 6.
Just getting some support roams going on too. As you can see in the river there, On was moving up to try and get vision from the other side for Knight as well, but Skewmon camping out. Mid lane camp, Vi-Ari.
Skewmon and Lebrov, because that one's fake! Knight, the Q flash, perfect from Skewmon. He spent his time in practice tool. Knight taken down. Beishwan, a quick
He spent his time in practice tool. I'm sure that feels good noticing.
Well, nice fall breaker. Good follow-up damage.
Dang, both of them. You know, honestly, I did not think that G2 would put up a fight like this. But G2 is showing that BLG can bleed too. Let's see if they can finish it out though.
Ooh, Elkin on. Playing forward, knowing that they need to keep this wave away from their tower. They don't spot Skewmont, but luckily they have that control ward in inventory so they can regain control over Tribrush. Broken Blade still feeling comfortable here. 4 members on the way down. Weaver's Wall available for Knight. The clone dancing, continuing. Obnoxious that's cool, but it works. On. A little bit of damage down.
Lebrov, are you good?
Hits, but it doesn't knock him into the Unraveled Earth. Keep your eyes on that arrow coming in from Elk. It only manages to connect on the clone, and G2 are able to walk away.
G2. Support jungle doing some work this game. Let's see, that allows the push on mid too. I mean, look at Caps. He's already another wave right up at turret. Knight gonna have to get back pretty quickly here. Skewmont comes over to contest though.
Smite from Beishwan secures it, but Knight has to spend a little bit more time supporting with a threaded volley, threatening a little bit more as Elk will TP to move back down to the bottom side. Will mean that they have more pressure in bot lane, likely to be first to start the objective as Broken Blade is just going to be forced to catch that wave and does not have a TP of his own.
Yeah, working in on it here. His tier picked up as well for Elk, so the onslaught of poke continues.
G2's decision to split up these lanes. Just give Han Sama an easier time against the Scion, but the struggle early is that Bin, there's no CC on the Sivir. You can't just stop him from forcing those waves in. The TP as well from the Varus means that G2 are just incredibly far behind on tempo.
Yeah, and it's just painful for both side lanes in CS. Broken Blade down, Han Sama also down, struggling in it. And on these rotations, you see minion waves.
TP on Varus, not crazy. I was noticing that, but I honestly feel like we see a lot of TP on ADC recently. And then the support still went heal, so they still have a little bit of that like sustain in lane, while both ADCs picked something that makes them a little bit more mobile. Neither of them opted in for barrier.
Beishwan hovering mid, but this is the struggle of a pick like this, Garner. It is comfort for Beishwan, but it doesn't have that same point-and-click reliability against a champion like Ahri. You really need Knight to be there as well as the flash comes in from Bin. Instant ulti, wall.
Oh, he's dead. Oh my gosh, dude. That man was CC'd for at least 4 seconds.
Making the sound look like an assassin here. Flashes in, gets it.
At least 4 seconds.
Knight grabbing the kill. Caps comes over to mess
They're gonna get void grubs.
Play bottom lane. Han Sama ulting. Lebrov likely to fall. Kill.
Wow.
Zelk grabs that one. That lethality Varus really starting to hurt. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, you saw Beishwan, I think, over eager, starting the grubs after that play had already gone in their favor.
Well, at least BLG got one, yeah.
At least get these two back. Even without a jungler.
Not gonna lie, I got boba and ice cream today, and I don't think the lactate pills are working. No, BK. Triple TP meta is so boring, low key. I'm not gonna disagree with you. But it allows him to like never miss XP in lane as well.
And it looked to me like the mantra Q.
Look at that! Look at the CS stiff. Look at that CS stiff, dude. That man is up 2 kills basically because of his kill and his CS.
Healed for that, so full commitment to be able to get that kill onto the nerf to Nico.
See if they can continue to press this advantage. As you highlighted, down sums does mean some of this objective contests might be a bit harder. We're still quite far away from the Drake, and Broken Blade, with that time he spent on the bottom side of the map, at least has a Phage under his belt, which may make this lane a little bit easier.
Yeah, and G2 right now, when you've got Vi ultimate and there's no sums for BLG bottom lane, like this Varus should be a target. Varus and Karma down here, though, have done such a good job constantly hitting their poke, constantly having that pressure. So let's see where this Vi Ahri does go, because both ultimates being available, gonna be looking for that proactive play. Looks like Skewmont at the moment just farming though.
And as we have a break, I think it's important to highlight how effective and annoying Bin has been already in this series. This is a guy who's come under a lot of criticism. BLG as a team as a whole.
Beginning of the year, yeah.
But Ben, I think, has been a stellar performer. We saw it yesterday. We saw it in game 1.
Yeah, I don't know how people were saying that Ben wasn't on his A game.
And even in this game, even on
My man's has been popping.
Isn't someone that you necessarily expect this level of dominance from. Is already
BK, yo, stomach throwing up gang signs, bruh.
Such an annoyance for G2. And you said it yourself, he's playing it like an assassin.
Oh,
he's going he's ready to go.
He is. He definitely is. Successful this game. Okay, Skumon with a little takeaway here. And he's got his little,
at least you know it'll be over soon, yeah?
At the moment, over Beishuan. But again, now with
you should get your boba with like lactate or soy milk or something.
Now, surely. They've got ult, they've got Thunder Sky.
Ulti. Melk hits the real Lebrov. Lebrov zooming, running. That's the ulti down, and Lebrov is at least able to walk away. He does use the heal, but he holds on to the flash. And that Thunder Sky is big. Those beefy frontliners, while Sion can do a lot of damage when that ulti is up, when he can guarantee the full channel Q, Skumon going to be a lot tankier, a lot harder to deal with if they go for a full-on fight. But neither side has gone for a 5v5. It's just been picks, little skirmishes.
Those Nikos are hard to hit with Elk, with the Varus ultimate, but no harm, no foul, nobody dead in the aftermath. So once again, jungle support moving up to try and get that mid lane vision.
Ulti there, lockdown onto Elk.
Well, Elk is dead.
As good as he looked for the game
well, Elk is deceased.
Can't get away.
There you go, Dracos. That's the play
Not
we're
it's
looking
crumping.
for. The Vi ultimate should mean a dead Varus. They get Elk. He completed his Thunder Sky. He went for the play on bottom side. Nicely done from G2. Still is a long way ahead of the Dragon, so it's just that gold right now.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens now with the Dragon spawning, because those cooldowns are going to be quite meaningful. Yeah.
Yeah. And Caps doesn't have Malignance completed as we see the lockup is there. Looks like easy pickings onto Skumon. On in position, a lot of healing.
He lives.
And Skumon's able to make it away. Thunder Sky is the difference as the charm connects, and LeBron.
Huge knockup from Nico. But is it enough?
Fortunately, it doesn't. It's G2 over eager. Lebrov has to try and sidestep, but Beishuan just ready to throw rock on his head.
Ben just getting free top.
Ben breaking towers.
And look, yeah, he got him. Okay, so they did in the end chase down Lebrov as we cut away, looking at the other side. Teleport goes back out on top side too, for him to push right back out. But you know, BLG with the lead, and the Dragon finally does come up. They should be able to secure this one to continue stacking.
And the big thing about stacking these Drakes is most of the games we've seen today, it's been 1-1 split on the first 2 Drakes, but when you're the team that can approach Soul Point, you can guarantee the enemy team has to come to you, and we know how good this BLG team composition is when you get that setup on those objectives.
Yeah, and well, let's see here. They're going to be a little bit late coming over. Doesn't look like it'll be meaningful. But I have to point out, once again, you already did earlier.
Ooh, a little chicken salad. That sounds good.
Gold ahead in the top lane matchup. The top lane matchup was going to be big. Even though it's not on our screen at the moment, the Sion will be massive. So here's a look at them trying to punish Skumon afterwards, after the previous play. He barely does get out, does not tick down to the Scorpion passive.
It was 3 Sundered Sky procs, and we come back, and Hatsama is dead. Elkin on, despite us leaving the lane phase, are still finding those same advantages.
Yeah, and this time On flashes in, and they're like, yep, we're going to get him again. They keep this Sivir down. Another kill. So in addition to Ben with his lead, it is still Elk here on the poke Varus. Gaining that mid lane priority once again, but on the side lanes, G2 kind of hunting. They have both Lebrov and calling Skumon as well on the Vi. His ultimate is back up and available with addition of Caps, and they're going to go for the dive.
Waiting for the angle, Lebrov. He pre-uses the ult. He knows
How did
exactly
he predict
what
that?
to try and do to escape. So in the end, it's just a clean dive, a nice side lane pick.
Yep.
That was so clean.
They shut him down.
He just knew that if he tried to escape, bro, like it's already such a huge.
Pushing in once again.
Already such a huge ulti. Wow.
On your mini map, Broken Blade leaving top lane. Will move back as the wave starts to come in, but with Triforce, maybe Ben is afraid. One more Demolish proc, and this tower goes down. Yeah. Broken Blade feeling better about the fight. You highlighted earlier, Jack's a little bit more attack speed, more damage in these sustained exchanges, but not enough damage to threaten this Sion, unfortunately.
Yep, he's got his plated steel caps, finished Sunfire. which scales nicely with all the extra HP on his Soul Furnace. So
Hans is behind 30 CS, bro.
15-minute 700 bonus HP is not a feels good.
Yeah, and he just takes out these towers. It's definitely been a rough tournament so far for Broken Blade. This Jax being a bit behind here, but does have his training force at least.
Skewmon.
Oh.
Finding Knight 1-2, waiting as long as he can for the ulti. Of course, doesn't have the cooldown this time around, but Caps does have an ulti of his. Fishing for the charm. Knight, a casual sidestep. The
If he
forced to come out, and it's not enough. Caps.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Oh, I know that feels bad. Oh, I know that feels bad, dude.
Tower dive sucked. Is that what you wanted?
That tower dive sucked. No, it was actually good.
Ruthless. And again, Skewmon, if he has all
He just missed.
if the charm connects,
It's as simple as that. He missed this charm. That charm is the reason why he did not get the kill. Purely.
Calculation. Well, they did not do the math correctly. Yep.
He had one more ult charge. He could have gone back in.
The game does not stop, and it's Hansama. Hansama taken down, and again, the scaling angle.
That's sad, dude.
Further and further away.
But like, I saw the vision there. Like, I don't think that was like pure int. I saw the vision. It just wasn't perfectly executed. That's all.
By BLG is so
I definitely saw the vision there, though.
They've got the beefy front line for the mid part of the game. And so, wait a second, they're going to go up top side here. Look at the roam. Talia's already there. Karma's on the way. They've got their eyes on Broken Blade.
On the Mantra Q comes out. Uses the tether now, knowing the Broken Blade will have no way out. Immediate response is the flick back. Counter-strike blocks some of the damage, but not nearly enough. Broken Blade taken down. Skewmon just
all right, at this point, the game is spiraling.
Not only are they taking towers, they're finding these side lane picks now.
They are.
It's getting smaller and smaller for G2 Esports.
The triple teleports. Elk with a teleport up to the play as well.
They're playing a fast-paced game. G2, if you cannot keep up, they will run you over. That's what it's looking like right now.
I like this adaptation coming in from BLG. You know you have generally strong.
They have the tempo.
You add another TP to the picture just to make sure that G2 never get to be comfortable. You can always be ahead on tempo because you have that extra TP. And it's just meant that the avenues for G2 have been just few and far between.
Yeah, and as the Dragons continue to stack, we have to see when G2 are really going to fully throw down here. Number 3 looks very dark here, so this might not be the time. Checking in to try and retake vision at the moment, though. Nico is very good at that. The clone's such a useful tool.
And Hansama doesn't have a second item yet. And again, once you get...
Caps has no ult.
Caps has no ult now.
Neither Bin does.
Yeah, but I think for G2 right now, even trades are a little bit tough coming into these fights because you know the BLG have the stat advantage.
Oh, yeah. That's got to be Dragon number 3. You don't want to fight number 3. It's just soul point.
Oh, my roommate texted me her fit.
Wait until you have better setup. Wait until you have a possibility
but
here.
I wanted to look at Uber for
there are multiple 2-item power spikes. Both BLG solo laners have their double item power spikes. Meanwhile, not a single person on G2 does so. You cannot fight that one. That plus the vision advantage way, way out of reach.
Knight moving bottom lane. This time the charm connects. Knight doesn't have to quite have time to use anything else and will immediately ult out as on flashes. Okay. Beishwan's running now too. Broken Blade, they're gonna stun him. What the heck is this sequence of play? Beishwan is gonna die. Okay, then they find a kill back. I'm sorry. What?
Are you not entertained?
Are they good?
Knight creates the wall. On flashes over. Beishwan is in there.
And this is
also in there.
We have witnessed the biggest strengths and biggest weaknesses of BLG in a single game. When they are on the same page, they are unstoppable. Right now, they seem to be on the same page. Broken Blade, unhappy about this sequence as the slow is there, as is the decimating smash. So in the end, if we take all that played together, it's a 2-for-1.
Yeah. Plus a tower on the top side. Okay, a little bit something.
I feel like I've been to this venue before.
Secondary tower worth so much more than the first one, so BLG will get the better of it.
And you can see that Hansama just doesn't, again, needs to finish the Navori Flicker Blades because he wants that auto wave clear. Even then, though, a third item probably necessary before he can do much to this front line.
Yeah. Sivir so far behind here. And Dragon stacking plan for BLG is going to be it. So they will continue on that. It's pretty far out in the future, so we'll take Otacon first.
Skewmon on the way in. Or rather, Skewmon clone on the way in.
Caps has no teleport, so it's just a full trade here.
Yep.
The team-wide 800 gold of that top tower for the Otacon G2 trade.
If Lebrov could stop disguising himself as the jungler and sending the clone towards objectives, it would make my job.
All right, that one looked really funny though. That was
Skewmon. I was like, he's topside. He's topside.
Just doing the punching bag down.
Ill Sivir, I know, right? Hansama did not cook with the pick. Well, he got IE though, just now.
Every time. Space1 grabs another
It's crit versus
again,
lethality.
take a look at the bottom of your screen.
I think the lethality play is pretty poggers due to the fact that like
that can 1v1 bin right now.
they're gonna have HP
with,
on G2 side, but not really armor.
Lockdown there. Space1 locked up. Good pick. Good damage. Caps wants to keep it going now on tonight. Sidestep on the Unraveled Earth. The seismic shove won't catch him. But Bin now on the way down. Good news is they have the clone to give them that little bit of extra free vision. Been fishing for a bit more, but BLG have just bullied them out. It's still 2 minutes to the objective, however, so G2 don't mind. Knight trying once again on the bottom side. Lebrov rocket belt away. And they will be able to back off. Not forced to flash over a wall this time, which is good because he doesn't have flash, so would end very differently, I imagine.
Okay, I guess it just ends at that single kill, and since we're still a minute and a half away from the dragon, not going to have too big of
the clone being able to last for that long is so insane to me, dude. Those clones last forever.
2 minute out as we get the punching bag in.
And it can emote while it's traveling. Is that not crazy?
Just die if you're going to die. Give over the little bit of gold.
Like he's spamming that clone. It is going out and getting vision every 0.25 seconds just about.
For G2, while the gold is stacked against them, if they can get decent vision, this is it's a pretty solid opportunity to fight because there's not a third completed
mechanics
item
are
on the side of
wild.
BLG. I don't think you're going to get a better timing than that unless BLG fumble.
And you know what I think is even crazier? We don't see Nico mid. We see Nico support. We don't see Nico jungle.
About that infinite wave clear cooldown reduction. So maybe G2 try and go for this. I think conceding Soul really would start to make this game feel impossible.
Definitely is going to be painful because the sustain wait.
Ooh, he might pay for that. And he did. He did. Because he flashed forward for that. He had no means for escape. Hex, plate, proto belt, or whatever the frick. And flash forward. There was no out after that.
Great counter from BLG. Elk says, "You're not going to catch me sleeping." Flashes away, and BLG will take that as the key to the base of G2. They open up the front door, but now they turn back around for the Dragon Soul. Still 20 seconds left on Skewmon, so they should be able to go pick that one without a contest.
A tier 3-2, a tower, and the Soul is more than you could have hoped for the side of BLG. The Soul alone would have been plenty, and the gold lead only continues to grow in their favor. Now the value of that Soul with so many poke champions, with so many beefy frontliners. It's
Ocean Soul.
At this point for G2.
It certainly is.
No.
The extra sustain here when you have such a strong front line.
No dragons on the side of G2.
In our priceless moments, Elk, he flashed away and he hit his ulti. Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff from Elk there. Evading plus hitting his own ult, set up the seismic shove, set up these counter kills for BLG.
Really overall, just
that was a good disengage from Caps there as well with the charm.
LeBron was able to sidestep that ult. Maybe they can walk away. Just happy to get a flash, but not only is he flashing away, he's finding an engage in the meantime too.
Dracos, it's a clap back for the first game. You know, when he was on MF and he was like, all right, I'm trying to dodge Lebrov. You know, I'm feeling him out.
Yeah.
This time around, Elk's like, all right, I calibrated. I've got you downloaded, buddy.
That's not what I want to hear, Kobe. I don't want to. He doesn't need to calibrate anymore. He already calibrated really good.
Uh-oh, Caps might be in a little bit of trouble.
Caps here. BLG overall much, much stronger. It's getting harder and harder for G2 to find an optimal fight and to find the time for their carries to farm up. Rocket Belt available for Lebrov. but no flash. As Skewmon waits on the flank. Vision from Nico, such a boom.
That is quite a flank, by the way.
Yeah. BLG backing off. Want to wait for mid prime.
Slow pan. And as you'll see, up into the top right corner here.
That is a Vi.
He does have a
That is also a Vi. There's also a Vi top side. There are manyVis. Which of them are real? That's the level of
what's going on with the mics? Y'all see that? How it like fades out?
Unfortunately, aren't we all Vi, you know, if you really think about it?
I don't know what to reference in our opinion. I don't know. I don't know where to go with that, Kobe. But
maybe you go for the flank. I see some of the pings going down now, but now he's going to go over the control ward. He didn't know there's a control ward by Raptor Pit. He's been seen.
BLG.
The game is
spotted him.
The game is up.
Oh no, Knight.
He's too young to have played Splinter Cell, Kobe. He wasn't
Let
ready.
him live, Knight. Let him live.
Appeared above his head, and now he's just got to get
Is he gonna execute?
Go deeper. In order to escape,
the only way deeper. The only way out is through, Kobe.
Yeah.
Another TP used. Skewmon running, tries to sidestep, knocked back into the wall. The rest of G2 posturing around Baron. He lives a little bit longer. Decent damage onto Knight, but not enough to make the difference. Knight now on a rampage. The long flank denied.
What do we call that play?
An enter. An interdenter.
As a committed play is what I would call that.
I call it an interdenter because not only did he enter, but he also dented the possibility of G2 winning. I think we call that one an interdenter. Interlations 26-10, man.
I mean, honestly though, when
that's why it's right there, bro. I never want y'all to be caught out like that. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and the important thing to note is
we got to make something.
And they get Baron, bro. Dented that wall. He got crammed into. Yeah, dang.
Maybe it's for a Baron steal.
Maybe it's for the
hope of a team fight. But after the early game went the way it did, with G2 solo lanes unable to find farm, Hansam only now getting a half an item completed, despite how much time they've spent.
I just took a DNA test. Turns out,
they would feel pressure to make a
I'm
play
100%.
like that, to leverage the most of a little angle that they have in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, and I don't think Ben is ever dying. This guy is so freaking monstrous in this game. Insane Scion right now.
And for G2, right, it's not a best of 3. It's not like last year. You're not done here. You have more time to rally. Fearless new champions have to be brought to bear.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, even though the core, the Ahri and the Vi have gotten a bit of work done as the ulti comes out. Skewmon getting the fight started, the TP there, but there's no one to follow up. Decimating smash, Brokenblade able to fashion time. Looking for a two-man knockup. Flick back on Lebrov, trying to turn.
Oh, Lebrov has gotten some insane Nico ultis. Are they going to be able to finish it out, though?
Take him down, it's 1-for-1. Elk throws the arrow back. Brokenblade going back in for a
support for ADC, though.
Not there beside him. G2
top lane on G2's down as well. Brokenblade is gone. But Caps finds a good little pick on Own. Own dies.
G2 on the retreat, but it's a 3v3.
It's a 3v3.
They managed to find a good fight, but it just gets them to even. Skewmon flicked back, waiting to channel out. We'll be okay for now. Still a steady retreat. Knight likely to find the kill here as Skewmon goes back in. The extra shielding not enough.
Hitting them interdenters, bro. He hitting them interdenters.
But he will continue to advance, trying not to give G2 any angles to cover or protect their mid wave.
Taking tower shots for fun down here. Undeniable, unstoppable. Does get charmed up.
A little bit more true damage.
Oh, we're getting a TP in from Varus.
Returning to the fray, but Ben
and I think Ben is going to recall and TP back as well.
They want to go
yeah, he's already TPing in.
Ulti goes wide.
Missed on the Elk ulti. No Varus ult.
Back could be big. Isn't going to hit. Caps 2 charges left. Ben standing in the midst of the towers, threatening to end the base. Counter-strike ready to go. Brokenblade going to leap back. Caps going to go in. Health bars are getting lower, but G2 need to pull the trigger because it's Hansama who's been caught out. Elk manages to grab the kill.
No ADC. Those towers are 2 HP.
Health towers. BLG on the cusp of match point.
They literally just gotta auto it. Baron minions. Baron super minions, that is.
Weaver's wall there. Zoning. Lebrov away.
They gotta pull the trigger here. They gotta pull the trigger here. It's not enough. GG's.
GG's.
All right, y'all.
to match point.
Super solid follow.
I don't think that I'm like surprised at the outcome of these games. I think the only surprise is I do think that G2 is kind of holding its own. Labrov really is out here putting it down as support. I really love those Nico ultis. He had one bad one, but like even then I saw the vision. I do think it's going to be another 3-0. They're at match point. I am going to have to end stream here as I got to go meet up with some people. But I will be watching. I will be watching. Dude, should I live stream it? I can't even. Like, I could watch the game in the car. Because I'm going to call an Uber and then I could show y'all the Lizzo concert.
To look for aggressive angles.
I don't know. I think I'm just going. I think I'm just gonna enjoy the night, see where the night take me. I'll be posting on my Instagram though. I'll post on my Instagram everything because I do want y'all to see it. But I love y'all so much. Let's go BLG. Secure the freaking pickles. And tomorrow I will see y'all bright and early normal stream time, 12 o'clock for for G2 versus GAM, because I'm predicting GAM going or G2 gonna lose this game. But yep, love y'all so much. Until tomorrow, I wish y'all nothing but W's in your games. Battlefield LP in the lowest ping that you could ever imagine. Love y'all. See y'all tomorrow.